Nina, I'm not sure that anyone would volunteer to start with the karakia. Who's Charles, we did some training here, so I know Julie would sit into the thing of the rich, but I'm just joking, sorry. It's good. All right, well, we'll just get underway with a welcome from me. Welcome to hearing 10. Sounds like feels like we're about a third of the way through the hearings now, I think. So this topic is on the general industrial zone and also on the open space and recreational zone. So two separate topics. Interesting. Before we get underway any further, perhaps some health and safety from you, Charles.
In the event of an emergency, please follow the instructions of council staff. Please exit through the main entrance. Once you reach the footpath, please turn right and walk towards Pukakura Park, congregating outside the Spark building. Please do not block the footpath for other users. Staff will guide you to an alternative route if necessary. If there is an earthquake, block, cover and hold where possible, and please remain where you are until further instruction is given. And for housekeeping, the toilets are down that way, down the corridor, and there's a cafe upstairs if you're not aware. Thank you.
Christine, see you got something?
Yeah, I emailed Kit and it bounced back.
All right. Kit, Christine's just saying that she's emailed you some presentations, but they've bounced back. Is that?
I don't have it. My inbox has got unlimited capacity and my server can take the biggest documents you can send. So I'm not sure where it's gone.
Try again.
Yeah, we might just bring them up on the screen so you can see them, Kit, as we get underway. These are presentations from the two staff.
Oh, yep. Okay.
That way. So when we get there, don't panic. We'll just be fine. And maybe they've done a full cut off of Auckland in terms of all the internet traffic as well. That might be the...
Well, you know, we are very cautious up here. You know, we're so well vaccinated that, you know, we don't want anything slipping in.
You've done very well.
No, put them, share the screen. That'll be the best thing.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. So that's a good way to start. My name is Stephen Deitch. I'm the hearings panel chair, and for those involved, you'll be seeing me at most hearings. But for the hearings, we have a panel of 4 members. We sit all together sometimes on some of the bigger topics, but there's normally either 2 or 3 of us. So today we have Commissioner Littlejohn beaming in from Tamaki Makaurau, so welcome, Kit, again. And on my right, Commissioner David McMahon. And I have to say I've spent the most enjoyable weekend here in Taranaki. My wife flew over from Hawke's Bay and we did the Garden Festival and Arts Trail. And I know this is making you feel very sad, Kit, but it was a beautiful, amazing weekend. So that's on the plus side. On the negative side, I took my wife to the airport this morning. It took me half an hour to get into town and what was Auckland style rush hour traffic. So that was really quite enlightening to me. Just a observation around some of those traffic issues north of New Plymouth, which was really come to fore. So I presume that's pretty much every day that happens. Yeah, so backed up stop way past Bell Block. So yeah, interesting. All right, let's get on to the business of today. The hearings panel, we have delegated authority from the council to make recommendations on the district plan review and the submissions to the district plan review. We will be making a final set of recommendations at the end of the hearings process, which is currently targeted for the end of June next year. In terms of our process, this is by nature a formal process, but we really are here to hear and to listen and to respectfully just work together with the council staff, the submitters, experts, looking towards the very best second generation plan for New Plymouth District. And I think we're well on the way. It's been a fantastic experience so far, with really high quality information coming to us from staff and submitters and experts. This hearing is being recorded on the Zoom platform, and that just gives us a very good record of the hearing. So Q&A, we will have access to that, and we're looking at deliberating on hearings matters later on, so that's quite handy. At the very start of the hearing process, the Commissioners issued a statement of interests, which relates to any past work that each of us have carried out over the last few years in Taranaki, and also any clients that we have that may be involved, just so we can manage any conflict of interest. We issued that with a request for any comments. We've not received any comments the way we're managing our hearings panels around those issues. But at the start of each hearing, we just need to declare that that's on the website. If there's any concerns with any of us in terms of conflicts of interests, we like to hear now before we get going. And just pause briefly while we wait for anything, which we're not expecting, but it sounds like there's no problems there. Now, I do like to start the hearing just with what we call a list of appearances. So it's really just an introduction of who's in the room for today's proceedings. And we'll start with you, Charles. Introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Charles Woolley, and I'm the hearings administrator, at least until 10 o'clock anyway.
Okay.
Kia ora everyone, I'm Dermot Friendly, and I'm one of the planning advisors in the district plan team, and I'm presenting the open space and recreation zone chapters.
Dermot.
I'm Ali Gibson, and I'm a contract planning advisor in the council's district plan team. And I've prepared the section 42A report for the general industrial zone.
Thank you very much, Ali. Just around the room. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Pete Davis, just one of the consent planners here in the district council.
Thank you,
Anna
Pete.
Johnson, and I'm a consent planner too.
Okay, welcome in.
Hi, I'm Sophie Charter, and I'm a consent planner.
Welcome to the planners. This is very, very useful to have you here. There's questions later on if you're struggling with anything. Just joking about that. Yeah.
Morning everyone, my name's Siri Edwards and I'm the district planner at the council.
Good morning, Helen Johnson, planner and submitter.
Thank you, Helen. And we don't have anyone on Zoom apart from Commissioner Littlejohn. So look, I'm expecting this hearing to be, we'll certainly get through today. There's no issue in mind that we'll do that. So let's just get underway. And in terms of order of batting, what's the preference? Ali, you're starting. Thank you very much.
Charles? I'll just check, Commissioner Littlejohn, can you see the presentation? Great. Right, everyone, the photo on this lead slide is of the general industrial zone at Craig Place in Glen Avon. It's a typical scene in the zone, which is characterised by large, bulky buildings and tall structures, lots of outdoor storage, areas of hard standing and minimal landscaping. The general industrial zone doesn't have the same beauty as the commercial zones. The general industrial zone doesn't have the same prestige as the commercial zones. I say open space zones are the beautiful ones. But the general industrial zone is a powerhouse of the district. And on the second slide, thank you, Charles. The general industrial zone is easy to spot. It's the Cadbury purple shading there. The majority of the general industrial zone land is along the spine of the State Highway 3 corridor north of New Plymouth City. And we can clearly see the three areas along this transport route at Glenavon, Bellblock and Paraiti. And on the next slide, reducing the transparency, we can see where the developed and undeveloped areas are. Specifically, there is vacant land around Orokuriri at the northern end of Glenavon and also at the northern end of Paraiti. And there's also general industrial zoning near Port Taranaki and existing industrial activities in suburban New Plymouth, which have area or site-specific zoning. And these suburban industrial areas were not simply rolled over from the operative plan, but determined through a zone audit project, which I'll talk about in more detail soon. So this next slide shows the general industrial zone land in Waitara, Englewood and Egmont Village, which comprise of both developed and undeveloped land. And next up, a few action shots of the general industrial zone. This is the busy road of Pearlstone Drive. This is a collector road that runs parallel with the State Highway at Bellblock. And the structure in the background there is part of the Allied concrete plant. And this is the end of Corbett Road at the boundary of the general industrial zone where it meets the rural zone, rural production zone. And the J-Swap stock food bulk store is one of the largest buildings in the zone. Now to a suburban industrial area. This is part of the Borrell Avenue industrial area in West Town. It's a long established industrial area surrounded by residential zoning and the base hospital. And this industrial area is a throwback to former district schemes where the approach was to allocate industrial land in residential areas so that workers were close to their home. And this industrial area follows a large gully that assists in visually obscuring it from the greater West Town neighbourhood. Overall, the district has a really healthy industrial land supply with 218 hectares of vacant capacity. And looking at the green highlighted number at the bottom of the table, that's a surplus of 80 hectares when demand is projected out to 2053. You will have read about this in the report from Property Economics. While today's hearing focuses on the provisions of the zone set out in the General Industrial Zone chapter, I would just like to signal that approximately 70 hectares of General Industrial Zoned land is requested to be rezoned to other zones, and these submissions will be heard next year, along with all rezoning requests across all the zones. Right, so just backing up one, please, Charles. Thank you. So now we have that sort of spatial and supply overview. I'd like to turn our attention to the strategic development of the approach for the general industrial zone provisions, the resource management issues, and of the manifested under the operative plan. So back in 2015, the blueprint to implement the council's vision was adopted, and this included 8 key directions, and hopefully you can see at 6 o'clock there, one of the 8 relates to industry, and specifically the industry key direction is to strengthen the rural economy, industry, the port, and the airport. Quite broad direction there. And the next slide, thanks, Charles. And this direction translated into one of the top 4 issues to support a shift to activities-based planning in the proposed plan, along with planning for growth, a vibrant city, and managing the coastline. So it had become very apparent that perverse outcomes were occurring in the industrial environment areas under the operative plan. The operative plan was developed at a time of low growth in the district, and it sought to encourage development through flexible and non-directive planning rules. And as a fully effects-based plan, the operative plan protects the rest of the district from the effects of industry, but doesn't prioritise the needs and future needs of industrial activities themselves. Because the level of adverse effects permitted in the industrial environment areas is higher than the other zones, many non-industrial activities can achieve either permitted activity status or readily achieve resource consent. And here we have the Valley Mega Centre at Waiwakaho, which is the infamous example of this effect. A 3-hectare big box retail park on industrial land. But there are multiple examples dispersed through the industrial environment areas of commercial, recreational and retail activities. For example, there's a supermarket in Vogeltown, a trampoline park in Glenavon, a dance school in West Town, 2 swim schools in 2 different industrial environment areas. There are gymnasiums and childcare centres. And the impact of this, of course, is twofold. These retail, commercial and recreation activities establishing the industrial environment areas means they haven't established in the business environment areas. Thank you, Charles. So in order to respond to these issues, the District Plan Review set about identifying the key resource management issues for industry, as well as undertaking a full zone audit of established business and industrial areas.
Alec, just a question here. You said there were twofold impacts of the past ODP. The first one was these activities weren't locating in business environmental areas. What was the second?
The fact that they were establishing in industrial environment areas and therefore affecting the integrity of the industrial environment.
Around this sensitivity issues.
That
was just general integrity.
General integrity, and reverse sensitivity, land supply. It sort of became an everything zone rather than a true industrial zone.
Okay, thank you.
Best way to describe it.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. So the zone audit was undertaken in 2016 and 17. It reviewed land uses, access and transport, interface with adjoining areas, recent development and containment. Thank you. The key findings of the zone audit were that there was a significant increase in non-industrial uses on industrial zoned land. Secondly, that the district has a healthy supply of industrial land. And third finding was that some industrial activities, especially in the suburban settings, were being affected by reverse sensitivity effects. And scope for rezoning these sites was identified and carried forward.
So a couple of questions I've got marked up in your report, Ali, is about the zone audit. So blueprint 2015 zone audit was undertaken
16, 17.
16, 17. And who did that? Was that an in-house staff?
That was an in-house staff lead.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So they looked across all of the zones?
The business and industrial zones, I understand. Those two. Open space as well.
Open space as well.
Great, thank you for that.
Thanks, Charles. So 4 key resource management issues were identified. You would see these in the section 32 evaluation. Out of zone activities undermining the role and function of the industrial zone. Out of zone activities undermining the role and function of the business zones. Availability of land for industrial growth. And managing the adverse effects of industrial activities. And these resource management issues have led to a series of strategic objectives in the proposed district plan to support vibrant and viable centre zones and to ensure land supply for industrial activities. And UFD 18 and 22 there are the key drivers for the general industrial zone. The general industrial zone has a strategic role in supporting the commercial and mixed use zones, just as the hierarchy of centres have a role in complementing and supporting one another, and in particular, the city centre zone. Looking now at the objectives for the general industrial zone chapter, the key messages from these objectives are the general industrial zone is for industrial activities. The general industrial zone is not an alternative location for commercial activities. That non-industrial activities will need to demonstrate they do not compromise the role and function of the zone or compromise the viability and vitality of the commercial and mixed use zones. And that the nuisance effects of activities are to be managed, and there's a particular focus there on the effects at zone boundaries. And here's a snapshot of the rules for the general industrial zone, where this approach will become obvious in practice. And a reminder of the traffic light system with permitted activities there in green, discretionary activities in orange, and non-complying activities in that red colour. And we can clearly see there the prioritisation of industrial activities, which does include a limited amount of permitted ancillary activity, office and retail limited to 15% of the gross floor area. And there are several other permitted non-industrial activities which acknowledge their support for industrial activities or an operational need to be in the zone. These activities are limited in gross floor area.
Just before you go off that slide, Ms. Gibson, the discretionary activities, they're activity entry levels as opposed to default activities.
Correct, yes. Building activities are permitted and relocated buildings are controlled in the proposed plan as notified.
If there's non-compliance with a big standard for a permitted activity, what's the default activity status?
It defaults to discretionary.
Fully discretionary.
Fully discretionary. I would just like to check that that's the case for all of them. For industrial activities, it defaults to restricted discretionary. For the others, to fully discretionary. So looking at those discretionary activities, an element of commercial service, ag and hort and rural industry activities is anticipated in the zone through the discretionary activity resource consent. But the general industrial zone chapter makes significant use of the non-complying activity status. Most non-industrial activities are non-compliant in the zone, sending that very clear message that the general industrial zone is for industrial activities. And you'll note down the bottom there, the catch-all rule is also a non-compliant rule.
When you say catch-all rule, what does that mean?
Any activity that's not otherwise listed in the table. So, is it clear? Thank you, Charles. So turning to the submissions, 46 original submission points and 7 further submission points were received on the general industrial zone chapter. And these came predominantly from iwi and hapu, public sector agencies and the association representing building relocation companies. And they've been grouped into 6 issues in my analysis. Number 1, to provide for a broader range of activities to establish in the general industrial zone. Secondly, to relax the parameters for permitted activities, and to relax the activity status for relocated buildings. Number 4, reverse sensitivity at zone boundaries. Number 5, effect standards, and lastly, industrial stormwater and waste. And on the next slide, I've recommended the following amendments in response to those submissions. Adding emergency service facilities as restricted discretionary activities in the industrial zone. So thinking back to that table that introduces another entry level activity type, being restricted discretionary. Secondly, reclassifying relocated buildings from controlled activity to permitted activity. Amending objective 2 to provide greater recognition of the potential adverse effects from industrial activities, and amending a number of provisions to refer to the concept of planned character. So having read the pre-circulated evidence in response to my 42A report, I consider that there are 6 matters that remain in contention. Firstly, the gross floor area for permitted activity community correction facilities. Secondly, bond payments and matters of discretion for relocated buildings. Thirdly, activity status for commercial service activities. Fourthly, parameters for food and beverage retail stores. Fifthly, the maximum height for structures at Orokuriri. And lastly, height in relation to boundary controls at zone boundaries. Thank you. Do commissioners have any questions or points of clarification? I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you very much, Ellie, and it was a great presentation. Just in terms of, the first part of discussing the 42A reports at the start is just to hone us in on the issues. So great report and really excellent introduction for us. Particularly like the pictures and how you flowed through. So thank you for that. At this hearing, we're going to start with Commissioner McMahon in terms of questions. So start with him.
Thanks, Stephen. Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Not a lot from me. It's pretty tight and ring-fenced chapter. A couple of general things I just want to explore with you. First is just about the overall strategy and thrust. So I'm getting a sense that there's a real desire to prioritise industrial activities over any other activities in the zone, and that reflects previous trends in the district, and particularly ensuring that there's a supply of industrial land for future demand, and also, and you've touched on this a little bit, arresting the leakage from out of the centre zones, and I think particularly in terms of retail and office space. And when I refer to centre zones, I guess I'm not just referring to the CBD there, it's all centre zones, presumably.
Correct.
If we just look at the first of those drivers, that's ensuring an adequate supply of industrial land for future development. You're pretty much reliant on the property economics.
I am, yes.
And does that form part of the housing business assessment that's required under the MPSUD or UDC prior to that?
I understand. I think it was a two-way relationship actually. I think some of the data was generated by the council that fed into the property economics work,
right,
and then some of the conclusions drawn by property economics then came back into the next draft. Am I correct there, Sarah, that there was some work, especially around population growth that was done?
That's more so for the residential component of it, but certainly for the industrial land supply. Of course, those reports were produced when it was MPS UDC.
Yes.
So it was produced at that time. Yes. And but in any case, the initial brief to property economics was just for us to get a handle as to the disbursement of different types of activities, so that we knew that this was the factual evidence to understand what was happening. From there, we could see how much industrial land supply was left, how much we needed up against those population predictions, and that's how we landed where they were. When the MPSUD came out, we ran those figures to understand what our capacity was to make sure that we were hitting those targets for the MPSUD.
And,
Sorry.
and what forum or deliverable did that rerunning of that assessment take? Was there a report produced?
Yes, so there's the update. So I think they certainly, the first versions you can see in the section 32.
Yes.
And they'll be in a combination across the centre zone and the industrial zone. So those are appended to those section 32s. So those ones were done around about 2018, I think.
Yes.
And then the second run, you'll see in the strategic directions chapter, you'll see the updated versions from there. So those are the updates that ran those against the NPSUD.
So that was last year.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, late last year.
Oh, actually, no, right up till this year. This year.
There's
June.
appendix 3 for Ali in your evidence, so that's June 2021.
Yes, yes.
So is that updated
Yes.
to be right up to date to, yes, that's what I thought.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. So, based on those latest figures, Ms. Gibson, it looks like that through to the projected 2053,
2053.
there's a surplus of industrial land in the vicinity of around 80 hectares. And I was interested, and thank you for providing the figure, to hear that. Well, that's that the potential zonings that have been sought account for up to 70 hectares. So if they were given effect to, it'd still be a surplus, although much reduced.
Correct, yes, some 10 hectares. Bearing in mind that 80 hectares doesn't account for constraints of topography,
Of course.
etc.
Yes. It's one thing to have sufficient land, at least in theory. It's another to have it in the right place. And are you confident from what you've seen that the location of the industrial zones are in the right place?
I think in terms of the transport networks, yes, certainly they are. I understand that pipeline capacity out to Parati has been sized, ready for that future industrial growth out there. You will have read in the property economics report about the imbalance between the western and eastern sides of New Plymouth and also the catchment from which the employees live and then they travel to work out to the north. There are, it's in theory, there's a great case for popping some industrial zoning out to that western side of New Plymouth. But there are difficulties in that there would be a need to use the local roading network, for example. We've got the port dominating out there. We've also got established residential areas. So it's not as simple as just saying let's colour a bit out here. I think it's something that we will need to look at carefully through the future development strategy work and just seeing how growth occurs. But I would also note, and it wasn't picked up, or stressed rather, in the property economics report, that there is a large population growth node also out north, Bell Block, Waitara Way, where that industrial land at the moment is, that vacant list of industrial land suppliers.
Thank you. Obviously, there's been quite a bit of consolidation with 4 or 5 or 4 zones, 4 or 5, maybe 5 or 6 zones actually transferring into really 2 or 3, one general one, and then the port and Methanex zone.
Oh, right, yes, down, from the operative.
From the operative plan.
Yes.
What was the general function of having such a division of zonings in the ODP? Did you get into that?
I have had a little look. The 4 of them were very similar, but they recognised their location in relation to sensitive land uses.
Yes.
So, and yes, that's understand it. So it was really around largely around amenity values and differences there.
Right. In any event, there's a clear strategic objective now that really underpins a deliverable or mechanism of having a single general industrial zone. And the specific activities can be covered in the special purpose zones.
Yes, yes. I think there's a recognition that there's a modernising of the sector and that need to separate industrial zones into, light or heavy, just wasn't necessary. And, it's a streamlining decision as well.
Just want to move very briefly onto the zone audits that you covered in your
Right.
42A.
Sure.
And I probably just misunderstood this. I wonder if you could explain that you said as a result of the audits, 5 small suburban industrial enclaves were rezoned. What was the zoning of those enclaves?
Yes, apologies, and that it wasn't a fulsome statement actually. So 5 were rezoned from an industrial environment area to residential environment. So this is traditional spot zoning, where reverse sensitivity was causing such an issue that the industrial activities are really no longer viable. So
in the proposed plan, they're no longer industrial.
they're no longer industrial.
Okay.
You will see them as residential zoning.
Sorry, I completely misunderstood that. Sorry.
And just to round that out, there were also areas of industrial environment area that were rezoned to commercial zones, mixed use in particular. Yes, which I apologise, I wasn't fulsome in my statement.
So they either went to residential or mixed use.
Correct. So the 4 or 5 I've mentioned, they are residential, but there were also probably another handful mixed use. I'm thinking out New Smart Road. And
I presume that audit also looked at, and I think you probably touched on that, that the remaining pockets had their industrial zoning retained as a general industrial zoning.
that's right.
So the point you're making there is that wasn't simply a rolling over, there was some thought given into whether the industrial zoning was fit for purpose on those
Exactly.
areas.
Yes.
Stephen, that's my general questions. I have some specific ones, which I was going to deal with at the end of the hearing, but
Up to you.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of time, so if you want to roll.
okay. I guess the next question is about the role of, sorry, the second part of the equation of this general was the leakage factor.
Right. Yes.
And just want to explore that in a number of ways. You showed a photo of the infamous mega centre, I think, to quote you.
Yeah.
What was the expectation and the ultimate plan for large format retail? Where was it expected to go if it wasn't going to be the industrial zone? Surely wasn't the CBD, was it?
No, I just think it probably wasn't anticipated
Okay.
at all. Would that be fair? This would have been drafted mid-90s. Retail, big box retail parks were probably very new then. There are a lot of activities that this plan didn't anticipate, and I expect that was one of them.
Yes. So this would have established as a restricted discretionary activity?
No, it needed resource consent. I'm sorry, I don't know.
As a restricted discretionary?
Probably, yes.
From what I can understand, it was mostly on transportation
Yes.
issues, not on the activities of course themselves,
Sure.
or any of the other types of amenity considerations. It was transport.
Yes. The mixed use zone, is that a new construct for this plan, or did they have a presence in the district plan also?
So there were several business environment zones. One of them may have had an element of mixed use,
Yes.
but not in the typical sense. When we think of mixed use being commercial, residential, retail,
Yes.
no, there was no construct like that.
Okay. and the evidence for leakage from the centre zones, that's, you're relying on the property economics reports
Yes.
from previous hearing.
Yes, from hearing one, yes.
The only other specific issue I wanted to get your view on is the activity status of commercial service activities.
Yes.
I think there's been some submissions on this,
Mhm.
and my understanding is that there are an entry level of discretionary activity
Yes.
and the proposed plan.
Yes.
And you've covered this off. In pages 19 and 20, issue 3, I think it is.
Yes.
Yes. And there's also the issue of the full space corrections facilities too.
Yes.
You say that the general industrial zone is characterised by a lower level of amenity than other zones. I don't think anyone would dispute that at all. But I'm just wondering why you think discretionary activity as opposed to restricted discretionary activity for commercial service activities is more appropriate, because that's the test we need to consider. Previously cases, that the Forest and Bird case, Judge Patrick talks about where the environmental outcome can be achieved by more than one activity status. Through the non-wastage approach, the efficiency approach would suggest that you go with the lower activity status. In relation to the categorisation of commercial service activities, I wondered whether that philosophy might not apply.
It is a tricky one because the two commercial service activities and industrial and light industry, are fairly similar.
Yes.
But for me, it really comes back to the strategic objective for industry and the need to, when considering these activities, commercial service activities, to apply strategic level of thinking, and the need to go right back to those strategic objectives and the objectives of the chapter. Whereas a restricted discretionary activity, you ought to be able to list methods of discretion that are more limited than that strategic level of thinking that I consider needs to be applied.
Do you have doubts that, well, under both activity statuses, the activity could be defined?
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Yes. Do you have doubts about the ability to identify and prescribe matters of discretion?
Yes. Yes, which is something that I've turned my mind to, the submission from Te Kotahi-tanga.
Yes.
I attempted to draft matters of discretion, but really I needed a greater level of strategic thinking than what I could capture in matters of discretion for a restricted discretion activity, given the strategic development of the need to protect industry and to ensure the zone is for industrial activities.
Yes. Two things arising there. I presume, I haven't checked this, the submitter didn't identify matters of discretion.
They did.
They did.
And one of which was a reference back to policy 2, which to my mind goes part way. It doesn't mention mixed use zones, and the impact on them, for example, which is the home zone of commercial service activities. So I would want to go broader than what they had suggested.
So commercial service facilities have an entry level permitted in the mixed use zone.
Yes. And similarly, industrial activities are discretionary. So yes, it's a flip.
Okay. So to summarise, you're saying that the strategic direction that reflected in the objective and policy framework is best, in your view, is best as the most appropriate activity status is discretionary. Stephen, I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, David, though. Hanging on, understanding, that last comment about the evidence validation between mixed use and industrial and how they interrelate.
Stephen, I note that of those various submissions that seek rezoning of industrial land, the vast majority seek mixed use.
Yes, that's
zoning.
right. Yes.
A couple's one sub-regional, one unspecified, but and one residential, but all the rest mixed use.
Correct. And just on that point, I'd just like to note that one of the rezonings, which I didn't include in that list, because it sits with the future urban zoning, is a large area of industrial zoning at Orokuriri, which is we have a submission on for it to return to rural production land.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Littlejohn, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner McMahon's already touched on a couple of the topics I was interested in, Ms. Gibson. I guess the first one, and it's something he did pick up on in paragraph 16 of the 32 section 32 report for these zones. You make a reference to the research you did and state well, I'm assuming you did the 32 report. If you didn't, stick your hand up and tell me now. Considerable number of properties throughout the district are suitable for rezoning from an industrial area to either commercial or residential. And then you've got details of these are contained in Appendix 2. But when you get right to the end of the report, Appendix 1, you've got rezoned properties, and those are ones that are going from a different zone to industrial. And then you have the New Plymouth land capacity assessment. So was there supposed to be another appendix which had, in a similar format that you've done for Appendix 1, those properties that have changed their zoning from industrial to a different zone?
Those will be contained in the zoning, the 32A reports for the zone to which they are. Which way around did it? Sorry, forgive me, Commissioner Littlejohn, I'm just getting my head around it myself. And I don't have the appendix in front of me.
Okay.
So,
is that a document that you could provide us with, though? I mean, it's probably a small point, but the 32 report does refer to an appendix which doesn't appear to have been included, and I just wanted to get a sense of it, because no doubt they will be dealt with in the various rezoning provisions. But I'm just interested in looking at the range of industrial land that's moved to a different zoning. That's all.
we can certainly get that information for you.
All right, that's good. Now the other matter was in going to the 42A report, and it was I think it was one of the last matters you were discussing with Commissioner McMahon. At section 6, there's a heading there: requests to rezone general industrial zoned land. So these are submissions who are seeking that the proposed new general industrial zoning applied to their property be reverted back to a different zone or go to a different zone entirely. Are you able to give me a sense of the sorts of land areas we're talking about there? I mean, if all of these zoning requests to take them out of the general industrial were accepted by the panel, what would that do to the total area of industrial land that we're looking at for the overall urban supply for the long term?
So I've approximated this total, and it is 70 hectares. The largest area is that at Orokuriri, which I just mentioned, of some 33 hectares, I think it is.
Okay.
And
Is this the same 70 hectares you talked to Commissioner McMahon about, and I just maybe missed that the start of that conversation?
yes, that's
Okay. Okay, no, that's good to know. Thank you. And I think if I understand the answer to Commissioner McMahon's question, it was that even if that land all went out, there's still sufficient capacity out to 2053.
Correct, it would tight, but
Okay, that's good. Thanks for clarifying that.
Can I just jump in there? There was a
Yeah,
figure.
yep.
And it was the largest, was it Orrery?
oh, yes,
Was it 30?
I think it's 33 hectares,
Thank
that
you.
block.
So-
I'll need to, I'll confirm that and when we have a break.
So almost half of the 70 hectares that would be made up in that one bell block. So
That's right, yes. The next largest block is possibly the Blue Haven.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
7 hectare block, and then there's quite a large area out at Motoroa as well.
sorry, just while I'm interrupting you, I was to see that the Corbett Road site, the Bunnings submission, didn't seem to specify
No.
a zone, just didn't like the zone.
Just didn't like.
How are you dealing with that, or have you dealt with that?
It'll be just a matter of making a decision on the submission
This will be the rezoning hearing.
at the rezoning hearing, yes.
So if they don't specify any relief, we can't do anything with their submission, is that?
Well, I guess.
We'll flip a coin, Stephen.
The operative plan zoning is in play.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
we'll get to that.
Yes.
That's the tree, I don't we know about that too, I thought it was interesting.
Sorry, Stephen, I was interrupting there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You've tolerated me interrupting you guys all the time, so this is just how we roll. So the couple of matters, one more general matter, and it really does come to paragraph 3 in the executive summary of the 42A report. And I guess this is a theme that went through our hearing 1, which was where we're setting up the shift in rationale for activities-based planning to protect the industrial zone from retail and recreation. And the last sentence there, this caused a number of resource management issues, including reverse sensitivity effects on lawful industrial activities and a reduction in business and retail vibrancy in the commercial zones. Now, when I go to the property economics report, I see similar statements like that, but I don't know whether I'm not sure I've seen any particular examples. So I'm wondering if off the top of your head, you've got some examples, real-time examples of these two particular issues. One, a reverse sensitivity effect arising for a lawful industrial activity. And then the other one is this reduction in business and retail vibrancy in the commercial zones and how that's sort of been determined.
Right. Well, the reverse sensitivity issues certainly became apparent with the spot zoning, for want of a better phrase, suburban industrial areas around town. So I think I've talked about a few of them. I can't name the businesses, I'm sorry, but that was identified and rezoning has been proposed there.
But how did it manifest itself? Were there complaints to the council or legal action between the owners for nuisance, or how did it manifest?
I understand in several instances that businesses relocated to areas where they had industrial neighbours or industrial zoned neighbours, but I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in the zone audit back in the day, but Sarah might be able to shed a little light.
We have had, for example, Ali described where we've got in a couple of industrial areas where we've got some swim schools have gone in. With one of those industrial areas, and this is in Remu Street, which is in Maryland's area. So it's again one of those suburban industrial areas where we've got an old, it used to be an old lollipops play area. So it was designed so people could go there in the weekend and they had all inflatables and things like that. That business shut down, and then it got developed into quite a substantial childcare. So it started off with infants, expanded to babies, so now it goes right up to kids right till they're heading into school. So it's got essentially 3 schools established in there for all the different age brackets. Then came the swim school that went next to it. So right next door to that, you've got an aluminium factory, a dockyard, as in the Department of Conservations with all-weather keep all the off-road vehicles. You've got a nursery, you've got pipes screeching, the noise, all of those types of things right next to a really, really busy childcare centre. So as a result of that, there's been an awful lot of investment to do with safety and barriers to keep these children safe, pick up drop-off points, separation of the lanes, because of course there's big turning heads in these areas where you had people getting children in and out of cars right next to a truck reversing with a full load of aluminium or joinery, that sort of thing. So that's one example we've got. We've got lots
So
of
sorry, Sarah, Paul, so that was Remu Street, did you say?
Yeah,
And what was the underlying zoning, did you say?
industrial.
Okay. And is that still there? I'm just trying to find Remu Street. I see is it a mixed use zone in between Cumberland, Nevada and Mangere Road. Is Remu Street, which direction would it, I got my map open.
Right down by the river, by Waikaiho. So it drops down. It's in a really discreet area. So you go to the end of Remu Street.
Remu, I see, yeah.
Down there, and it's sort of right up against Sacred Heart Girls, their playing field.
Yep. Okay. Now, well, that's very helpful. So that was one example. You had a lot of sort of, yeah. Okay. Moving to there. And did you say were you going to rattle off another one?
I'm just trying to think what the first. So that was to do with the reverse sensitivity issue. What was the first part of your question?
Oh, I just wanted some examples in terms of how the reverse sensitivity issue manifested itself. And what you've said to me is that it quite clearly did this here because the council in a way needed to step in and manage the interface between the activities to keep the more sensitive one safe from the one that was there first and effectively able to be there under the zoning.
In fairness to that childcare, I think they've paid for the upgrade of everything. So
okay.
Come out of council's pocket, I assume. I can certainly confirm that for you, but I'd imagine there would have been council intervention to ensure that the areas were made safe for people. But there are other examples of childcare going in there. But then we've also had through the zone audits, we've had a lot of older industrial sites that just by nature hasn't been a reverse sensitivity effect just so much. It's been as the town has grown around them, these sites have slowly sort of got pushed out, and it's the natural change in land use. So example would be Robert Stone, which is the Robert Stone site, which is off Carrington Road, or Carrington Street, sorry, which is by the big power station, where the Transpower all comes in on that big substation up there.
Another one.
An old industrial site up there. That was quite heavy industry, and now that is all housing. So that's been developed since the just as the proposed plan was being released. So that's gone to rezoning. So that wasn't so much a reverse sensitivity thing. That's just inevitable with land use changing.
And change.
Yeah, and further down Carrington Street, there is Cambrian Engineering. So Cambrian Engineering have, I think they do support the dairy industry with some of their engineering and pipes and bits and bobs. Again, that's right opposite Vogeltown Park, which is where Old Boys Rugby Club is, residential right round. So these are some of those older suburban zone sites that have naturally just changed over the years. And so in that case, that's gone to sort of a light a lighter style medium density zone, even though it is zoned residential, the intensity is a little bit more, the density that's been granted residence consent is a little bit more intense. So and that's just a natural change.
All right. No, that's very helpful. Thanks for that. The other bit of the question was around how you determined this sense of vibrancy being reduced in the commercial zones and the link with retail activity sort of leaking out. Now, I know we sort of had a long discussion about this at hearing one, and I guess I've just been reflecting on that and just wondered whether there was, just whether there's any more evidence you could sort of assist us with there in terms of this reduction in a look and feel of a place as a consequence of a shift in where retail activity might be happening.
Certainly, we've had this really comes through those really hard economic facts where you'll see in the property economics report, and what you'll see through there is retail disbursement, but it's more so office disbursement. So we've seen a lot of offices move out. I think it's a combination of retail declining, as in bricks and mortar moving away from actually having a retail space, but people still are needing an office space. And what we've seen is a large, we've got some very, very big offices that are located in industrial areas. For example, First Gas, for example, is a large company that employs a sizable amount of workers, office-based workers who are in an industrial park in Bell Block. Greymouth Petroleum, another, we've had a lot of these Powerco's in an industrial area. They, of course, share office space in the Civic Centre, but then we've got a lot of engineers. And often it's associated with the depot as well, but we do have a lot of administration and purely office-based people in industrial areas right throughout the district. So it's more so the office, but there are examples of pure retail activities in industrial areas as well. And they become somewhat destinations in their own right, because they'll have something that's unusual that's attracting people to that industrial area for that particular shop.
With the office stuff, I suppose there's so many factors at play. I mean, there's accessibility, there's parking, there's ability to co-locate with your core business, all of those sorts of things. I understand. I appreciate that. Now, I also appreciate you're not actually the author of the 42A report, and you're providing all of these quite helpful examples. So, Mr. Chair, are we comfortable with Sarah's evidence, Sarah's views about, and the example she's given us being on the record in this way? I think we should.
Look, I think we are. I think just in terms of the experience that Sarah has across the district, certainly searching for examples to back up. Those are real examples. I don't think they'll be contested by anyone. So comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you, Sarah. That's very helpful. Back to you, Ms. Gibson. Just, I guess, two questions now, going down into the detail a little bit. This sort of catchment prohibition around the sort of the food and beverage to support industrial, the 200-metre sort of thing, is that where have you sort of pulled that number from? Is that based on a current analysis of the distribution of food and beverage outlets throughout the large existing industrial park areas? Or is that just you think that at 200 metres you're not going to create little hubs of pie shops?
Yes, it's the latter. It is actually an arbitrary figure, and it is something that I'm contemplating. It's a really tricky. It's a really a tricky one to achieve what we're trying to achieve, which is not having a hub, but allowing a little bit of market.
Variety, yeah, potentially.
Yes, so it's not something that I've actually come to a conclusion on just yet, but I think
Okay.
we're probably being a bit prescriptive there.
Okay. Okay.
But just if I could add a little bit there, looking at other plans around the country, there are limits for similar types of premises in industrial zones on floor area, but not on numbers.
Yeah, I think that's right. You sort of, yeah, but again, I can understand why you'd sort of go down that level of thinking, because the other alternative is to sort of create little local centres and have a couple of titles that you zone as local centres, and then you effectively shoehorn that sort of activity into that particular zone. But look, that's something we'll have a think about, no doubt. And my final one really comes to the point you were discussing with Commissioner McMahon about the commercial services activity status, the difference between discretionary and restricted discretionary. And I guess that's something we'll cogitate on over the course of it, and we'll listen to I think Ms. Bellamy's evidence. I think she's the one who makes the sort of the biggest sort of argument for it. From I mean, your response to Commissioner McMahon's questions was that you didn't think that a restricted discretionary could capture all of the things that you might want to identify for discretion to be exercised around. And I understand that. The other side of the question, and it's the one I wanted to explore with you, is how from a process point of view, does council treat a discretionary activity versus a restricted discretionary activity versus a non-complying activity, for example? Now, I know when we allocate these statuses in district plans, the theory is that they create an ever-increasing degree of scrutiny. I think that's the way the High Court's referred to it, a degree of scrutiny. But from my experience, the status also becomes a little bit of a default setting for notification. And the assumption from processing planners, for example, is that if it's restricted discretionary, there's very limited, you don't need to worry about a notification concept. But once you move to discretionary and certainly non-complying, then the status alone seems to create this nervousness or this tension that sort of leads itself to shoehorning a notification decision out of the status rather than a proper effects assessment. Now, I appreciate you're not in the consent processing team, but I'd still be interested in your observations around how the council reacts in a procedural sense to applications of a different status.
It's a really interesting question, and the matter of notification has not crossed my mind at all when contemplating these activity statuses, which I guess is perhaps more a reflection of myself as a practitioner, and I have worked in the consents area, and especially under effects-based planning, the activity status to me doesn't necessarily indicate a notification or non-notification pathway. I've been involved in non-complying activities that haven't been notified, for example. I don't think that's uncommon. I suppose the non-complying activity status is interesting in that it hasn't found favour through the Resource Management Act review and doesn't look like it's got much of a long life left. And that, I think, as you pointed out in hearing 4 or 5, it's largely stigmatic rather than any kind of real difference between that and a discretionary activity. Restricted discretionary, yes, I mean, I see that. I know the word is the word enabling is taken in different ways to different people, but to me, a restricted discretionary activity status is enabling. But to me, it doesn't mean that there is a need for notification or non-notification.
All right.
I don't make that link. But
okay, well, no, that's a fair answer. I mean, that's actually it's the right answer in a way, because you shouldn't be allocating activity status on whether or not you think something ought to be notified or not, because there's a whole other calculator that deals with that. No, that's a fair answer. I appreciate that. All right. No, those were the only matters I really wanted to chat to you about. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Kit. 4 questions. I think I've got my fingers through. Paragraph 55. Gibson. Do you have an update for us on the Blue Haven situation, which you said you would or someone would have at the start of this hearing?
Yes, and once again, I will defer to Sarah for this. I have not been involved myself.
You should have received a memorandum that was lodged by council, both council, which indicates that Blue Haven have made submissions on the industrial zone. But given that we've had a pre-hearing meeting together to discuss their proposed zoning, they've respectfully requested that they don't appear today in the nature and the to allow for the discussions to carry on in goodwill, so that we can look to progress some sort of zoning together in those negotiations. In that memorandum, the status of it is Blue Haven are currently putting together their zone, which is to be submitted to council probably this week, and then we'll review it. Our obligation is to come back to Blue Haven on the 5th of December with a response. So we'll go through a sort of drafting exercise together to see where we land. And then I think from memory, on the 17th of December, both parties will provide an update to the hearing panel to let you know where we've got to in terms of the proposed zoning and whether there's some common ground here.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we've seen that. Christine. Yes.
Okay, it was on Friday. It was.
Oh, okay. Julie was on leave on Friday, so
yes.
Yeah. So that's all fine, and thanks for that report back. Second question, which is one for you, Ali. Paragraph 94. I'm intrigued by the performance bond discussion, debate that we're having with house movers. And I'm very familiar with these bonds in a resource consent framework, particularly for major big projects where bonds are quite often on the table. My questions around this definition is, when I looked at the evidence of house movers, my experience with these bonds is that the lawyers argue for a whole bunch of different mechanisms around bonds. It's not normally handing cash over out of your back pocket. There are bank instruments, which are bank guarantees or bank promissory notes, or a whole bunch of different things. So my question first is that this bond definition doesn't seem to, what my reading, it doesn't seem to allow more innovative so that's the first question. How you read it as well?
Yes, it is, and the definition does suffer from some errors as well. The references to sections of the Act that don't exist. We don't have any submissions on the definition itself.
Yes.
Which is interesting. I don't know whether it's perhaps I don't want to leap forward too far because the submitter isn't here,
Yes.
but I'd just like to signal to you that we've had a good discussion with the consent stand, including Pete, who's here today, and our position has moved.
All right, so we'll hear about that
Yeah,
later on in
yes.
response. So just a question of clarification, is that relocate bond used in other places of the plan
No, it's just for relocation buildings
across all of the zones?
across all of the zones. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Question number 2 is at 154 of your section 42A report. 154, page 35.
Oh, yes, right.
Yes, this term plan character made its way into the strategic directions objectives chapter throughout interim guidance, didn't it?
That's right.
Yes. Just to the practitioner, are you comfortable with that term capturing the essence of what you've changed predominant character to plan character? Are you comfortable with that term yourself?
I am. I think it refers, it connects better with the objectives for the zone, because that's, we were describing what we're wanting, what we're planning, rather than predominant, which perhaps alludes more to maintaining what's there. Yes, I'm comfortable with it. We've had a good discussion around planned character versus planned urban form, but I think for the industrial zone, planned character is a useful phrase.
Thank you for that. And just more generally, is there anything left over in the interim guidance we've given around strategic objective that troubles you or concerns you, or you? Yeah.
In relation to the industrial
Yes.
zone, it's something I haven't turned my mind to, but certainly nothing that's alarmed me as I've gone through.
Good. So maybe in the right reply, you can just
Yes, okay,
take this on there.
I'll do that.
Paragraph 165 on page 39 of your section 42A report.
Pardon me,
Sorry, 165, page 39.
165. Oh, the matters of discretion,
Yes.
yes.
So look, I thank you both very much for doing this little new section in your 42A report. So I think it's excellent to go back and have a think about those in response to number 14. My question is probably more generally for the team. You can give me an answer first.
Yes.
We signalled in minute 14 that we'd like the officers to address us on any of these matters of control or discretion that you thought might be better from given the case law and the matters we raised. My question is one of process rather than content. Scope for us doing this, do you see this? You know, we have to work our way through this as well. I think the first thing is to be alerted to provisions that we think may well fail on the tests that the courts have given us. But then there's a process thing around scope. So
Yes. Yes,
any
and it does
any
concern me.
thoughts
I mean, just the very fact that we're tinkering with them without a submission in front of us, you know, is unsettling, isn't it? However, I mean, scope was at the forefront of my mind when I was having an attempt at redrafting these. I suppose for me, it's a bit of a safety net because we will at some stage have a protocol around how these are drafted, and I think the view is, you know, we're doing these as individuals as we come along with our 42A reports, but at the end, and it will be this plan integration hearing, we will be making sure that we have followed a protocol which will be retrospective in these cases.
Yes,
And there may be some changes to these.
yes. All right, because when we issued minute 14, we were well aware of the scope issue, but we thought we'd better at least get on the table areas which might run foul of the tests.
That's right.
And then we can work out our decision or recommendation, decision making role, let's call it that, when we make recommendations.
And yeah, that's the beauty of this process, isn't it? That you're not having to make a recommendation at the end of each hearing.
But as a package.
Yes, so that we can revisit some of this.
Yes, as a teams where many of this wording flows through lots of chapters, so at least we can open it on. So that was just my question for you there. Anything else to comment about that? No? All right. That's all I have, and we'll certainly come back in the or I'll reply later today. Thank you very much, Ms. Gibson. That's a good start for today. We'll take a break now before we hear from Dermot. Come back at 11:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Freeman, before we go into you, I'd just like to have a follow-up discussion with Edwards about the Blue Haven Minute. I've just sent around the commissioners and thinking it's only 2 pages. For efficiency, it'd be good just to give you a verbal response on the record in terms of the queries in the memorandum, so we don't have to sort of issue a minute or anything. So I wonder whether the commissioners, if you've got your computers open, we'll do this in this order because it's do that. You got your version there, Kit?
I'm just reading it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
So just to foreshadow, there's just a couple of points in terms of just confirming the timetable, which seems reasonable to me. 1.12 of the memorandum actually asks for us to agree to deferring Blue Haven submission from today's hearing. We do that because it's past the point anyway. And also that the other parties support that deferment as well. So obviously that's the request of us. And the last point was, and we accept that. 1.13 was the request that would be a report back on the 7th of December to update us. So that's fine as well. So if you could just someone go back to the parties on our behalf. Are there any other questions from the commissioners about the memorandum and the actions going forward?
Not so much on the actions going forward. I recall at our hearings last week, someone from Te Kotahitanga indicating that they wanted to be involved in these discussions as well. That might just be something, I might be misremembering it though. Does anyone else in the room remember that? I'm sure Sarah Mako or indicated that she might like to be involved in discussions along with the hapu as well.
I think our minute Kit made it clear that the council was to include all parties that were relevant to.
Oh, look, if that's the case and no one's been missed out that ought not to have been missed out, then that's fine. But no, I think it's a positive step forward to try and resolve the issue.
If I may just add, that point did come up in the pre-hearing meeting, and the first step is to get the bones of something together before we start sharing with other parties. But, so Ms. Marklow has emphasised a lot to me informally that they would definitely like to be involved, but we're also aware there's Waka Kotahi and we've got Kaikoura in the mix as well. So
Are they all submitters or further submitters?
further submitters. Yes.
Certainly after my experience this morning, I think it's vital that the Kotahi are involved. I'm pretty familiar with planning around those sorts of facilities and all around the country. Those transportation issues are significant. So for what it's worth, pass that on as well. Thank you. Thanks. You know, I thought we'd just deal with that now, so we didn't have to sort of have that hanging around as an action to come back to the administrators on. Thank you. Right, Mr. Friendly, welcome back. You've met Commissioner Littlejohn and I over Zoom on hearings 4, but this is your first hearing in person, I suppose, in 3D. So welcome to our hearings. Yours to introduce your topic.
The other one.
Yeah.
Cool. Kia ora tātou. I'm Dermot Friendly and I'm a planning advisor in the council's district plan team. I have considered the submissions and prepared the section 42A report for the open space and recreation zone chapters. To the hearings panel, welcome back to Taranaki for this hearing, for some of you only in the virtual form. Thank you to all the submitters for their input into these very special zones, and I would like to especially acknowledge Tangata Whenua for their input on the open space and recreation zone chapters and the submissions and evidence they have provided. In the section 32 report and my section 42A report, the special contribution that the open space and recreation zones make in New Plymouth District is evident. These areas form a very special part of our district for Tangata Whenua, residents and visitors alike. New Plymouth District contains high quality and highly used open space and recreation areas. If you were to ask a visitor about their recent trip to New Plymouth, it's highly likely that they will mention the Coastal Walkway, Pukakura Park, or one of the many events that occur in our open space and recreation areas, such as the Festival of Lights or WOMAD. Our open space and recreation zones are not just maintained gardens and walkways, they also include playgrounds, swimming pools, skate parks, sports grounds, large pieces of recreational infrastructure such as TSB Stadium, culturally and historically significant pieces of land such as Pukaka and Papawhero, urban native bush areas and outstanding natural landscapes such as Paratutu. Open spaces are used every day, both formally and informally, for organised markets and festivals, sports, commuting to work and from school, and general recreational use such as family picnics. They are located primarily within urban areas, but are not in themselves characteristically urban. Rather, they provide amenity to New Plymouth District's living and working environments. Here's a photo from the WOMAD Festival, held in the Bowl of Brooklands in Pukakura Park, showing a rather active and formal way that the open space and recreation zones are used. The operative district plan's approach to managing open space land is through 4 distinct subzones or open space environment areas. The intention behind creating open space A, B, and C in Port Taranaki open space environment areas was to recognise the differing character of open space and to manage the use and development within these spaces. Open space A is intended for organised sport and recreation. Open space B for informal recreation such as walking trails, and open space C comprises areas of high value natural heritage. The Port Taranaki Open Space Environment Area recognises the cultural and recreational values associated with Ngā Motu Beach, but signals that surrounding port activities may be further developed in the future. The open space environment areas differ from other zones in that they are not generally intended for building activities or accommodating residential development, nor commercial or industrial enterprise. The operative district plan places an emphasis on the main elements the community values and provides a mechanism for protecting these values. The open space environment areas are located within the district's urban areas and are predominantly on public land, with only a small percentage on privately owned land. The proposed plan essentially rolls over the operative district plan zones of open space A, B or C, but adopts the national planning standards terminology of natural open space, or sport and active recreation zones. As part of the district plan review, the zones were audited, and in a few cases, tidy up rezoning has been proposed in the proposed district plan. The Port Taranaki Open Space Environment Area has been rezoned and forms part of the special purpose port zone. Using an activities-based plan approach means each zone has a distinct role and function, with activities managed accordingly. It is worth keeping in mind that even with this shift from an effects-based plan to an activities-based plan, by default, other non-RMA regulatory functions, such as reserve management plans, have typically managed activities in the open space zones. I'll now briefly step through each of the proposed plan open space and recreation zones. The natural open space zone contains high natural, ecological, landscape and historic heritage values and has a high degree of biodiversity. Examples include Barrett's Domain, Waipu Lagoons, sections of Corporate Park, Paringa Park, and the Ngā Motu or Sugarloaf Islands. Here we see a portion of the Waitara River Scenic Reserve wetland boardwalk. And here is Paratutu and Ngā Motu, which is zoned as the natural open space. The open space zone is very diverse as it contains areas that are used for a range of passive and active leisure and recreational activities. Sites can vary in size and can include used for a range of different activities such as walking and cycling, skateboarding, swimming, surfing, camping and kicking a ball around. Examples include most of the coastal walkway, the Te Henui Cemetery, East End Reserve and the motor camps at Oakura and Belt Road. And here's a shot looking down at the Fountain Lake in Pukekura Park, which is part of the open space zone, but it's just adjacent to the Pukekura Park cricket ground, which as you can see there, and that is actually part of the sport and active recreation zone. The sport and active recreation zones contain open space areas for a range of sport and recreation activities, from professional sports to informal kicking a ball around, along with associated buildings such as club rooms and toilet facilities. Pukekura Park's cricket ground, which is just a short stroll up the road from here, Higford Park, Karo Park, Corbett Park, and Kawerau Park, or the Aquatic Centre, are all zoned as the sport and active recreation zone. And this here's Kawerau Park, and showing the Aquatic Centre portion of it, showing how it is a bit different from just being a classic sort of sports field setup. And this map here, showing the open space and recreation zoned areas, you can see just how much open space and recreation land we have that is accessible in New Plymouth. It's a real mix of different landforms and uses. We have some large pieces of natural open space to the top left there is Paratutu and the Sugarloaf Islands, and just directly below that you can see Barrett Domain, being both of them natural open space. And then there's also a range of different small and large open space and sport and active recreation areas throughout, showing neighbourhood sports grounds, parks, reserves and cemeteries. And if you just want to have a quick look at Pukekura Park, which is just below New Plymouth there, in the New Plymouth wording, you can see how we've got that sport and active recreation with the race course being the largest portion of it, the cricket grounds just to the north, and then you've got open space all through, and then it goes and there's a bit of natural open space just to the south end of the park where it's intact native bush. Next slide, please.
Tim, if we go off
Yeah.
that, I'm a bit of a history buff. Someone must have planned this town with all this open space in the original times. Do you have any background on that system and of interest?
I believe Pukekura Park was built, it was because it was a creek itself and it was built quite a long time ago. It was actually in that photo I had of the operative district plan approach that was Pukekura Park from
Yes.
quite a while ago. I don't know too much about the exact history of it or the New Plymouth, but I do know that quite a bit of our open space land is also some of our land that has been quite hard to develop and just sort of naturally happen over that way. I don't believe Plymouth ever had a town belt proposed,
Yes.
but I could be wrong on that.
Commissioner.
Stephen, can I just jump in there? I've seen this a couple of times in other locations, and it's a clear indication of how the English used to survey the colonies. But if you go onto the district plan, you can see, and you go to Pukekura Park, for example, you'll see a standard grid layout of allotments that underlies Pukekura Park,
Yes.
which was probably looked great in 2 dimensions on paper somewhere in London. But anyone who knows Pukekura Park will know that it was going to be very aspirational to turn it into houses. I mean, it's a really interesting accident of history. You can see it as well with, I think it's Lynmouth Park, similar sort of concept over the other side of town. It's all laid out in sort of standard quarter-acre sections as underlying titles. Very interesting.
How did the racecourse, that big flat area racecourse happen? Was that earthwork to be so flat? Because that always interests me that someone has some forethought to set aside that huge area of land. Maybe the forefathers were racing buffs, but I think Sarah's got a bit of an update for us here. Sarah, if you...
No, actually, Commissioner Littlejohn made the point I was going to make, that right the way through, we've got those old surveys all through there. It's very, very historic, and it's actually got street names were allocated at the same time.
Yes.
But they some didn't eventuate, but of course those main grid patterns coming down to the front of the sea, those streets still have those names that came from those original plans that from England. Yeah, so that was my point I was going to make.
Thank you. So sorry to interrupt you, Jim. It just intrigues me how land use evolves.
I guess in terms of what I do know about the history of the open space, you can definitely see that there's quite a bit more to sort of the eastern side of New Plymouth, and that's sort of, I guess, more so the old New Plymouth, or the initial sort of, compared with the western side, although the western side is serviced by informal open space areas that are not zoned as open space, such as Spotswood Primary School and Francis Douglas, which Memorial College, which operates sort of as open space areas without the zoning.
That's great, thank you.
And so here we are looking at Fitzroy and Bell Block, and here's another example of, you can see the real transition between the 3 zones. As you come along the walkway, you're in the open space zone, and then you go into sport and active recreation just at the Fitzroy Golf Course there by Paringa Park. And then you go back into open space like by Lake Rotomanu, and once you cross the Te Rewere Bridge, you're into natural open space, and that carries on until you get to Hickford Park, back into open space, and then the sport and active recreation zone section in the light green there, that's the Bell Block velodrome area. So it's all kind of, even though they are their own distinct zones, they are very much playing towards each other, complement each other.
Okay.
And it's not just New Plymouth and Bell Block that have a fair amount of open space and recreation land. Here in Waitara, with the Waitara Golf Course, you can see what we were just talking about with that gridded layout. You've got the paper roads going through the back 9 at the top there. Should we go to the next one?
Thank you.
And here's Inglewood. You can see all 3 of the zones are present, along with a number of green spaces that are schools or undeveloped land, and that's just sort of relates to my point earlier, that schools in particular play an unofficial role in providing open space without being zoned as such. And here is Okura and Okato showing all three zones present in the township. Now to look at the objectives of the open space and recreation zones. The objectives for each zone are quite similar between the three chapters. They focus on ensuring open space is available to the public to use and enjoy. The role, function, and predominant character and amenity is not compromised by incompatible activities and or built form. Incorporating and reflecting the tauranga Māori and a minimal or limited presence of buildings. They do differ slightly in their predominant characteristic or predominant use. This is particularly evident in natural open space zone objective 1, which states that undeveloped open areas and expanses of land containing minimal buildings are the predominant characteristic of the natural open space zone. And although they do share overall some similarities in their objectives, this table looks at the different activity statuses of different land use activities between the three zones. And if you ever look at the policies for each zone, you can see the connection between the land use activity status and the policies, which outline the compatible, potentially compatible, and incompatible activities. The top three activities in green are permitted in all three of the zones, but you can see how the differences between the three zones are reflected in what is permitted. For example, campgrounds are only permitted in the open space zone. Community facilities are permitted in the sport and active recreation zone, which reflects sport and active recreation objective 1, which mentions community activities. And the other zones require a discretionary consent for community activities. The natural open space zone does not allow for the same level of activities as the other two zones due to their emphasis on undeveloped open areas and expanses of land. As to be expected, living activities, rural activities, and industrial activities are non-complying in all three zones. So that's sort of the background to the background for the zones. So we'll have a look at the submissions. Submissions were predominantly received from iwi and hapu groups, public organisations, individuals, and network utility operators. Over all three chapters, there was a considerable amount of support to retain the chapters as notified, with 49 submission points supporting the natural open space zone, 21 submission points supporting the open space zone, and 8 submission points supporting the sport and active recreation zone. And these are the key issues raised in submissions. The activities in the open space and recreation zones key issue related to concerns around campgrounds being permitted activities, providing for education facilities in the natural open space zone, including horse riding into the overviews of the zones, and submissions seeking a larger setback when open space and recreation zones border on residential zone land. Strengthen and clarify wording in the chapters is rather self-explanatory. A number of iwi and hapu groups submitted seeking to include specific wording in the chapters, amend objectives and policies, and provide for multi-purpose activities in the natural open space zone. The inclusion of network utilities in the chapters came from Transpower and First Gas, who were seeking to provide for specific inclusion for network utilities in the chapters. After considering the submissions, I've recommended a number of amendments to the chapters that you can see here. There were some additions to the overview that will help provide clarity to plan users through making appropriate activities clear and making it clear as to other chapters of the plan that may be relevant. The wording for effect standards, natural open space zone standard 1, open space zone standard 1, and sports and active recreation zone standard 1 was amended to replace the word building to structures to provide clarity for plan users and for consistency with national planning standards. Following on from Kāinga Ora's general submission on the open space and recreation zone chapters, I've recommended to change the activity status of relocated buildings to permitted in the open space and recreation zones, or in the open space in the sport and active recreation zones. There were changes to the wording for a number of objectives and policies to better reflect tangata whenua values. And rural open space zone R5, which provided for customary activities, was deleted as it was a duplication as it is provided for by rural open space zone rule 6 as multi-purpose activities includes customary activities in the definition. And as per minute 14, I assessed the matters of discretion and control in the chapter and have amended a number of them slightly. Having seen the written evidence from the submitters, I consider that there are only 3 main matters still in contention. Te Kautahitanga o Te Atiawa Trust have disagreed with my recommendation to not replace Natural Open Space Zone Objective 4, Open Space Zone Objective 4 and Sport and Active Recreation Zone Objective 4 with their suggested wording. Te Kautahitanga have also contended that multi-purpose activities should be permitted activities in the Natural Open Space Zone. And lastly, the provision of a bond is part of the need for relocated buildings, which as an issue is much the same as what Ms. Gibson has already stated. I would like to note that the relocation of a building in the Natural Open Space Zone is recommended to remain a discretionary activity. However, I do not see this as a matter of contention as it has not been raised in the evidence. And I did have some corrections, the appendices that I'd like to make.
Let's go, so this is the corrections to your 42A report.
No, to my, just my appendices. It's in the
Okay,
agenda I
so-
provided. Oh, sorry.
Got those. See, there was also some speaking notes that came through from Ms. Johnson and someone on the other service.
Yes, what yours? I've got them.
Yeah, we just, it's quite handy for us having a hard copy, otherwise it's scribbling out. Yeah. Yes, but one of the others,
In case he was bringing it.
Casey, bring it as well.
Julie.
All right, thank you.
So the deletion of Open Space Zone Rule 5 was omitted from Appendix 2, and it's in the addendum version for you with the corrected numbers so that we don't go straight from Open Space Zone Rule 4 to Open Space Zone Rule 6. There were 2 instances where the term Papakainga housing were left in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. The word housing should be removed and it should just be Papakainga as discussed in my section 42 report in paragraphs 208 to 210. I incorrectly amended Open Space Zone Standard 1, crossing out structure when building was meant to be struck out and structure added in. And all those corrections are provided in that addendum and highlighted in yellow.
Excellent.
Hopefully that was helpful to sort of show the diversity in the open space and recreation zone land that we have here in New Plymouth District and the issues raised in the submissions and the matters of contention. That's me. Are there any questions?
So just as a start, incredibly helpful the way you presented that. Certainly when we go to our deliberations and decision writing, having these little potted histories like this, summaries in between the 42A report and the final reply is helpful. So it helps me back up comments as we go as well. So thank you for that. We'll start with Commissioner McMahon for any questions.
Thanks, Stephen. Good morning, Mr. Franklin. Not too much from me, which is probably a reflection of the low number of submissions, 18, and 4 further submissions.
Yeah.
And what I found really useful was this table.
Oh, yeah.
And I should have mentioned that to Ms. Gibson also in the industrial zone. Really useful graphic for a quick reference as to what activities are permitted. The traffic light approach is really clear, a really good visual. So
I found it quite useful as well.
yeah, I'm pretty sure these are the first zone hearings, aren't they? So I presume that'll carry on into the other one. So really good resource. Thank you.
Anticipating your questions, I think.
Yeah.
Wasn't part of it.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
Yeah.
What it brought home to me, and it's not an issue that's within scope, was the fact that retail activities and business service activities are discretionary activities across all 3 zones. I found that really surprising, particularly in light of Ms. Gibson's report about the leakage of office and retail activities from commercial zones. discretionary activities, not necessarily a particularly high bar. And I've looked at the policies and objectives, and I don't really find a lot of support for that activity status in those policies and objectives. Talks about, policy talks, well, the objective is to make these zones predominantly used by activities predominantly used by the public, characterised by leisure, sport, recreation, community, and cultural activities. The role and function is talked about, not compromised by incompatible activities. It's not until you get down to policy 3 that you get a definition of what incompatible activities are, and they include living activities, rural activities, and industrial activities. Potentially compatible activities include retail activities, which I found surprising. But I don't know that I can take that any further, given that there doesn't appear to be any solution.
No, I don't think there is any scope. I guess that might be a reflection of, you do sometimes get sort of small scale things in the open space, sort of, coffee carts, that sort of thing. But if something more permanent was to be established,
Yes.
I know of, if you're ever down at East End Reserve, they've got a bit of a, I think it's run by Petit Paris or something like that, and they do pizzas and beers and stuff, and that's all in open space zone land, and that had to go through a reserve management process as well.
I had originally assumed that retail might be ancillary to the activity, but then when I looked, there's no, it's retail activities per se that are enabled as a discretionary activity. Okay, well, that's just I guess that's just an aside from me.
Maybe something on that topic. So presumably most of those open spaces on public ownership.
Yes, yeah, there is a small amount in private ownership. The main one, the largest one in private ownership is the Ngā Motu golf course.
Yes.
But the vast majority of it is either council owned or Crown land. In terms of, sometimes you'll have open space zone that will technically be owned by Kiwi Rail or something like that, adjacent to a railway corridor, that kind of thing.
So it is probably through ownership.
Yes.
And legislation.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The remaining questions I had just fall into two categories. First is in relation to submission by the Ministry of Education.
Oh, yes.
You covered this on page 14, 15 of your 42A. Ministry of Education.
Asking for
a move from discretionary to restricted discretionary for educational activities. You've recommended that be rejected, and I'm looking at Whahanga Rio cultural education and research facilities being provided as a restricted discretionary and education facilities as a discretionary. I wondered, what are the effects associated with educational facilities that aren't already covered by Whahanga Rio cultural education research facilities that would warrant a differentiation in activity status between the two groups of activities, in your view?
In my view, I would say that it's a fair enough expectation that Kāinga Rio cultural education research facilities, even of what would be a large scale to them, would be relatively a small scale compared to what an educational facility could be, just in terms of traffic volume, just the mere presence of buildings. You could have a very, I guess, educational facilities opens it up a lot more. I guess there is the risk of a large scale Kāinga Rio going onto some part of natural open space land. But I think also there's also the reflection for those Matauranga Māori being expressed in the zones that sort of almost not trumps, but they have a bit of a role to play there in comparison to just the general presence of educational facilities, which I'm imagining a small office out at Centennial Park at Back Beach, where it's sort of a slightly marine studies based kaupapa Māori scale sort of issue compared with you know, an education and research office hub, or you know, where school trips go and visit and things like that. I mean, that's my take. I haven't actually thought too far into it in terms of putting it there as, I just personally, yeah, I see the educational facilities as being quite a bit more expensive and could potentially lead to larger forms of development.
Questions arising there, Mr. Friendly. Are there any performance standards listed that would limit the size and scale of the Rio cultural education and research facilities? In terms of floor area?
Yeah, things like maximum site coverage, which is 5% for the natural open space zone.
Is that for the zone in its entirety?
Yes, for the site.
For
Oh,
the
you speak specifically for Kaangaria?
No, you said 5% of the zone.
Yes.
Is that the zone in its entirety or 5% of the site in which the
Oh, site, yes.
the site?
Yeah. That would be how I would read it.
But that would apply also to education and research facilities, would it?
Yes.
That's the
Natural open space zone standard 2. And there's also is standard.
hang on, just lay down now. So page 9. Where are you?
Well,
Look at your appendix 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Page 9.
page 12.
So where should I be looking?
Is this a page 12? Is this under natural open space zone standard 2? Site coverage.
Sorry, I'm just struggling to see that.
Productivity is 5% on the left hand side.
On page 12.
Yes, just page 12. Oh, appendix 1.
Sorry.
And I will also say that natural open space zone standard 3 will also apply in that instance.
$50 square meters.
Yep.
About in the other 2 open space zones, are there similar restrictions to the natural open spaces zone?
Yes, but I don't believe they are as stringent. Yes, so for the open space zone, the maximum gross floor area for buildings is 100 meters squared. And maximum site coverage in the open space zone is 15%.
Yes. And the sport and recreation zone?
Maximum site coverage is 30%.
Yes.
And the maximum gross floor area is 200 metres square.
And so just to complete that for the natural one, it was 5% and
50.
so it's obviously a little bit more enabling, allowing in the sport and recreation and open space zone
Yeah.
of those activities. That in mind, do you still maintain that the effects associated with an education facility and a Kohinga Renova are such that there's a need to differentiate the activity status?
I think it's something I might have to go away and just have a think about, because my initial feeling is, yes, there is a difference, but I'd like to look at it a bit more just in depth, just to really actually, I guess, test it out. I expect that there would be a difference, but just to be able to confirm that.
When you do that, maybe if you could have a particular look at policy 2, which lists potentially compatible activities, including educational activities. I'm just trying to understand the linkage between the policy and the rule in the case. The second and final matter, frankly, just going to my notes, was key issue 3, on page 19, 3 to 21. And this is where there's been a submission seeking that the words "and sites and areas of significance to Maori" be added to the policy NOSC, policy P6. And you've, I think you recommended that that be accepted.
Yes.
Yes. And yes, accepted in part. I just wondered, this is an issue that came up last week in terms of the role of the overlays and the duplication in policies in zones or wide rules, in that case of a subdivision, with the overlay type rules, and the words sites and areas of significance to Maori have a particular meaning. It's obviously not limited to scheduled sites that we heard that last week. But I was interested in trying to rationalise your recommendation for the inclusion of those wordings with your rationale in paragraph 99, where you, in relation to
the objectives.
Yeah.
Objective four for each zone.
That's right, and you basically said you don't consider it necessary to duplicate those objectives from the eco chapter into the open space and recreation zone. Now, I appreciate that's at the objective level. I just wonder why that's any different at the policy level. And in the case of policy 6, which its current reading is ensuring historic heritage in open space areas is maintained. I mean, there's probably a case to be actually argued whether that terminology is, or that policy is actually necessary in light of the overlays also. But I would challenge that.
Yeah, I guess in terms of specifically looking at that policy 1, in terms of including and sites and areas of significance to Māori, I guess adding that in there, I thought also, well, it also adds plan clarity. People do have a bit of a knee-jerk reaction when they see historic heritage. You're thinking you're not necessarily including places such as significant natural features, which are sites of significance to Māori. As well as, and I guess kind of equating it to being equal and on the same footing as And yes, I do also mention there how it reflects, how a strategic objective, HC2 mentions both. In regards to my reasons for, I guess not necessarily, well, not looking at it in the same, my reasons for not considering or for rejecting in regards to the objectives is, I guess, that it was looking more so at I sort of saw it almost as duplication of the strategic objectives in terms of that strategic objectives do not need to be read in that they do not need to be duplicated into the chapters. They're more so there to be read alongside the objectives and policies. And so that if you were to read both of them alongside, then it didn't, whereas the policies, I guess I would treat them with a more specific nature as opposed to an objective, and more directive I would take, whereas the objectives are more so that broader arching.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's accepted. How is that addition to policy 6 transferred into the rule framework, if at all? Does the additional policy have any application to rules at all for the for that guy?
I guess if you look at it from, if you consider customary activities and those land use activities that are mentioned, just to go back to my presentation with that table that I presented, and there's a number of sort of multi-specific.
We're talking about all 3 zones here.
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
Quite a few of the submissions came through, and it was that they were the same, because of most of the policies and the objectives are worded quite similarly. The submissions were the same between all 3, so I bundled them together and treated them that way.
There hasn't been any submissions seeking some addition of activities or some change of activity status as a result of that inclusion to the policy?
In terms of, no. I guess it possibly could tie into the multi-purpose activities being permitted, but.
And you've recommended against that, haven't you?
Yes, but I think also that multi-purpose activities can differ slightly compared to what, I guess it's sort of talking about 2 different ends of site and significance. The multi is a SASM is a physical place, whereas a multi-purpose activity is an activity.
Yes.
So I guess it does connect. So I guess it relates to, if I just have a quick look at some of the matters of discretion. Yeah, so within some of, well, just for example, one I've just picked out here for natural open space zones R1 to R3, and activity status where compliance not achieved, matters over which discretion is restricted. B, whether the activity may compromise cultural, spiritual and or historic values and interests or associations of importance to tangata whenua, and if so, the outcomes of any consultation with tangata whenua's kaitiaki and mana whenua, including with respect to mitigation options. So I would see that as being one example of a connection to that policy, they added words.
So in that case, could we assume that the policy, I don't want to say that it's deficient, but it will derive some beefing up, if you like, as a result of that submission, to be in accord with some of the rules that are already in place?
Yes.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. I guess as well, it should also be worth discussing the fact that historic heritage under the definition does include sites of significance to Māori in the definition. However, I do think that that elevation is sort of of having historic heritage and sites of significance to Māori next to each other is quite reflective with other consistencies with the plan and with the strategic objectives.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And I actually did have one final question, and that was the building heights, site coverage, and floor areas that are in the 3 zones that you summarise on page 16 and 17. Are they carryovers from the operative plan, or have there been increases or decreases?
I would have to double check that. I don't have the operative plan on hand right now. I believe they are essentially rolled over though.
Yes, maybe when you're going to provide, you could provide in brackets maybe after that table the prevailing rule from the operative plan, because the 3 zones equate to the A, B, and C.
Yeah, I believe they are the same, but I can
Or just
definitely confirm that.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Thank you, Stephen.
Just before we go to Commissioner Littlejohn, so we don't lose the thread. Your policy 6, page 5 of the open space zone. So can we just have a look at that, please, Mr. Friendly?
Under Appendix 1.
Appendix 1, page 5. To Commissioner McMahon about the fact that the term sites and areas of significance to Māori is included in the definition of historic heritage, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yes. So just thinking about the efficiency of the plan, might it be better to say including sites and areas rather than, because they're two defined terms in their own right. Or are they 2 defined terms in their own right?
Yes, they are. Well, yeah, sites and areas of significance to Māori is a defined term as well.
So, but it's also a subset of the
Yeah.
defined term historic
I guess
heritage.
Yeah, so it's sort of like all sites and areas of significance to Māori form part of historic heritage, but
Yes.
not all historic heritages.
Understand.
There's also the other level, I believe, as well, where some sites and areas of significance to Māori are not treated to the same level as historic heritage in terms of one off the top of my head I can think of is Papawhero, which is Mount Motoroa, which is over by the port, and it is just a site, a SASM. It is not also an archaeological site, for example. At the same time, yeah.
But that's the one where we've heard evidence to rezone as an outstanding actual feature. Yes. Just have a think about this interplay of those definitions and those words. Look, with that, I'll hand over to Commissioner Littlejohn. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. Nothing significant for me. I guess the thing I wanted to have confirmation of was ownership ultimately, and I think you've answered Commissioner McMahon in that regard, that these are for the most part all publicly owned parcels of land. So we've got to look at this layer of regulation as sitting over top of landowner approval and any reserve management process that would still sit underneath that. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so no one could just walk onto one of these reserves and start doing anything as a permitted activity. They'd still have to go back through the council to make sure it was provided for or allowed.
At the very least, they would have to go through some kind of leaseholder agreement, if not a reserve plan as well. The vast majority of these sites.
Okay. I mean, my initial sort of, when I was reading all of the materials, I was struggling to see the difference between some of the zones. But now the stuff you've prepared for us for today has been very helpful in terms of that traffic light showing the way the different activities are provided for. And I'm now starting to see the rationale and the distinction between the 3 zones a bit better. So that's very helpful. One of the things I did note in terms of your list of land use activities, you've got customary activities there, but you don't have listed Māori purpose activities. I understand that customary activities are a subset of multi-purpose activities, and that of the 3 zones, the only one where multi-purpose activities versus customary activities is provided for is in the open space zone. Is that right?
Yes, and I maybe also, I'll just double check the sport and active recreation zone.
No, it's simply listed there as conservation, as customary activities.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the intention. I guess because the customary activities aspect of multi-purpose activity conveys slightly lighter touch, no buildings involved, no sort of more physical interaction with the resources, whereas the multi-purpose activities do potentially convey a different range of activities that could go with them. Is that right?
Yes, correct. I believe I do discuss that in my report, sort of in relation to the multi-purpose activities submission, where the definition of multi-purpose activities is allows for a much greater level of development, I guess, potential than customary activities, which
yep, definitely. Yeah, I've got that open in front of me now. I was looking at it, so lots more there. And I see in a couple of instances there's probably a third set here. You've got customary activities, which on the face of it are permitted in all 3 zones. We then have a sort of a subset of multi-purpose activities, such as the Konga Reo cultural education, which you've made specific provision for as an activity in a couple of the zones. And of course, but not going the full noise, so to speak, for everything that might otherwise be a multi-purpose activity. That's only confined to the open space zone.
Yes, the natural open space zone.
Yeah. The natural, is it?
Yes, I believe it's the natural.
No, your addendum has it, because you took out customary activities from open space zone.
Oh,
because
yes.
you accept that it was included. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you? How difficult would it be for you to update your lovely traffic light slide there to just make the distinction between multi-purpose activities and customary activities, to show that they're sort of treated slightly differently across the 3 zones?
Yep, that's something I can do.
Probably just adding another row, I suspect. Yeah. With respect to conservation activities, I initially looked at the definition, and where are we? Conservation means the use of land and or buildings for any activity undertaken for the purpose of maintaining, protecting and or enhancing the natural, historic and or ecological values of a natural or historic resource, includes ancillary activities and activities which assist to enhance the public's appreciation and recreational enjoyment of the resource. And I initially thought, well, ought that definition to apply consistently across all 3 zones, given the different values that there might be? But then I've sort of reflected on that, and because you'd need landowner approval to undertake conservation activities anyway, the type of activities that would actually end up happening there would ultimately be under the control and management of council as the landowner anyway, wouldn't they?
Yes, and I imagine that the vast majority of any conservation activities that were to be undertaken in any of the open space and recreation zone areas would be very low impact and beneficial overall.
You would accept that within the definition of conservation activities, you could potentially go in and take out, provided they weren't subject to any sort of significant natural area overlay, you could go out and take exotic or weedy vegetation and then replant with natives as a permitted activity?
Yes, I would say, yeah. And obviously, though, they would most likely be done by the council's parks department.
Yep.
So that's,
but if, for example, a local community group wanted to get together and restore an area that had become overgrown or weedy or had old pine trees in it, for example, they could potentially raise funding to do that as a separate initiative, and they'd need council approval and a plan, obviously, but they wouldn't need to get a resource consent.
Yes, yeah, and I believe that is happening throughout parts of urban New Plymouth. With sort of urban trapping schemes and things like that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, we have a lot of it up here on our motu in the Gulf, actually. Lots of restoration projects. Various trusts have been set up to do it and work with the Department of Conservation. And I think at last count, most of the islands in the Gulf had been made pest free as a consequence, mostly of a lot of private initiatives from various restoration trusts. So that's pretty cool. Okay, now the only other one was really around the sort of commercial activities in these areas, and you've listed them all there as discretionary, business service, commercial service, and retail. And I had a little bit of sadness in my heart about that, because I always used to love going to Pukekura Park and getting an ice cream at the kiosk that was there when I was a kid. And you also had, you could hire the rowboats, and we used to get into all sorts of trouble in the rowboats in the lakes in Pukekura Park. And I mean, another example was Mr. Whippy down at Ngāmutu Reserve. Now, I'm presuming you're not intending that those sorts of sort of food and beverage, service, retail, recreational sorts of things would suddenly never be able to evolve within these public open spaces.
No, that would not be the intention at all.
Do you think there's any scope for, I mean, as you've done in the general industrial zone, to actually carve out a separate sort of aspect of retail and call it food and beverage retail as some sort of provision potentially in a public open space zone?
I'm not too sure if I do have scope based on the submissions received. I can see where you're coming from, and towards sort of dividing, obviously, sort of the retail activities. You don't want to put a Kmart into the middle of Pukekura Park or something like that, but sort of the ability for people to use these areas for small time shopping and not small time shopping, but that food and beverage sort of side of things is, I can see that there, but I do not believe I've got scope to look into that.
I mean, the other one that sort of really springs to mind is WOMAD, and for the most part, that's going to straddle both the Bowler Brooklands, which is natural open space zone, and a little bit of open space zone. And I remember camping one year actually up on land adjacent to the racecourse. So you're spanning that whole event over the three of them. Presumably the concert activity itself is a leisure activity, which is defined in the plan, but it doesn't seem to incorporate any sort of retail. I mean, in the past, has WOMAD needed to get a resource consent for all of its various food and beverage outlets to support the concert goers?
Yes, under the temporary activities.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
okay, that's where it's covered.
Yes, yeah. So that sort of is used to manage the effects of it.
All right.
Being temporary in nature.
So there's
okay.
No restriction on reoccurring activities under the temporary activities definition.
Under the temporary activities, I believe this is going back a few months now. What do you mean restrictions?
Well, some definitions define temporary activities as those that meet a number of criteria, including that they're not reoccurring.
No, that's not in the definition under this, under the proposed district plan. I believe there is, in the operative district plan, it uses that no one site may hold more than one temporary activity per 30 days. But that's under the operative district plan.
Yeah, Stephen and I did the hearing for the temporary activities, and it's permitted if the duration doesn't exceed 3 consecutive days and otherwise needs a resource consent if it goes over. So even under this, under the current temporary activity rules, you'd still be able to do it annually, but you could do it by way of a controlled, assuming you can meet the other standards, you could do it by way of a controlled activity application to do the whole thing effectively, because it doesn't differentiate between the various open space zones. Is that how you'd see it?
Yes. It just treats, I'm just having a look at the temporary activities rule 1 now, and it just says open space and recreation zones.
All right, no, that sort of makes sense. So we can deal with those sort of one-off annual sort of festivals under the temporary activity rules. So the zone provisions would really only be if someone wanted to establish a sort of a permanent fixture, a permanent sort of activity. And the only ones I can sort of think of, okay. Club rooms are not covered by those discretionary rules, are they? They'd come into leisure activities?
I believe club rooms are considered as ancillary to sport and recreation.
Oh, sport and recreation. Okay,
It's
cool.
the use
Right.
of land and/or buildings for organised sport, recreation activities, tournaments and sports education, e.g. It includes
Got it.
ancillary activities to sport and recreation activities.
All right. No,
So
that
I imagine
answers that one.
a coffee and a pie cart at a rugby club rooms would be considered to be ancillary.
Oh yeah, okay.
Would
All right.
Would having a quiet ale be ancillary or?
Well, you'd need a liquor license, but it's certainly ancillary. Yeah, cool. All right. Well, those are my questions. Thanks for that, Mr. Friendly. That was very helpful.
Mr. Friendly, I just have a couple of questions. The questions you heard from Commissioner McMahon about the educational facilities, the Ministry of Education is a submitter. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you heard like they're not appearing? They haven't filed any evidence. Or are they appearing?
I believe they have submitted evidence stating that the ministry supports the officer's recommendations.
Okay, got them in my. But you just double check that for me because my PA hasn't printed that out. That is there.
Dismissal.
Well, I think sometimes some of these pop in a bit later. Might be on spaces I need more places.
The Ministry of Education. I've just got it on the website. Right. Yeah.
So can you just read that to me?
The Ministry, dear Commissioners, the Ministry of Education lodged a submission on the proposed New Plymouth District Plan. Among other topics, the Ministry's submission addressed the general industrial and open space zones. The Ministry supports the officer's recommendations, which largely supported submission points related to the general industrial and open space zones. Additionally, the officer has recommended rejecting the Ministry's submission points related to general industrial policy 2, natural open space R6 and R7. The Ministry considers the officer's justification for this to be reasonable, particularly where new provisions sought have been previously addressed and where council wants to be specific about activities provided for in the natural open space zones.
Right.
Overall, the Ministry supports officer's recommendations related to its submission points and does not consider it necessary to attend the hearing scheduled to commence on Monday, 8th November 2021.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for that. It's just missing, particularly when Commissioner McMahon was exploring that issue. I was wondering where education was at on that. Look, similar questions about paragraph 61, 62 of your report.
Yes.
This is about sort of the campgrounds and commercial activities. Those submitters, have we heard from any of those any further?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And a question for you about your paragraph 63. You make this point about the Reserves Act having a similar process to the RMA.
Yes.
In terms of notification. Are you aware of the next steps, hearings, environment court, appeals, those sorts of things around the Reserves Act?
Not personally, in terms of having but I'm aware that that's sort of, it is a similar, or in terms of if something gets turned down or it goes to a hearing, well, because the reserves, for a reserve management plan to change, it has to go to a public hearing. And well, I guess it's, you don't want to equate it to being equal to a public notified hearing because it is its own separate process. But that paragraph 63, that information there sort of came about from my own research into the Reserves Act, as well as talking with some of our parks planners just to understand better about what would happen. And they seem to believe that it would be, specifically in regards to campgrounds and commercial activities, it would be, if someone wanted to set up a new campground, they would have to go through the Reserves Management Plan and the Reserves Act processes in order to get that off the ground, and then to require them to get a resource consent again would be considered to be duplication.
Yes, I was just in Commissioner Littledine, I'm sure is going to enlighten us, but I think what you're saying there is that it's unnecessary to have an RMA opportunity to look at these issues because the Reserves Act duplicates the process. Is that what you're saying?
Well, and also, I guess it's not so much looking at it from the submitters were concerned about their own personal, they were concerned that the council was, that campgrounds were just sort of, they had these concerns that campgrounds could just come up anywhere in the open space zone because they were permitted under the plan, but that is not necessarily the case.
Because of the Reserves Act.
Because of, yeah, because of,
I think there are some limited on court processes associated with the Reserves Act. I'm reaching for that. So
yeah,
if you're saying that there's duplication because there's the same RMA opportunities, or are they different? Perhaps come back to us on that. You want to reply?
yeah.
It's just a interest. With that, that is my only question that has already been asked. Thank you for your evidence, and I certainly appreciate, as I said before, just the very clear reporting and the presentation to us today. Commissioner McMahon's got another question.
Just in your reply, Mr. Friendly, could you come back to us regarding what amount of land is not in public ownership in these three zones? You've identified 1,190 hectares in the three zones. What proportion of that is not in public ownership?
Yeah, that might be
useful.
Yes, I think.
If any.
Yeah, there definitely is. The two requests for rezoning were both examples of that. That's the Te Alui Cemetery Chapel, which is in private ownership, and there's a small strip of land down towards Namutu Beach by the port, which is requested to go into multi-purpose zone land, so that might be treaty settlement. Should be able to get at least a rough figure.
Would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friendly. I think we use the last slide before lunch, just to I've got to recognise and acknowledge the submitters that aren't appearing. We have a process whereby submitters who are accepting of council resolutions are normally write to us. So we have certainly on behalf of Fire and Emergency, a letter from Becca asking us to table that position of accepting. One from First Gas in a similar way. One from Transpower. Where they are suggesting some minor changes, but I think also from Mahanga Tyree, where they just like to maintain their position. I think that they won't be appearing. Just for the record, recognise those, and obviously Ministry for Education is the other one, which I think is in my book. But thank you for a good morning. We're due to 1 o'clock and we're exactly on schedule. Thank you very much. Right, welcome back to hearing 10. I think we're all here, ready and present in terms of submitters. So Mr. Hall, you're representing Araputama Department of Corrections. And I understand we've got Pip Sealer singing as well. Welcome, Pip.
Thank you. Hi.
Yes. So just over to you to present your evidence, Mr. Hall.
Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Yeah, if I could just provide a summary of my evidence presented on behalf of Araputama. As you noted, joined by Pip, our Senior Resource Management Advisor from the department, who is available to answer any questions also. The evidence is concerned with the provision of community corrections activities in the industrial zone, which is supported by a policy. The only point at issue with council offices is the 200 square metre size threshold. After that, it becomes a discretionary activity in the proposed plan. So community corrections activities are non-custodial activities provided for by Araputama. The definition is consistent with that in the National Planning Standard. And it's an issue because community corrections activities are only provided for at present in the general industrial zone in the plan. Araputama has a submission to widen the scope of definitions to ensure that they're provided in other suitable zones, but at present, community corrections are only provided for in the general industrial zone with that 200 square metre size threshold. It's desirable in some cases to locate community corrections activities in industrial zones. They have large lots, are generally accessible, and co-location of activities is required. And I think, as I set out in my evidence, there's two broad aspects to community corrections activities, one being service centres and the other being community work. And so service centres are provided for probation, rehabilitation, reintegration services. Community offenders meet with probation officers as required by the courts or as a condition of parole and participate in programs. Community work is the more land extensive side of the operation, is where a sentence for offenders report to a community work facility where they subsequently travel to their community work project under supervision. So that typically involves a yard-based operation at the outset. As set out in section 7 and 8 of my evidence, there are 5 zones in the general industrial zone, which I suppose set up a bit of a framework as to the appropriateness of a permitted activity standard. And the department's, Araputama's evidence is seeking the removal of the 200 square metre threshold. So those 5 objectives broadly seek to enable industrial development activities in the zone, ensure they're not compromised by non-industrial or incompatible activities, concentrate business and retail activities elsewhere, provide a reasonable level of amenity, and manage adverse effects of industrial activities. The 200 square metre limit, permitted activity limit, will trigger the need for resource consents for any community corrections activity in the zone functionally. And in my evidence, I set out 3 relatively recent examples of such facilities in industrial zones, which are well beyond that 200 square metre threshold. And so therefore that is unlikely to be a realistic proposition, and as I say in my evidence, serves no resource management purpose. So with reference to those objectives and policies, community corrections activities are akin to many other activities in industrial areas. And I suppose in that sense, the general industrial zone is a a relatively broad church zone with provided for large footprint business. Clearly that's not office or retail, and it's compatible with those activities. As I explained earlier, it's better suited in some cases to industrial rather than business or commercial, given that yard-based part of the operation. Opportunities to collate are important. So where Araputama can, it desirably locates both that community service function and the community work function on the same site. There are standards in the proposed plan, obviously dealing with amenity and parking. And probably lastly, with respect to those relevant objectives, it is a specialist activity. Therefore, unlike other activities, a permitted activity status isn't going to lead to a proliferation of these activities in the general industrial zone. So the officer's report, as released, states that there is a risk that significantly sized corrections buildings could be established without the ability to assess potential effects, although it does offer a suggestion of an alternative size limit. My evidence is that an alternative size limit isn't appropriate. The effects of scale are properly managed by development standards for the zone. If it's a concern of character and intensity of the operation, then, as I said earlier, the obvious scarcity of the activity would mean that the character of the zone should not be a concern. My evidence on the scale of recent modern such facilities range in size from 450 square metres to 750 square metres, and to give a sense of scale, have staff of up to 30 on the site. And that, in my view, doesn't warrant concern as to risk as to the need to assess adverse effects without a particular size threshold. So in section 32 terms, finally, in my view, an arbitrary size threshold is not effective, it's not necessary to achieve the objectives, and is not efficient, and it will trigger the need for a resource consent with associated risk of outcome and cost without a resource management purpose. And that's my summary. Happy to answer any questions, as is Ms. Arrell. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hall, Commissioner Barr.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hall. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Good. I understand what you're saying. Starting point seems to be that corrections, these facilities are recognised at the policy level. Is that your starting point?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes. And
there only seems to be a couple of standards relating to community correction activities under GIS R4. The first being the 200 square metres that you referred to. The other being that all other general industrial effect standards are complied with. Have you had an opportunity to consider those other effect standards?
Yes, I have, and as I set up in my evidence, I think they appropriately apply to community corrections facilities as they do to the other activities in the zone.
Yeah, and you don't see any particular problem in complying with those effect standards?
No, I don't. No, and I think in that sense, I've attached a couple of examples of modern facilities to my evidence, and you'll see from those that, broadly speaking, they are a building set on a yard with a yard and parking around. So in that sense, I think would readily comply with the development controls, certainly, and the other effect standards.
Yes. Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about typical activities associated with these facilities? In terms of hours of operation, you've already referred to typically staff numbers. What else can you tell us?
Yeah, so hours of operation are typically follow normal office hours of operation, and then there's two parts. I think for the community work facilities, typically that would involve a gathering of a small number of people in the morning. It would then go out to a site, so that would probably be an earlier gathering than typically would be an earlier gathering. The sort of scale of that the department has provided me with some details as to the current New Plymouth operation, and that normally involved on the community work field is in the order of 10 or so people at the most gathering in the morning for that sort of activity. Beyond that, there is the ongoing service function, which I referred to, which is programs and rehabilitation. And that is a place for reporting those on parole and also offering, in some instances, a degree of program. And that certainly has a normal office hour activity. And those involved in those, as I say, would report as and when required. Looking at the statistics provided for pre-COVID and post-COVID restrictions statistics, but the pre-COVID statistics had in the order of 30 or so people reporting on average on a day for that parole type of activity.
Yes. So in terms of the earlier hour gatherings in relation to the community works component, are we talking before 7 a.m?
I think typically around 7 a.m. Pip might be able to help with that question.
Yeah, typically around 7 a.m. And the current operations in New Plymouth are Wednesday to Saturday each morning.
So 2 days a week for the community works, but sorry.
4 days, sorry, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
We said
and. Sorry.
Okay. And for the ongoing service, is that a 5-day week?
Yes, Monday to Friday, 5 days a week.
Thank you. Coming back to you, Mr. Hall. What are the essential differences between the community, this community corrections facility, and in terms of built form and an industrial activity that you're able to discern?
Well, not a great deal, and I think industrial activities, I think, as I noted, activities within industrial zones are very broad. So it would have a front door and a sign, a reception area, and so typically would have an outward face in that sense, accessed by a doorway, but not a particularly open type of reception area type of thing. There would be a yard area around the building, which is very typical compared to other industrial activities. So really, in that sense, if you look at a typical industrial area activity or a typical activity in an industrial area, it has a yard, manufacturing, storage, warehousing type of operation, as well as a public-facing operation. In that sense, they're essentially the same.
Yes. Have you had a look at the other floor area restrictions that apply within the zone? I'm thinking of ancillary activities to industrial activities, food and beverage stores, and trade and industry training facilities, which all have floor area restrictions.
Yes, I did, and certainly with food and beverage for good reason, because that provides for your food bar type of thing, which is typical in these zones, but doesn't allow a large size food and beverage retail type of operation. So that's a typical sort of restriction. Training facilities that I think 200 square meters as well. Sorry, was that?
Yes, 200.
So 200, that's a relatively generous provision if you compare that to the training facilities that might occur within a community corrections facility. So, that my reading of that would provide for a reasonably large size industrial training type facility where people come to train in industrial matters or health and safety or whatever it might be.
Okay. The key tenet of your evidence is that you can't ascertain a resource management reason for the floor space reduction. That's really what it boils down to.
That's correct.
Okay. I need to follow up some of those with with the officer in the right reply, but I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Littlejohn.
Look, good afternoon, Peter and
Good afternoon.
Ms. Harrell. How are you? Commissioner McMahon sort of asked the areas I was interested in. The one I guess the other side of the coin is reverse sensitivity. Would you describe these sorts of facilities as sensitive, as potentially suspect to noisy industrial neighbours leading to complaints between activities, or do these people involved in these facilities and work programs just have to suffer, and that's part of the punishment?
No, I don't think they just need to suffer. And I think again, looking at that range of activities that do occur in industrial zones, ancillary offices, work training, those type of things, they are normal industrial activities that don't sort of suffer in industrial zones. And so I suppose that's what I compare it to. And I suppose, proper sensitive activities such as residential and the like, where you have no option but to be there, that is a difference. But these are 9 to 5 or a little bit earlier for the sort of the work service side of things, which it's not a case of being confined to this location for the working day for the people that are arriving. And in normal circumstance, in any facility such as this modern facility that was built in an industrial zone would seek to buffer itself from a noisy environment if that was the issue.
Presumably there'd be some correction staff who would stay at the site all day, just general admin and management and that sort of stuff.
Oh, of course, no, most definitely
Yeah.
correction staff. But as I say, I would compare those to any staff at
an office,
zone.
or an industrial, factory, okay. All right, no, that's what I thought you'd say, and that's confirmed that for me. And I guess the only other issue, you say that it won't. Goodness, where are we? You say in your summary that you don't think it'll risk the purpose of the zone or erode the availability of land because it's a very specialist type of activity. And I guess the other side of it has to be that there's probably a limited demand for them. It's not like well, I hope not. I mean, presumably if corrections strategy is working, then that these sorts of facilities are not growing in number. They're getting fewer in number. But I mean, what's your sort of rate at which you need to forward plan for these things? Because presumably you are thinking about or have to contemplate duplicating or creating new facilities to deal with the potential number of offenders that will go through this aspect of correction.
Yeah, certainly there's the need to contemplate that possibility, and hence the submission. But I suppose the short answer to that is that at present there's one such facility in the district. And my evidence about the non-proliferation was really in comparison to, say, a wholesale office activity where there would certainly be the risk of proliferation of that would erode the purpose of the zone were that to be provided for without limit. So that's
well, I mean that it's interesting. It's consistent, or at least is aligned with some comments we heard from Ms. Edwards this morning when we were talking to her about the evidence of the tangible outcome of reverse sensitivity in some of the old industrial zones in New Plymouth. And she gave the example of a site that had established sort of out of zone as a Lollipops, a childcare centre, and then that had effectively sort of gone by the wayside. But the existence of that sort of activity in that location led to a slight mushrooming of a couple of a daycare centre and another little sort of school, all sort of co-located around themselves, albeit within the midst of an industrial activity. And I think you can see the example, the nature of educational facilities is sort of quite wide and can be offered both by private and public institutions, whereas Araputama's endeavour is really quite specific. It's there's not a lot of competition for these sorts of facilities or others endeavouring to leverage off their location at any particular point, Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a one-off. And the other point I'd probably make is that that's of course supported by the definition in the National Planning Standard. So
Yeah.
you know, it's very easy to hit someone else over the head with that definition and say you're not one of those.
Well, that was my last sort of question. You have reminded us that you're going to be seeking a sort of a restructuring of the activity table around the various definitions. That wouldn't alter the scope of facilities that could go into the industrial zone that you're contemplating here?
No, it doesn't. That providing Arapotama the flexibility to locate it in industrial zones, one of these facilities, is still important, and that goes to that a very real need for a yard-based activity, which typically isn't available on smaller sites or appropriately provided for on smaller or business commercial sites.
All right, so you're satisfied that use, and I'm right at the end of your evidence, use of the defined term community corrections activities is the right one in this particular zone, and you're not going to be seeking that become community facility at some point in future?
No, that's that. I think that's it is appropriately confined in this zone to community corrections activities. Yes.
Okay, I don't know whether you can see, but Ms. Hurrell's answering the questions before you with a shake and a nod. It's quite. Are you in the same city?
No, it's not quite the same as a long kick under the table.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, you'll be happy to know that she hasn't nodded or shaken her head inappropriately based on your answers. So, thank you, Mr. Hall. I didn't have anything else further.
Thank you, and we certainly do appreciate client representatives sitting in as well, because just a combination of an expert planner or other expert or counsel plus someone from the department itself or agency is really, really helpful. So thank you for that. Mr. Hall, have you read the Property Economics June 2021 report that's attached with Ms. Gibson's Section 42A report?
Yes, I have. Not in great detail though, unfortunately, and that's a couple of weeks back when it came out. It's not fresh in my mind.
All right. I'll ask a very specific question. That report outlines a good amount of future industrial land supply. So you wouldn't expect you wouldn't expect the limitation on your client size to be anything to do with a lack of land. So I'm trying to limit you on a basis that there's not enough land around. Is that your understanding?
That's right, and I think that's accepted given the one-off nature of it. Yes.
All right. And the other two things are one more by way of a comment and one a more general question. Thank you very much for those three examples. I anticipate a need of commissioners like us to look at actual examples and how other facilities are planned and located around the rest of the country. That does really provide us some excellent information for our decision making, and just the aerial photos and the street views, that's great. So just like to thank you both for including those. My more general question is about the hearing one and the general our interim guidance on the strategic objectives. You were a submitter on those, as I remember.
Yes.
We're trying to collect any views along the way, because that is only interim guidance, and any feedback the department might have on where we've landed with those suggestions in terms of your clients' interests, or if you haven't thought about that, we could perhaps catch up on that in the next hearing, but just any initial feedback.
If I could bring that to the next hearing, something a little more structured, that'd be useful. Thank you. If that's okay.
Yes, and it's not something we need. Well, if you want to put it in evidence, that would be fine. We issued that interim guidance on the basis that it was our thoughts at the time, and we were going to collect up any other views or thoughts where perhaps there was any inconsistencies that people saw between strategic objectives and other zone objectives, for example. So that will be helpful next time we see you.
Yeah, I think if I anticipate that question next time, thank you. Yes.
All right. So thank you very much for your assistance, and I had no further questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
We're now moving to House Movers section of New Zealand Heavy Haulage Association. So, please come ahead. Yes.
So hi everyone, I'm Daryl Martin from VW Company. I'm just going to get dinner. I'm not laid up with planning evidence. I've just got a short summary. There are some copies there, and just to summarise my evidence, really short and sweet. Summary of evidence provides a brief summary of my evidence and conclusions. My primary statement of evidence comprises the following key findings and conclusions. The main scope and thrust of House Movers section of the New Zealand Heavy Haulage Association. The original submission was to provide for relocation of buildings in the general industrial zone and open space zones as permitted activities subject to performance standards and conditions without the need for a bond. For the general industrial zone, I consider the relocation of buildings for industrial purposes and storage and distribution of buildings are considered to be compatible with the intent of the zone. Through the Environment Court decision explained in paragraph 25 of my evidence in chief, it was determined that there is no real difference in effect and amenity value terms between the in situ construction of a dwelling and relocation of a second-hand dwelling, subject to appropriate permitted activity performance standards. And I consider the same conclusions are reasonably applicable to non-habitable buildings in the GIZ. The operative industrial rules do not require a bond for relocating a building, and there are no justified reasons for imposing a bond on the proposed GIZ. The main issue is the completion of reinstatement works on a relocated building, and I consider this can be sufficiently controlled and enforced through the requirement for a reinstatement works report to be submitted prior to relocation, and for those works to be implemented in a set time frame. Bonds then become unnecessary and are unjust because they are required at a time of high expenses without proportional benefits, are an anomaly because no other land use activities require them, and overall relocating and constructing a building in situ are essentially the same, but a bond is not required for the latter. Instead of bonds, the reinstatement report and implementation requirements would be consistent with other standards in the district plan, such as reinstating earthworked areas, are advised initially by an expert for the report and then can be confirmed to council by the owner on completion. A high standard of work and compliance with the role is therefore achieved efficiently. Reinstatement report also identifies the scale of reinstatement required prior to relocating, so owners are well informed of their requirements before undertaking the activity. The speed of undertaking a relocation is also quicker than a new build, which may stay in an unfinished state for many months, but without enforcement action. Risks and effects of relocating buildings are overall considered to be managed sufficiently by the reinstatement report and implementation is submitted. Should the permitted standards be breached, a restricted discretionary status should apply. I consider the recommended matters of discretion are too broad for a restricted discretionary activity and have proposed amendments to reduce them to suitable scope. The open space zone. The requirement for a bond for relocating buildings should also be deleted from the OSC provisions for the same reasons as per the GIZ. Should a permitted standard breach occur, it should again be a restricted discretionary activity. The recommended matters of discretion are appropriate from the section 42A report. section 32A evaluation. I consider permitted activity rules in the GIZ and OSC with reinstatement report, implementation requirements, and without bonds, effectively and efficiently provide for the purpose of the zones and for building relocation activities by relocation companies, landowners and developers. The benefits are efficiencies for people undertaking the relocations, less administration for council, and continued control over relocated building reinstatement outweigh potential costs. The risk of not acting is that relocations are too restricted and therefore reduced, which is not conducive to growth. The changes proposed are considered to be appropriate to achieving the purpose of the RMA. HMS position. I note that the outcomes sought by HMS for the GIZ and OZ will be sought consistently across the district plan for most other zones. In this regard, if the commissioners and council officers have any suggestions or comments with regard to reducing repetition of work for them, HMS and I would consider using whatever methods are suggested.
Thank you very much, Carol. Mr. Martin.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Martin. I have two questions only. First is, you appear to be satisfied that the matters of discretion in relation to the open space zone are appropriate. But you have some concerns with matters of discretion on the industrial zone. You said that they're too broad. Does that suggest that might that suggest that a different approach to relocated buildings between the two zones might be appropriate? Have you given any thought to different zoning, a different rule framework for either zone? Ms. Gibson indicated in her report that the level of amenity associated with the industrial zone is generally low. I'm paraphrasing, whereas obviously England has the level of amenity associated with 3 open space zones are considerably greater. So might that justify a different approach to the prospect of relocatable buildings amongst those two zone groupings?
Yes, I think the rule framework as proposed, I feel like it's appropriate for there to be a permitted standard in both with enough controls to maintain amenity character and open space zone. The problem was that I believe the matters of discretion in the industrial zone were actually really broad and getting into things like ecological and historic heritage. So they were actually broader than what the open space zone ones would be. We would expect perhaps
The reverse.
yes, yeah.
Be that as it may, if there's no matter of historic heritage or sites of Sir Mr. Murray present on a site as a tick box exercise, it would simply be that it's not applicable. I mean, would it really matter then?
No, it wouldn't matter. The key kind of pathway, I guess, is that there is a permitted framework and the right conditions are met to get an activity through with effects that are anticipated and provided for by the plan, and then anything is necessary goes through in a restricted discretionary status, and the matters sort of come down to by the by. Really, the key part is that there is a permitted pathway that's HMS's position. Really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess for the officers, that potential disconnect between the two zones in terms of the matters of discretion is something that maybe between the two of you could report back on. It's something I sort of came to the conclusion on too. Second question, Ms. Martin, relates to the standards for permitted activity status, and the moment there are two, either that a reinstatement works report has been prepared and submitted to the council. And I guess it's an and, a relocate bond is paid to the council. It doesn't say and, but I presume it means and, as opposed to or. And thirdly, all the other industrial zone effect standards are complied with. I'm interested in the wording of standard 1. It requires a reinstatement works report to be prepared and submitted to the council, but it doesn't require the works to be undertaken in accordance with that report. So it's one thing to prepare a report, I think to actually have the works undertaken. Do you see a potential issue there?
Yes, I think the way that I read it was that a relocate bond were wrapped in, I can't remember the exact pathway, I'm sorry, but as a side kind of way via its definition, where perhaps it's to do with reinstatement works, maybe there may be a link there to the bond, and then the bond definition says things need to be done in a certain time frame. But yes, I consider it necessary and good practice to have an actual implementation clause in the standards to give people clear direction on how they can comply.
Might better help you. Look at your page 15 of your evidence, which is your recommended changes on the button. I think we've got the implementation proposed in terms of your relief, is that right?
Yes, of course, yep, and just crossed out there, number 2, there's relocate bond mentioned there.
Yes.
Yep.
Would the position of your client be altered if the works report and the bond were an or as opposed to an and?
No, HMS consider that, yeah, my understanding is that a reinstatement report is reasonably anticipated and a really good way to control effects of relocations, and a bond not really being necessary then.
Yes, but if it was an or, and you either had to provide the report and presumably implement it, or not provide the report and provide a bond, then standards 1 and 2 in the alternate would be met, and you wouldn't get to restricted discretionary activity status. It'd be a permitted activity, assuming you comply with all the other effect standards in the zone.
I think I need to discuss that with my client in their position. The reasons for not providing a bond, yeah, still stand, is that probably people would always prefer to go with a reinstatement report rather than have to stuff up extra money at the beginning. I'll have to discuss with them.
Okay, just so that you're clear, what I'm suggesting is an either or.
Yep, okay. Perhaps,
With the
Jonathan,
clients
if you
here.
feel like you can comment on that, you can, yeah.
Yep. Perhaps provide some clarification about that answer to that one.
Okay, that's probably all from me.
Thank you, David. Commissioner Littlejohn.
Yeah, thank you for that. So this is the first time I've ever come across the issue of relocatable buildings and the issues the industry has to contend with in a resource management sense. So I was quite intrigued by this notion of a relocate bond. Just intrigued. I mean, can you explain to me, is this something that the industry's had to proffer historically, and sort of what does it look like?
I understand it's kind of been implemented in a patchy way across New Zealand. In Plymouth, I believe my clients can definitely go deeper into this as well, but I believe you pay a bond, which in New Plymouth I understand is smaller than some other regions, whereas like South Taranaki District Council, it's 125% of the reinstatement works cost. Pay it when you are doing your resource consent application, I would say, for moving a house or a building, and then someone in-house in council does a reinstatement works inspection, ticks things off, and at some stage you get your bond back when you've completed your reinstatement works. So it's held in council.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with the notion of bonds under section 108A, I think, of the Act, which is to secure performance of a condition. But what's the condition that it would be securing performance of? I guess it doesn't matter because this is a rule and a plan rather than a resource consent. So I guess in a nutshell, your evidence is that the only, and certainly having read is it Jonathan's evidence about the process of removal, it struck me that the only significant difference between the process of building a new building and using a relocated one is that it might be a little bit noisier and a bit more machinery initially, but then the entire process is actually over a lot quicker, and you then just end up with a building there. So is that right? Am I understanding it correctly?
Yes, yep, sort of comes down to that.
So in a sense, why in terms of these things like even a reinstatement works report and a relocate bond, I mean, if you were going to find can you help me with what would be the resource management rationale for something like a reinstatement works report for a relocated building, but for nothing similar for a new build, like, for example, a promise to complete or whatever? I'm just struggling to get my head around what's the resource management difference then that requires a whole different approach to a relocatable building than a new build.
I'm unsure on that also, but it sort of comes back to probably amenity is one of my greatest thoughts there, and that some of it has been complaints driven, and perhaps more so residential areas, neighbours are about and expect to see a finished attractive building, not without baseboards and the other kind of reinstatement works that happen. So council have felt the need to ensure that this does happen, whereas a new build, ideally ends up as a nice, fresh, attractive house. So it's probably amenity and appearance driven.
But what's to sorry, I'm still trying to get my head around this. What makes a person complete building a house? Nothing, presumably, unless they want code compliance certificate. But I'm reminded of a house down the road from my father's place in Coromandel, in Pawanui, I think it was. For as long as I've been going there, the house sat in an unfinished state right in the middle of the residential area and effectively degraded. Now, I understand the circumstances as to why that happened were quite unfortunate, but even so, there's no power to make someone finish building a property. Whereas in this scenario, a person who's using or doing a relocatable building is actually in a different, is in a very different scenario. Well, look, anyway, I'm probably just going around in circles philosophically to try and come up with the resource management difference. So certainly your evidence, at face value, quite resonates with me about why the distinction. But again, I'll be interested to see what staff say in response. So no specific questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ramble like that. I'm just a bit bemused by the whole thing, I've got to say.
I think before everyone, people will sort of understand the way we're working this panel, that where all experienced practitioners, we've come across these sorts of things before. The dynamic between questions and comments from us is quite often a bit blurred. Just the way we roll, I think we're going quite well, but even for the staff to sort of hear in terms of peer discussion about some of these matters, it's pretty helpful. So no problems with that, Kit. Look, I'd like to firstly thank you very much, Ms. Martin, for your evidence. I really like the way that you're pretty thorough in your 32AA analysis. And you know, we've requested that, so that's really helpful to us, because if we are looking to change what's notified, we do need in our decisions to have applied ourselves to any changes in the 32AA things, so matters. So having you know, reasonably fully work your way through it in the planning context was really great. I do want to take you back to your 15 that I was referring to, your page 15 of your evidence, which was the changes that you're really looking for in the industrial zone in terms of the standards. So you see there in red, you'd like to cross out the relocate bond, and I take it that's your position across all of the zones in the plan.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. We heard today from Ms. Gibson that no one's actually asked for that relocate bond definition to be deleted from the plan, but the only place it is applied is in this relocation circumstance. That's right, isn't it? Okay. So I presume that if we were to accept that submission, that definition would also just consequently go, because it's not
Be redundant.
Right. And following on from Commissioner McMahon's questions, the implementation part of the standard is in your new red under item 1 on that page, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes. I just had a question, and putting aside the fairness of this, because I'm not sure whether you're familiar with the Newbury principles, which is an old English case. It might be from the House of Lords, but anyway, from a senior judge many years ago, which set out the reasons why conditions should be imposed on planning authorisations, and they go to things like fairness, ability to implement, certainty, needing to be for a resource management purpose, which is your position. You kind of find out what that is. And that sort of line of thinking has certainly been applied in the courts in New Zealand over time, adapted through some key cases, but essentially the same. That's in a conditions framework for a resource consent, but in a plan, the standard also has to be certain, measurable, clear, etc., etc. I just wondered if this did stay. You're talking about reinstatement report has to be prepared and submitted to council prior to the relocation. So I'm wondering, wouldn't it be after the, or wouldn't it be after the relocation and the work was done that the report would be submitted?
No, I think there'd be an expectation there to inspect the building, ascertain what probably needs fixing on the outside, and things like foundations as well. They may well change from site to site.
So that's more of a, how are we going to relocate this building? How are we going to reinstate it when it's on the site? All those things. It will be a forward-looking report rather than a compliance report.
I guess it probably doesn't matter really, the timing of the report.
Okay.
So long as we had, a list.
What you're going to do.
Yeah, a list of things at some stage that need to be complied with, and then they are complied with within the timeframe.
Okay. And so the implementation part is that within 12 months, you're required to complete all those works that you're saying you're going to do in the reinstatement report.
Yes.
Yes. But where's again, in a condition sense, there would be a certification from someone that was done. So I think I'm struggling a little bit with the wording here, that it's sort of just an obligation to do it, doesn't?
Yeah, possibly does need a bit more instruction in there. Proof of, such as proof being submitted to council for not approval, but
That would close the loop, wouldn't it?
yes, it would. Yep.
Yes.
Some rewording there would be
Okay.
appropriate.
And when you say in the second sentence, all works required to reinstate the exterior of any relocated building, and then use one example, just being including the siding on permanent foundations, there are other things you need to do. You need to put on your baseboards, you need to put your service connections in, one need to paint, and so is it, does it need to be any further direction to what this report, a reinstatement works report isn't defined, is it?
I can't remember if it is or isn't.
Oh, it is.
It is.
That's one of those ones
Yeah.
we looked at with your, all right, so that covers what that needs to include.
Mhm.
All right,
And I believe it's still possibly to be finalised what a reinstatement works report looks like, and that may well change perhaps as years go by and priorities of council and things change, or it may be the same, but an example of one, I believe Jonathan submitted with his original submission.
yes, yes. Okay, so look, I'm just some more thought about including the standard, just using those sort of clarity aspects, so we know what we're doing if this does stay as it is. You mentioned, Jonathan mentioned the South Taranaki situation where there's been an environmental hearing, is that right, on this matter?
I think I'll let Jonathan.
Yes.
Yep.
Is there a decision on that?
Yeah, there was.
Okay. And that, was it a hearing about whether the rules should be in the plan, or whether
It was specifically about the bond.
bond?
Yes,
And that survived the court bid, isn't it?
it did.
Yes.
And that, if I can say it, it related to it, that some of the objectives that were actually specifically put into the plan. So that is where it's different from the New Plymouth thing.
There were really, specific obstacles in their chapter about managing amenity and appearance effects of relocated buildings.
Yes.
It's nothing quite as direct in this one.
Okay, so it's not supported at a high level in your view. Okay, thank you very much for your evidence, Ms. Martin. I found that very interesting, as we've said. So Mr. Thompson, you've got some evidence for us too?
We do. Kerry, do you want to?
Thank
Go
you,
next
Adam.
if you like, yeah. So next now I've got Kerry from Equal House Movers.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I've just come in, I've sort of worked with Jonathan and part of the Heavy Haulage Association. So my main reason here is just to give an example. In the New Plymouth Council, or in your district, we have not in fact relocated many industrial buildings. It's not a common thing, but I just thought it was handy to give you guys an example of what one does look like. It was moved for GJ Sol. So we actually sold the office building that was already. I've got some of these to hand out if you like. So this is a building that was purchased from Central House Movers and relocated onto site just to extend their existing office area. And it just gives an example that once completed and code of compliance issued, it's really hard to
see where the difference in a relocate to a build on site is. And yeah, that was the main reason for me putting that forward. And yeah, I just like I say, in the industrial, there's not a lot happening. So it's mainly getting things in line with residential and industrial.
So the 3 photos, which I don't think you'll be seeing, or have you been sent? No.
No, sorry, it's
This is a building that's being relocated. Has it had the sort of the glass front put on it?
Yes, it's been added, yes,
Yes.
after relocation, yeah.
Yes. And there's some design plans there that were essentially elevations and foundation plans and those sorts of things.
Yes, yeah. So that building itself was already an office building, so it was just relocated to be reused rather than demolished, yeah.
So as part of Central House Movers contract.
Yeah.
We basically rules, I say this.
Yeah, Bulls and New Plymouth, yep.
Yeah. Was part of your work to actually get the house on the site?
Yeah,
do the
so we,
foundations,
yeah, and we also, yeah.
and just reinstate it on the site.
So yeah, we go as far as delivery, a standard foundation and securing the building to the foundation.
Yes.
And then the owners then have builders come in to do the baseboards and the reinstatement work. But us as well, we also offer the, to prepare council consent on their behalf. So we work with the councils closely to get relocation consents.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, through and issued and resource consent in some councils now, so yeah.
So I'm just thinking about the effects of this activity. What's different? For example, I've repiled houses in my time.
Yeah.
The repilers come in, baseboards go.
Yeah.
Quite often jacks go under, and there's a lot of works, and the baseboards come back on just because they look ugly otherwise. So that's one of the effects. It's sort of the appearance, visual effects that perhaps there's a concern about. There's no different to a major renovation of an existing house repiling, apart from the moving part of it.
Mm.
That'd be fair.
Yes, and if you know, like that particular job, all up, we would have been on site on the site doing the works, a day and a half of that. So it's all very instant.
All right, well, thank you, and we'll get a copy of this through to you, Kit. I'll ask Julie to the Royal We. Thank you for that. Any questions of Ms. Booker?
No.
All right, Mr. Thompson, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to present. So yes, I'm the Chief Executive of the Association. We have a group within our membership that transports houses, and as we've said in my submission there, so about 70% of all houses around the country are done by members of our association. And you may not know, but it's around about 3,000 houses a year that get relocated. So when you think about the number of days each week that we can move houses, which is not all of them, and breaks and that sort of thing. So I think there's 5 or 6 houses every night around New Zealand get shifted. A small smattering of them end up on TV occasionally for all the right reasons, of course. That's what we like doing. So what I'd like you to do. So in my submission, so there was a map. What's the one? This one didn't print out very well. But it's so Schedule 1, and I just really wanted just to talk a little bit about. As an association, where we've been and what we've done, because I think it helps to paint a bigger picture. We do approach each council and each district plan separately, and we find out what the issues are in that particular area for the council, and we do speak to as necessary. So I guess we have what we would like to see in terms of the controls for relocated houses. But we do listen to the local council to actually say what are the local issues, and I guess that's where, in South Taranaki we did have the issue with some houses being finished for some time, and that's how we ended up with the bond being where it is. You can see from the map. So basically, so just to go back, so 2004, I think we've certainly more than alluded to the fact that there was an Environment Court ruling, Central Otago, and that was where the judges helpfully said that there's really no difference between a completed relocated building and a built in situ building, right? So really, since that time, that's been something that we have strongly promoted to councils, and you can see from this map. So all those areas in green are the ones that do have a permitted activity route for relocated buildings. Most of them do have, as we've outlined here also, so there's restricted discretionary as a default if they don't comply with that route. And so in fact, that Central Otago is very useful because that was really where the performance standards idea came from, because it sort of talked, so that Roland talked about, yep, you can go permitted, but you've got to comply with this, this and that. And we thought that that was a really useful angle to take. So it just really, to me, it sort of almost incentivizes people that want to go down this route to actually say, yep, this is what we want to see. We want to see it completed in this particular period of time and that sort of thing. So we thought that was very useful. So, and a lot of councils have agreed with this approach. So you can see all those ones in green are the ones that since 2004 have agreed with us. Now, a lot of those, just talking about the bond, so a lot of those did have a bond in the past. It was a control that we did used to see. And in fact, I think in a lot of the default or fallback restricted discretionary situations, they do have a bond mentioned in there as one of the matters over which they have discretion, right? So it is still there, but only for restricted discretionary. If you can see yourself to go down the route of permitted activity, then yep, that's the carrot that you get, if you like, is that you do not have to have a bond, right? I just wanted to quickly talk about some of the other colours on here. So the yellow ones are the ones that are still in submission process. So Waikato, Marlborough, what else? Queenstown Lakes. So they're all we're waiting for them to go to operative, and they're going permitted activity route, right? So you can see that we're going to be getting our little coloured markers and colouring in these sections as soon as these plans go operative. You can see it's turning more green by the, as the weeks tick by. So there are other ones that are still in process. So Central Hawke's Bay, and Tasman are ones that have talked about having a permitted activity route. So there are other ones that are also going down this route already.
So Waikato and QLDC,
yep,
they would accept permitted status.
Yep.
Do they require a bond when they have plans?
Not for permitted activity. No.
Are they require one of these reinstatement reports?
Waikato, oh no, Waikato, no. They've actually disagreed with us and they don't think it's required. So that was another, so I just sort of talking to some notes here, but it's sort of interesting that some of the councils are more relaxed than what we would want them to be. So I'm thinking about Rotorua, Kawerau, Kapiti. So all those ones we've submitted for permitted activity with performance criteria. The councils actually turned around and said, no, we don't think that you need that performance criteria. So listen, that's obviously the council's decision, but we believe that we think it's useful for somebody starting off going down the route of relocating a house, knows that, okay, they get this report done, they know that there are these things, and if you have a look at our standard report that I think we submitted first up, it talks about the range of things that actually is required to be done, and it actually puts a dollar figure on it, right? And it sets a timeline, and it also gets the person to sign to say, yes, we will do that. So rather than having the punitive effect of a financial bond, you can go down the route of saying, yep, I know up front what the things are that we're going to have to reinstate, what the approximate dollar cost is, so they can actually budget for that and allow for it, and then also the timeline by which they can get it done. So, and in all these areas in green here, that's most of what they want. As I say, there's a few that actually don't require that, which is, I guess, a pleasant surprise for us. So, there are a couple of little red spots in there. I'll just mention those. So one of your neighbouring ones there, and also Palmerston North. So rural is actually permitted with both the residential in Palmerston North and so it's Stratford, isn't it? So actually we missed their consultation process.
Okay.
So that's just one of the vagaries of the system, is that we have so many councils to deal with that occasionally we miss them, and that's how come they slip through. Otherwise, yeah, we would have been knocking on their door. And next time we get an opportunity, we'll do that, don't believe me. So,
Well, certainly, you're onto it, just attending these hearings and,
it's,
might seem a bit of a grind, but these plans do last for a long time, and
Yep.
spending that time and effort at this planning front is,
it's worthwhile.
worthwhile.
We started doing this in 1998.
Yes,
So just before I started with the association, actually, so it's been a long investment of time and resources, but I think that what we've seen is that the councils do, I think that especially what the court set down in Central Otago, it really resonates with the councils, and they can actually see that this is something useful that can actually work. And you know, I mean, some of them have been in some time now, and really the councils have been quite happy with the way that the regimes are set up. So, okay, so I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the bond. So what I sort of alluded to it before, but we believe that instead of having the punitive bond, the financial bond, it's better to actually have that reinstatement report. I think up until now, right, I think it's more of a condition report.
It is that's what I mean, a condition report.
Yeah. So it sort of talks about maybe the things that do need to be improved, but maybe it's not quite specific as saying that these things actually have to be done, and here is the cost, and actually, you know, unlikely improving that. So, so I think that that's a difference from what New Plymouth has had up till now. So that's the reason why I think it's a reasonable step to go no bond and permitted in the industrial zone, in the open, you know, space zones, but only where the zone rules permitted it. Like I think you've got that time, or that table with the traffic light things, right? So in some of those zones, I mean, excuse me, I can't remember them all, but you know, it talks about that, you know, residential or building is not permitted at all, right? So it's only in those zones where you can actually, where it's actually part of the permitted, well, part of the zone requirements, I guess the zone rules, you're actually allowed to, you know, bring in a building, which could be an industrial or an office block, could also be like a sports club or changing rooms or any of those sorts of things, which could be really useful as a quick way to get a new building in for a sports club, you know? So, you know, I think that's actually permitted in the sports and open, sports and, sorry, what's the zone name?
The sports and active recreation.
Sports and that's fine, yeah. So it could be a very useful thing in that sort of zone, so. And the final point I want to make, so yeah, so the New Plymouth plan was the first one we've actually come across it, where there was actually controls or potential controls on storage yards for houses, right? So you've got a storage yard here, haven't you?
Yeah. So we've invested in back into New Plymouth and have quite a large house storage yard on Carterry Road.
saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, so this was a particular concern with the industrial zone, was that, you know, there could potentially be a need for resource consent when each time you brought a house in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to store it until it went to, we sold it or went to a new place, right? So we're pleased to actually see what the planners reports actually come back with on that. I think that we can live with that now. So I think that's a good change. So, okay.
Okay. So Commissioner Mark.
Yes, just one area, drawing on Mr. Martin's comment on the HMS position at the end of her summary evidence, where she said she notes that outcomes for HMS for the industrial zone and the open space zones, we saw consistently across the district plan and other hearings.
Yep.
And she's asking for us whether the panel has any guidance or suggestions on how that might be done. Just taking a lead from that, what I want to understand from you, Mr. Barnett-Thompson, is whether you accept that different zones should have a different approach depending on the level of amenity and policy protection required for different zones in relation to relocatable buildings. I mean, is it really a one size should fit all across the district, or is there a reason to have different activity status ranging from permitted through to restricted, discretionary, and even controlled, depending on the zone objectives and policies? Would you accept that differentiation is?
I don't think so, because the outcome is what we've got to focus on, right? The outcome is that you're getting the building on site in a quick period of time and reinstated according to the report, right? So therefore, the outcome is what we've got to focus on, not the temporary construction effects, right? So therefore, when you look at the outcome, why should the outcome be different in different zones? It shouldn't. It should be the same outcome. Right?
So what's the key, would you accept that the key driver affecting outcome is the relocation report?
Yep, and I guess the timeline. I think in the planner's report didn't mention a timeline. So I think that's one key thing that's actually missing. Yeah. So, you know, I think you talked before about sort of closing the loop. Was that?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
So I think they to produce the report, it's another thing to it, making sure that the work is undertaken in accordance.
Absolutely. So one practical thing that we've seen in other areas is that, so the owner of the house can take photos to show that, yep, the baseboards are on, you know, the roof's been, you know, new roof has been put on, the painting's been done, whatever it is, it's in that condition report. Photos sent through, doesn't take much of the planner's time to actually, the official's time to actually check that all those things are ticked off and it's done.
And you'd accept, presumably, that the key resource management issue here is visual appearance of the finished works.
I think that the main issue seems to be the visual appearance of while it's still in construction, if you like. So while it is being reinstated, I think the amenity of the finished product is no issue.
And I wasn't backing that out from the officer's report. I assumed from what I read that amenity in the finished realm was the issue that was being sought to be protected.
I think, well, amenity in the industrial zone is not, as I think the planning report's identified, is not anywhere near as important as the amenity in a residential zone.
Yes.
But as I said, it's more about the amenity while the reinstatement work is going on. You know what I mean? As we've identified, you know, there's amenity issues with new construction houses, right? Whether it's, you know, for example, one of my members moving a house backwards on the section and the new house being built on the front, or whether it's a relocated house being built on the front. You know what I mean? It's what happens in 6 or, in our case, 12 months' time. You know, that's what the outcome is the most important thing.
Plan as notified for the industrial open space and sport and recreation zone had relocated buildings entry level as a controlled activity, where the control was exercised over the need for a report or the need for a bond. And the beauty, I guess, of controlled activity in that situation is that there's a process to determine both of those matters.
Yep.
If we're dealing with permitted activity, the wording of the rule has to be very precise so that there's no room for conjecture or disagreement about what's required. And that's the point that the chair was. So I guess I'm still needing to be convinced that the wording of the permitted activity rule in relation to the report is bulletproof in that sense. So I need to have another look at Compass Martin's track changes. And you heard the questions from the chair, Ms. Martin, about whether that wording satisfies the certainty tests. So something that I think we need to put back to the officers also.
Yep, certainly I agree with that.
I note that in the natural open space zone, the entry level for these buildings is restricted discretionary. Yeah. And again, would you maintain that as the outcome and the process that's the key here, regardless of the activity stage?
I guess the outcome is important, but I mean, there's a reason that, yeah, that the plans have suggested restricted discretionary. Yeah. And
of all the open space zones, it seems to be the most sensitive, doesn't it?
yes, it does. It does. Right.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to explore there is whether there's a role for a differentiated approach across the zones, or whether a one size fits all, as you would promote it, works and in the event that your suggested relief is not successful, whether you would want to revert to the plan as notified, where we wouldn't go past controlled activity, at least on those first 3 zones.
Right, yep. I think that's something we could accept.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, David. Kit, have you got some questions?
No, I didn't. I very much enjoyed the evidence. As I mentioned, I'd never come across this in my long and illustrious career. So it's a very interesting process. I appreciated it, but I don't need to ask you any questions about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, well, hopefully we are able to have more contact with you one way or another. As you see, we cover the country. So.
Well, you don't want to. You don't want to have a planning barrister on your side, because you generally it means you're in trouble.
Okay. We'll go through informally then.
Very good.
Unless someone who can shift a house for you.
I don't have any specific questions for you, and really appreciate you attending. Are you travel from
Wellington? Yeah.
Wellington, so you travel here.
Yeah,
Really, thank you very much for doing that, because there's nothing like the opportunity to
I would agree.
to talk about these face to face.
Yep.
And certainly, you know, Kerry, you coming along as well. That's awesome. Look, I do have a bit of a thought about future hearings. We've got your evidence, Mr. Barnett-Johnson, and know the sort of the issues from the association's perspective. What I suggest is we have set up a process, and look, we'll hear back from the staff. They may well have some responses which will be helpful to you. They may not. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But if you're submitting against each of the zones, set up a process that if the submitter is generally comfortable with the officer's report, the idea is you just send us a quick email or note or letter saying that. If you may have some minor issues, you can ask us whether we've got any questions, and if we don't, you won't have to travel. But I just think just monitor things with the team here, and we're trying to make things as easy as possible, so parties don't have to turn up at every single hearing, certainly the full crew, but that's my suggestion there. Certainly keep in touch with the hearing administrators and everyone else, to make it as user-friendly as possible.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
Yes.
But I think also, to us, this is really important, right? It's not so much about the members, although obviously Central House Movers and others like Britain's here do get work out of it and transporting houses. But I think it's the clients, it's the customers of our people, who need cost-efficient housing, affordable housing, sometimes more quick turnaround housing, especially at the moment, right? That's who we really got to focus on. I think there's a big opportunity here for the council to actually provide a route for this affordable housing that really the rest of the country has opened themselves up to. So that's the challenge I'd like to give you.
Yes, I know that this is one of the great recycling processes.
Exactly. Yep.
These great buildings can have another life, so just all sorts of buildings.
Yep. Some of them have a habit of being relocated a number of times. I think your company's done a number of times.
Yes.
They get various different lives and various different lives the same. So, so thank you for the opportunity. I really do appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for your assistance. All right, moving on. Jonathan, can you come in, please?
doesn't seem like that long. So firstly, I'd just like to say that I actually really enjoyed the presentations that council officers gave this morning. I found them incredibly interesting and useful. And to a certain extent, they've sort of like helped me modify slightly my my summary of written evidence. There's a few things I might be able to add, a few things I might be able to compact a wee bit, which is always a good thing.
Excellent.
So I've actually dealt with open space and recreation zones first, and in general, I agree with the report that's prepared by Mr. Friendly. I have pointed out some places where I think a little bit of tweaking needs to be undertaken, and I think that Mr. Friendly is going to be addressing that through his reply. The one thing I did want to talk about with regard to Mr. Friendly's report was the proposed changes to the maximum height standards. So in his report, he recommends that they be changed from maximum heights to buildings to maximum heights of all types of structures. I wanted to raise this because in hearing two, Ms. Edwards considered a couple of submissions that I've made and recommended that they be deferred to the zone hearings. Ms. Gibson's actually addressed those in her report, but Mr. Friendly hasn't. So I've kind of treated that like an oversight, and with the panel's indulgence, I'd just like to have a chat about that aspect of Mr. Friendly's report, if I may.
Yeah.
So, as I've said before, my submissions are predominantly about consistency and clarity and those sorts of things. And I support Mr. Friendly's recommendation that the standards in this open space and recreation zone be amended, because currently there is no height limit on structures, and I think that it's generally recognised that open space are nice areas and that there needs to be some controls. I guess the issue that I have with it is that if you are looking to include structures in there, then given the height limits that are in place, you need to be sure that you don't overly regulate through the consent process what can be constructed. So, for example, Commissioner McMahon asked Mr. Friendly whether there was a difference between the operative district plan and the proposed district plan. I had a quick squiz during lunch, and there is. Under the operative district plan, there's a distinction between the height of structures and buildings. Generally, structures other than buildings are able to go higher than the buildings. This is in recognition that one of the main issues about buildings is their bulk. The other thing is that just comparing what's in the operative district plan with the proposed plan and what used to be open space C but is now the natural open space area, you've gone from a maximum building height of 8 metres down to 4 metres. So that's quite a substantial drop in building height. I note that there is some provision for structures that are listed in the exemptions, such as antennas, aerials, kauraki, those sorts of things, to have additional height. In some instances, that's an additional 3 metres. Solar panels, solar water heating get an extra 1/4 metre. The main concern that I have with this is making sure that with that additional standard on there, that you can actually get the type of structures that you would expect to see in these areas under those rules and not make them go through an unnecessary consent process. One of the things I thought about was potentially sculptures. There's a sculpture that's on the corner of Brougham and the One Way.
Hi, Moana.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah, and that's being moved off site. Potentially that could go into one of these open space areas. So I mean, we've got a lot of sculpture. We're lucky we've got a lot of sculpture on the coastal walkway. So do the exemptions that are included in there cover everything that should be covered. And so I guess it's a case of making sure that that change, the effects of that change have been robustly addressed. And I guess that's something that I'll be interested to hear Mr. Findlay's role replying. So that was the main thing that I wanted to get across. We did have a distinction, like I said, in the district plan between structures, recognising that structures other than buildings are generally, they don't have the same kind of bulk, they don't have the same kind of visual effects. So we enabled them to be higher. And in fact, one of the rules said, the thinner you are, the higher you can go. There's been a bit of a change in terms of the national planning standards bringing in quite a concise definition of building. We used to be able to stick exemptions in the definitions. You can't do that under the national planning standards, and now they've had to put them under the individual rules and fixed standards. And they tend to be activity based. There might be an opportunity again through those exemptions to have a look at, okay, well, if the structure is pretty narrow, is it okay? The other thing that occurred to me when I was looking at those exemptions was that the way that they're written, some of them look like they are structures on their own, some of them look like they are structures that are intended to be on buildings. And there's a bit of a, there is room, I think, for clarification about what the council's trying to achieve. So, for example, quite often antennas or satellite dishes on top of buildings are okay because you've already got the building there. But if you're talking about potentially a pole with a 7 metre high, 7 metre high pole with a satellite dish on, that might be a different scenario. So I'm trying to get my head around what it is that they're trying to achieve in terms of the effects that they're trying to control. And does the rule as it's written provide for those without overly being restrictive? So that was sort of like, sorry, that turned out to be a bit longer than I anticipated. If I might move to the general industrial zone.
Before you do,
okay.
You've indicated that for the open space C zone, and that, which is now the actual space zone, there's been a reduction from 8 metres to 4 metres.
That's good.
Did you, were you able to ascertain whether there were any other changes in the other two?
So just looking at my notes very quickly. So currently in the open space C zone, 8 metres for buildings,
yes.
10 metres for structures. The natural open space zone is 4 metres. That's for the open space B zone, which is the equivalent of just the general open space zone. You've got an 8 metre height limit for buildings and a 10 metre for structures, 7 metres in the proposed plan.
Yes.
Like I said, there are additions and exemptions in the ODP as well, which could potentially mean you could go a little bit higher as well. Open space A, which is the SAR zone, you have a 9 metre height limit for building, 12 metre height limit for structures.
12.
Yeah, for structures, other than buildings. And then they've got a 9 metre height limit in the proposed plan. So just resetting myself here, the general industrial zone. So again, in general, I support the recommendations in the section 42A report prepared by Ms. Gibson. Noting that there is some inconsistency with what she's recommended compared to what Mr. Findlay's recommended. Funnily enough, I referred to relocated buildings, so there is a difference, and I guess that that's a matter that the commissioners have raised, that the council officers need to consider whether there should be those distinctions. I think the main distinction that I picked up on was that for the industrial zone, they don't talk about the use to which the building is put, because in my opinion, that's adequately covered by the other the activities. So there's no need for it. It focuses consideration to the effects of that relocation. Whereas Mr. Findlay still refers to the use to which the building is going to be put. So in regard to Ms. Gibson's report, there's two matters I want to speak to. One is the height limit for buildings and structures in the general industrial zone located between Egmont Road, State Highway 3, the railway lines and the eastern general industrial zone boundary. So it's that Orapuru Road area. Basically, Ms Gibson's recommended an RL of 37, and I support the use of an RL. I was actually involved in the plan change hearing, so I've got a wee bit of background about that. Where we disagree is what that RL should be. And I've said that I think it needs to be the same as it is at the moment, which is 38, just to be consistent with the structure plan that's in the cooperative district planning. And noting that that would require a consequential amendment to DV 4S1. The other matter that I'd like to talk to is the height in relation to boundary standards. And this is where those two submission points that I referred to earlier have been considered by Ms Gibson. And she's recommending in her report that the height in relation to boundary be applied not only to buildings, which is fairly standard, but also to structures in the industrial zone. So there's three matters that I have that are of concern. One is the first one is the effect of what that does, those changes and those structures in addition to the buildings. The second point is consideration of this as a consequential amendment. And the third point is inconsistency of reporting in these submission reports. So, considering Ms Gibson's recommended change to the HRB standards, I have reviewed which zones apply the standards to all structures and which buildings only, which apply them only to buildings. Now, I've added some appendices in there because I like to use a table format to compare between them, and as the Commission has recognised, that table that compared across the open space zones and across the industrial zones is quite a useful way to look at where there are inconsistencies. So I've appended a couple of tables that show what the headings are that have been used, and also I've noted areas where there may be inconsistencies between the heading and the actual text. I've done that both for height in relation to boundary, but also for the height standards as well. So hopefully that will help should this be considered in future hearings as well. So in the main, the HRB standards are applied to buildings only, although I do note that they're applied to all structures within the commercial and mixed use zones, except for the large format retail zone and the central city zone, which don't have any standards at all, and also to the hospital zone. Ms Gibson states that the height and height in relation boundaries standards should apply to all structures, citing for the zone, general industrial zone, consistency with the development 4 section. However, there are no height in relation to boundary standards in the DV4 section, and the changes that Ms Gibson's recommending by including structures in them would apply not only to that area, but across the entire general industrial zone. So over the weekend, I did a little bit of an assessment of what those changes would be in terms of applying the height in relation to boundary rules to structures as well as to buildings. And fundamentally, that's the height that you can go to under the height in relation to boundary rules relates to how far you are back from the boundary. So the height in relation to boundary rules apply in regard to particular sensitive zones, and that aligns with the setbacks that apply. The zones are the same for both. So in the summary of the evidence, I've put a little table together that shows that there would be, in terms of what's in the proposed plan compared to the recommendation, for the southern boundary particularly, the height that you could go to currently, being 15 metres, compared to the height that you could go to if you had to apply the height in relation to boundaries, there's quite a substantial difference. You go from 15 down to 8.6 metres. So I haven't had time to actually work out in terms of where these zones, these additional standards would apply, because they do only apply at the interface with those zones. It doesn't apply between zones or with other zones as well. But I would be interested to see whether an analysis has been undertaken as to actually how much land this potentially affects. As I noted, to actually get a maximum height of 15 metres from the southern boundary, you need to be located not 8 metres away from the boundary, but 17. So that takes out an additional 9 metres of land if you want to go to that height. At this point, I would like to note that my submission points relating to these matters have been included in the Section 42A report under the heading of consequential changes. Now, my understanding is that a consequential change is something that arises as a result of a recommendation or a decision on the submission. For example, in Mr. Fringley's report, he's recommended some changes from Papakainga housing to Papakainga, and you'd need, as a consequential change, to change the definition. Consideration of these two submission points in relation to height and height in relation to boundary was first considered by the panel in hearing 2 when Ms. Edwards recommended that they be deferred for consideration at hearings for the relevant zones and other chapters. My understanding was that Ms. Edwards felt that it was more appropriate for them to be dealt with on an individual basis when you were actually looking at the minutiae or the detail in those zones, and that as such a decision hadn't been made, or it was, a recommendation hadn't been made. So to my mind, the recommendation should be made now, and therefore it's not a consequential change, and that given the level of effect of the proposed change, that it needs to be subject to scrutiny and what the effects of those are and whether it's still the most efficient and effective and appropriate way of actually addressing the effects that the rules are designed to deal with. So just in there, I did recognise that, you know, we had it pretty easy, to be honest, under the pre the national planning standards. We could put lots of exemptions. We could take sheds out of definitions of buildings if they were small. They don't have quite that wiggle room, which makes it, I guess, increasingly important to make sure that if you do have exemptions, that those exemptions achieve the outcomes that you're trying to actually get from the rules. So yes, just in paragraph 27, I've said that I've appended, hopefully, something that might be helpful for future consideration under other zones. And yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this.
Thank you again for looking at these issues. Helen will start. David, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I can't pretend that I understand any of that, Mr. Thompson. No, that's nothing to do with you. It's just such a complex issue, and you've identified the problem, but I'm just not sure what the solution is. The problem seems to be brought about by the fact that there's no differentiation between building and structure in the proposed plan, whereas there is in the operative district plan. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is what you think is the solution.
So, for example, Ms. Gibson in the rules for the industrial zone actually does have different rules for structures and buildings, not for Orapururi, but for the rest of the general industrial zone. So she's recognised that structures, for example, can be higher in that zone without it having such great
And that's permissible in terms of the MP, National Planning Standard?
I believe so. I didn't see anything in the NPS that actually said how you had to apply. There is a definition of building. The definition of structure is the same as it's always been.
Right. So it's only in relation to the Egmont Village GIC that's a problem there.
I don't actually see it as being a problem in the Orapururi structure plan area, because that's treated differently. At the time, it was treated differently in recognition that it was part of the entrance corridor to New Plymouth. And you have quite a nice connection coming in on the bypass towards the mountain. And so what they were trying to do was retain that connection and I guess make sure that the change from rural to industrial wasn't adversely affecting their entry experience. And so that's why they came up with an RL. So in that particular area, in recognition that it is part of their entry, I think an RL, both for structures and for buildings, is appropriate. But in terms of the rest of the industrial zone, as recommended by Ms Gibson, I think there is an argument that structures should be allowed to be 21.
And did your submission provide that scope?
I think so. I said I don't have my actual submission with me today, but the point that I wanted to make was that if you are having that distinction or you're not having that distinction, then it needs to be clearly identified why and relate that to the effects that you're trying to control.
Is there any policy guidance that you for in the industrial zone in particular, where differentiation between structures and buildings is?
I had a look at the open space zone and I noted that some of the policies talked just about buildings, whereas the other policies talked about buildings and structures. I have to admit I didn't look in any great detail at the general industrial zone, but interestingly, the general industrial zone talks more about activities rather than differentiating between buildings and structures. Does it answer your question?
No, it's just completely what about for the open space zones?
So, for example, in open space zones, the objective 3 talks about open space land is used efficiently and the number and scale of buildings is limited. But in the policies, if I can find the one that I found earlier.
You might expect something in the natural character one, given the reduction in building height is probably the greatest between the operative district and the proposed plan.
Unfortunately, I don't get the printout for the particular one with me. One for the kids.
But I certainly may be flippant in my introduction to the questioning. It is a complex issue, and you've obviously got your head around it more so than I have. Do you see any benefit in yourself and Ms Gibson talking further about this?
If Ms Gibson would find that
I would find that very useful.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that, working around my other job.
As we said at the last hearing, any initiative that the planners would like to take, procedures anticipate discussions, or does that have to be anything formal? But if there is any dialogue and update, just clearly set there in the written reply. Just looking as we talk about looking at that policy direction of the various zones, which I think to set the scope, well, there's some sort of scope, there's some nexus between what Ms Johnson's talking about. So then, Commissioner Littlejohn.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think the work you've done, particularly in the statement you circulated this morning, Ms Johnson, shows a level of analysis and overview over the various chapters and how they're using different terms, which, you know, we're incredibly grateful for, because it does show someone who has got the capacity to look over this plan and see how it all meshes together. And yeah, all I can do is echo Commissioner McMahon and say very appreciative of the time and effort you've taken to put into that. And I'm sure Ms Gibson will appreciate that as well in due course, as will hopefully the plan in its final form. The one matter I just wanted to clarify, and I might have missed it, and it comes back to this vexed issue of building height and how it's measured. And I was interested in how it had been done in the operative plan with a ground level set as an RL and then a maximum building height set as an RL, so that effectively the height of the structure you can get is a consequence of the distance between those two things in any one particular location. I'm less clear how the proposed plan now addresses the issue. And if we look at the three height rules, or the standards, S1, S2, and S3. S3 is the one you've recommended a slight datum change to RL 38, but at least that's ascertainable. But I'm just wondering for the other two height standards, how one works out where one measures that height from. And I tried to go back and see if there was a hint in the definitions around height or building height, but I couldn't immediately put my eye on it. How do you work out the ground level for the purposes of measuring your height limit in this plan?
Is it a question for me or Ms. Gibson?
No, to you. You're there. I'll ask you, and if Ms. Gibson wants to assist, then she can do so as well.
Excuse me for a minute, I'll just. My understanding is that height is height above ground level.
Okay.
The definition of ground level in the National Planning Standards isn't particularly useful. I mean, to be honest, it's always been difficult to sort out what ground level is. That's why there's been so many different definitions of ground level in the various district plans. So you need to go back to ground level in order to determine how high you can go, and that can be problematic. Particularly if there's been some modification of the ground level, you know, through after the time of subdivision, through building platforms, all of those sort of things. This is something that we grappled with back in 1998. It's something that people are still grappling with. But as I understand it, you need to relate, you apply those heights above the definition of ground level as included in the district plan per the National Planning Standards.
Okay, that helps. It gets me part of the way because I am familiar with the definition of ground level in the RMA, but I'm not sure whether it hasn't been referenced in either of these standards. And if you go to the definitions and you look at the definition in the plan of height, it simply says, has the same meaning as in section 2, which means the vertical difference between a specified reference point and the highest part of any feature, structure, or building above that point, but it doesn't make a direct reference to ground level. And on the face of it, unless the standards, particularly 1 and 2, have a reference to the ground level per the definition in the plan, I'm not sure whether there's enough of a link through the provisions to I mean, obviously that the person who knows plans and how these things work will assume that, but I wonder if on the face of it, the standards need to have a reference to ground level to make sure the two are connected.
That's a very good point. I admit to a certain extent, I probably did just assume it was ground level, but now that you've made reference to that particular definition, which comes from, I believe, the National Planning Standards, you do need to make that link. There was something else I noticed while I was going through that in that site coverage isn't defined either. So that's another area that might need addressing at that kind of roundup hearing the process.
Okay. All right. Well, that sort of answered my question. It hasn't solved the potential problem, but it's something I assume we can get. Ms. Gibson might have a view on it seems to me that that's what everyone's talking about. And I accept that there are nuances with how one determines ground level. And sometimes you can get into some forensic accounting to work out what it was at any point in time. But at least for the purposes of height, ground level is a defined point above which you then measure the height in the standard. So I just wonder whether we do need to have that link drawn through.
Presumably, presumably this is an issue for all zones, not just the industrial zone.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, that's why we're here, to try and make sure these little things get picked up. So I'm assuming we could deal with that as assuming Ms. Gibson agrees with it and the planning staff agree that there needs to be that link. It really is just a clarification and or consequential amendment, isn't it?
Yes, I believe it's a matter of clarification. I think there's an assumption being made plan-wide that height is based on a distance from ground level.
Yeah, okay. All right. Now that was really the only sort of question mark I had around that. I was interested, sorry, back to you, Ms. Johnson, in this notion that people would lower the ground level in order to achieve the height. Was that just a consequence of that 28-metre RL error in the operative plan?
That was something that I have to admit I was interested, because as a submitter we suggested an RL. The applicant suggested the ground level RL, which has basically resulted in, at the end of Orapuru Road last time I saw it, a fairly high earth wall. So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that was an interesting way of achieving something, and I'm not quite sure where that came from, but at the time I was a fair bit younger and a fair bit less experienced, and so I assumed that they knew what they were talking about. And
yeah.
You know, I don't think anybody actually foresaw the problems that were going to arise as a result of that particular implementation. I think the outcome was agreed, just the mechanism might not have been quite the right one.
Okay. All right, well, I didn't have anything else I wanted to ask about, so thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you again.
Of course, there's a very important case that the Environment Court dealt with about 4 or 5 years ago in Wellington, in Roseneath, involving a structure on an adjoining property, and it resolved around the definition of ground level, original ground level and revised ground level. I can't recall the case offhand, but it was considered by Judge Dwyer and Judge Thompson, I think, and involved, received quite a lot of publicity. I don't know if people remember it, but
I remember it. I was going to raise it myself.
Yes.
This is a subject of intense litigation around the country between neighbours quite often, and there's that Roseneath case in Wellington. Definitely worth looking at that. It rolled around the courts for about 5 years. I think it might have even gone to the Court of Appeal.
yes, it did.
It was about a neighbour building a fence that blocked the view, and the proposition was it was permitted by the plan. And yeah, so these standards and definitions are important. And I think what my experience in other plan jurisdictions, particularly back home in Hawke's Bay, is that the surveyors are all over this in terms of submissions. There's different datums. Motoriki is the one we use in Hawke's Bay. I see there's a Taranaki datum here. That's adjusted. I think that there's a standard that's requiring all these ground levels to be recorded to a single datum. But definitely have some discussion and just see if we can get this clear. And Ms. Johnson, thank you for your efforts on this topic, and certainly encourage you to have a chat together if that's going to be helpful. And I think everything I in terms of questions sort of evolved out of the discussion, which been very helpful. So thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, for your assistance. All right, so Ms. Bellamy is on the Zoom, I think, today. Welcome.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My apologies that I'm not here to present in person. I wasn't feeling, well, still not feeling the best today, so I thought I'd better stay at home.
And we'll take it easy on you, Casey. Depends on what you say, of course, but we have read your evidence. So you've got a summary statement.
Yes.
You'd like to work through that for us?
I've prepared some speaking notes today. I'll just kick off those. So the term planned outcome, planned character has been used in light of the direction for greater urban intensification given through the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, emphasising the existing character and amenity of our urban areas is not static and that communities should expect change over time. I consider that the same planning logic, i.e. signalling what is acceptable in a community, also applies to outcomes with respect to the natural world and the relationship tangata whenua have with their rohe. As discussed in other chapters, I consider that signalling this change clearly to the community is required for this plan to give effect to higher order planning documents, including the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. In my view, the planned outcome or planned character of an area or zone needs to appropriately reflect Te Ao Māori and tangata whenua relationship and values, sites and areas of significance to Māori, and the natural features that are inherent in the landscape to ensure our district is a satisfying place to live, work, and play into the future. Therefore, the objectives, policies, rules, and definitions that apply to the zone chapters of the proposed district plan need to give specific direction around what the planned outcome or planned character is in relation to these elements and how to achieve it. I understand that in closing statements to hearing 9, the council indicated the chapter overview provides guidance as to the planned outcome or planned character envisioned for zones, and therefore there not being a policy gap in the plan in relation to those planned outcomes or character. There are concerns with this approach as the chapter overview is not specifically an objective policy, rule, or definition, and ultimately the overview has limited weight in a process, albeit it is informative. In my view, this is further compounded as the chapter overviews are often silent on Te Ao Māori matters and natural features. The overview for the general industrial zone chapter is silent on Te Ao Māori, tangata whenua values, sites and areas of significance to Māori and natural features. The overviews for the natural open space and open space zone chapters include reference to historic heritage and natural features, but there is no reference to these matters in the sport and active recreation zone chapter. Open spaces are areas, one of the few areas where our people have the opportunity to associate and connect with their ancestral lands, waters, sites, wahi tapu and other taonga. It is integral to the planned outcomes that Te Kotaitanga recommend for open space zones that include provisions which recognise and provide for that relationship, and also for the general industrial zone. The amendments sought to objectives 4 of the natural open space and sport and active recreation zone chapters will specifically provide for outcomes sought by Te Kotaitanga without the specific directions sought by the amendments. The objectives as recommended in the Section 42A report will not ensure that open spaces can meaningfully support cultural wellbeing into the future. For example, there are not always native plants in open space zones which can be used for cultural and customary activities or which support taonga species. As outlined in the evidence of Miss Gregory Hunt to hearing 5, the absence of native vegetation and access to those areas which provide for rongoa and other traditional practices serves to further alienate Māori from these areas, which should serve to recognise and provide for their relationship with their ancestral land. In my view, this is why it is necessary for the objectives of the open space zone to specify that within open space zones, Indigenous biodiversity and taonga species should be restored and provision be made for native plantings which support customary and cultural activities, in addition to the matters provided for in Objective 4 as recommended. This will ensure open space zones are able to be used by Māori in a way which supports and enhances their cultural wellbeing into the future. The recommended amendments to the objectives will give effect to strategic objectives NE5 and NE new one and achieve horizontal consistency with the provisions in the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity chapter. In forming my planning opinion, I have reflected on recent examples of collaborative projects in open space zones where tangata whenua values, natural features, and sites of areas of significance to Māori have been incorporated, demonstrating the kind of planned outcome or planned character tangata whenua wish to see promoted within the provisions of open space zones. So Ngāti Te Whiti Hapu and Te Kotahi o Te Atiawa Trust have been working alongside NPDC, the MP partners, and the Taranaki Foundation in the redesign of a popular open space in New Plymouth, the Kawerau Playground. Maramataka, or the Māori lunar calendar, was used as inspiration during the design process, with tangata whenua identity, cultural narratives, and landscapes, and tikanga carefully and respectfully weaved through the design of the playground. When our open spaces tell a story, this serves to provide a richness and depth to public spaces, deepen the community's sense of place, and provides for cultural and social wellbeing into the future. The coastal walkway extension from Bell Block to Waitara, the multi-sport hub development at the Pukekura Racecourse, and the redevelopment of Marine Park in Waitara are further examples of collaborative projects which demonstrate the kind of planned outcomes tangata whenua wish to see promoted through the provisions of the proposed district plan for the open space zones. And also relevant to the open space zone chapters, the New Plymouth District Council Waitara Lands Act provides for the future development of co-management and administration arrangements between the New Plymouth District Council and Te Kōwhatu Tūmoana Trust, which is a joint trust between Manukurihi and Otarawa Hapu, for the reserved lands in Waitara. This includes, but is not limited to, Clifton Park and Marine Park, which is zoned sport and recreation, open space, and open space zone respectively. I also note that these collaborative processes resulting in greater visibility of Te Ao Māori are increasingly expected, and it is in this context that I have made my Section 32AA assessment with respect to the changes recommended. I consider that the terms planned outcome and planned character and what is meant by them as discussed are also relevant to the general industrial zone. The general industrial zones in the New Plymouth District are located where there are sites and areas of significance to Māori, natural features and cultural values associated with the wider landscape. These are non-exhaustive lists, the following lists. In the Bell Block Industrial Area, which is in the Puketapu Hapu Rohe, there's Mururo Patu Marae nearby, the Mangati Stream, the Waitaha Stream, and sites and areas of significance to Māori, including Pa, Urupa, and Waitapu. In her evidence to hearing 5, Ms. Mako, and in her evidence to hearing 9, Ms. Brand of Puketapu Hapu, set out the impacts of the industrial activities on the Mangati and Waitaha in particular. In the absence of any provisions describing the planned outcomes character of Puketapu, I consider there is the potential for those outcomes character relationships of Puketapu to not be given effect to in the operation of the industrial and open space zones. In the Waikato Industrial Area, which is in the Ngāti Tāwherikura Hapu Rohe, there's Kātere ki te Moana Marae, the Mangawhine Stream, the Waiwakaio River, coastal areas nearby, and sites and areas of significance to Māori. In her evidence to hearing 5, Ms. Gibson discussed the project Tāwherikura are leading with respect to the restoration of the Waiwakaio and the impact of industrial activities such as the wastewater treatment plant, general industrial zone, and the landfill amongst other land uses over time on that awa. If this restoration is not explicit within the description or outcome or character, then I consider there is potential for the outcomes relationship of Tāwhiri Kura to not be given effect to in the operation of the industrial and open space zones. Around the Moturoa and Port industrial zones, which are in the Ngāti Te Whiti Hapu Rohe, there are Ngāmotu, the coastline and reefs, sites and areas of significance to Māori, the Hungi Hungi, Waitapu and Tutu streams. Miss Julie Healy in her evidence to hearing 5 and hearing 9 described the impacts of urban development, including industrial activities in Ngāti Te Whiti Hapu Rohe, including the entire deletion of the Tutu stream and extensive piping of the Waitapu and Hungi Hungi streams in and around Port Taranaki. If the expectations of Ngāti Te Whiti, including the protection and restoration of water bodies, is not explicit in the provisions as planned outcomes, planned character of Ngāti Te Whiti would not be given effect to in the operation of the industrial and open space zones. In the Waitara industrial areas, which are in the Manukurihi Hapu and Otarawa Hapu Rohe, there's the Waitara River, nearby coastal areas and reefs, the Mangaiti stream, sites and areas of significance to Māori, and the Orwai Marae nearby. Similarly, as outlined in the evidence of Ms. Bodger at hearing 5 and Mr. White at hearing 9, in relation to planned outcomes or character of Waitara, these must be explicit in the description of industrial zones in Waitara. In the Inglewood industrial area, which is in the Pukerangiora Hapu Rohe, there's the Waihongana Iti stream, sites and areas of significance to Māori, and Te Koangamoa Marae nearby. Mr. Anaru White in his evidence to hearing 5 on behalf of Pukerangiora described how planned outcomes, character relationships can be achieved in Inglewood, specifically in relation to water bodies. Mr. White described how clear and precise provisions will provide for restoration and protection of these water bodies that flow through the Inglewood industrial area, including the management of stormwater in Inglewood where there is a high water table. Given the limited geographic area of the general industrial zone, there is an opportunity to provide for specific planned outcomes and planned character which recognise Te Ao Māori through the objectives, policies and rules of the general industrial zone chapter for each of these areas of the district. I consider without these details there remains policy gaps in relation to planned outcomes and character for these zones that must be filled for this plan to be effective and efficient. Without that specification in practice, planners will look to fill that void with their interpretation. I understand these areas of ambiguity were a key focus for Ngā Kaitiaki, where in the past, under the operative district plan, where outcomes were not explicitly provided for, then the places and value that tangata whenua have a relationship with have been and continue to be adversely affected. So nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. That is the summary of my evidence.
Very much, Ms. Bellamy. Just one point. You've got an updated speaking notes that you've given us today to what's been circulated in hard copy to us. Is that available? Because what you've read out to us provides some very useful connectivity to the evidence and other hearings. So could you supply what you've read to us, if you have it in written form, to Ms. Straka, because that will give us the record of what you've spoken to us, but also provides those really helpful connections to the other hearing statements and the expert evidence we've heard on helpful methods?
Yes, certainly, that's no problem. I'll send that through.
Thank you very much. So we'll kick off with Commissioner McMahon to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bellamy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're fine.
I'm focusing on the specific reliefs sought in your evidence and the outstanding issues. So starting with the industrial zone, there's two key issues here. The first being the less stringent activity status for commercial service activities in the general industrial zone, and the second being the more permissive permitted activity status for food and beverage in the general industrial zone. Both of these matters came up this morning in relation to questions from Ms. Gibson. And we've tested Ms. Gibson on those matters, in particular the activity status for commercial service activities, because I think this was a submission by Bunnings also. And Ms. Gibson's response was that the home zone for these commercial service activities, where they are a permitted activity, is the mixed use zone. And she felt that policy direction was too broad to run with the sort of relief that I think restricted discretionary versus discretionary activity status. On both of those reasons, have you got any specific response?
The mixed use zone is a new zone that has been introduced under the proposed district plan. We haven't had a mixed use zone as such under the operative district plan. I haven't had very much experience with any other plans which use the mixed use zone, but it's my understanding of a mixed use zone is that it's almost like the area between the local centre or the city centre zone and more residential kind of activities, and so providing for a mix of maybe commercial activities that aren't going to undermine the intent of the city centre zone, but also providing for living activities in proximity to city centres.
Yes, we saw that spatial mitigation of that in hearing one, and it's a significant area of the central city area, isn't it?
Yeah, in those outskirts kind of areas, yeah. And and just with the commercial service activities, a lot of with the kind of activities that have been specified in the definition in the proposed district plan, in my opinion, a lot of those activities actually fall within the definition for industrial activities as well. So yeah, I'm not quite sure where that stands when it comes to an activity that is an industrial activity and a commercial service activity under the definitions. Yeah. I guess I probably haven't quite answered your question ever.
No. Well, let me just help that. What I heard Ms. Gibson say was that the proposed plan makes specific provision for commercial service activities such as trade depot outlets in the mixed use zone. And that's intentional, and that the activity status that of discretionary in the industrial zone reflects the desire to prioritise industrial activities in the industrial zone and prevent the erosion of the industrial zone for quasi-retail activities. So that's the rationale she's given, and I just wondered, do you disagree with that rationale a little? To what extent do you agree with that rationale?
I agree with it to an extent, but then I do consider that commercial service activities are generally consistent with the effects of commercial service activities, particularly the ones as per the definition provided, are often very similar to the effects of industrial activities. Well, in our industrial activities, so not.
Well, then the issue then becomes, what is the appropriate activity status? Is it restricted discretionary or fully discretionary? Ms. Gibson's view, and I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, but what I heard her say was the policy direction is quite broad, possibly too broad for a restricted discretionary activity to consider, and that's why she's favoured discretionary activity status. Your response to that?
Yes, I think the different effects between industrial activities and commercial service activities in the industrial zone, I think are around, well, it seemed to be around those commercial and domestic use matters. It seemed to be was the main thing that I could see, which separated those commercial service activities from whether they are industrial activities, whether it's for commercial or domestic use. And so I think a lot, trade suppliers, for example, that's almost exclusively, well, might be still a commercial use, but it's not the domestic use.
So, I mean, Bunnings, etc., ITM, were they all trade suppliers in your view?
Yes. Well, ITM is probably a better example because Bunnings is probably a bit more open to the general public. So you're probably not Bunnings, but when you have the likes of ITM or something like that, I think those kind of activities are probably suitably located in the industrial zone, and the effects that you would want to manage can be managed via restricted discretionary activity status, with the effects of concern being those matters that are in policy 2.
So would there need to be a specific reference to policies in the matters of discretion in your view?
I don't like that. I don't like reference, and I note that came up in discussions throughout the district plan review hearings, and I'd be happy for that. The matters set out in policy G, policy 2, to refer specifically to those matters that are in policy 2. And there are limited matters in policy 2, so I don't think there would be too much harm in directly inserting those instead of referencing the policy and the matters of discretion.
Okay. I'm going to move now on to the open space. I'm going to move on to the issue with the married purpose activities, which is an open space issue. And again, there was you said that the submissions sought a least stringent activity status for married purpose activities in the zone, and consequential amendments to the objectives. The relief has been recommended to be rejected in the main by the officer, and the reasons are outlined in paragraph 108 of the 42A report, and along the lines that the changes would be too expensive, and as notified, some of the permitted activities already provided for a legal use by Mary that's appropriate to the zones. And I think what was being referred to there were some of the activities like Rio being provided for, use has been provided for, but not the full range of activities as per the married purpose definition. Again, I'm just seeking your specific response to that rationale in paragraph 108 of the officer's report.
I'll just quickly get that up so that I'm speaking to the right thing.
Paragraph 108 on page 22.
Paragraph 108.
The officer notes that customary use activities are permitted activities in both the natural open space and the sport and recreation zone, and that does allow for tangata whenua to exercise its kaitiaki in those two zones, but it does acknowledge also that the full menu of activities that are included in the married purpose zone are not provided for as a permitted activity.
Yeah, so in under the definition for multi-purpose activities, you have
An extensive list, isn't it?
yeah, quite a few different activities there. So you've got Marae Park, Kāinga, Urupa, Wānanga, customary activities, home occupation, arts and cultural centres, cultural education and research facilities, multicultural activities, childcare services, kohanga reo okura and whare karakia, multi-churches. So in terms of the rationale between separating the multi-purpose activities, because I think it's the pā, papakainga and kohanga reo that are
Yes.
restricted, is it restricted discretionary activities in the natural open space zone? And so
I'm lost, so to me,
Page 22,
page 22 of Ms. Gibson's report.
no, the open space zone. Sorry, open space zone.
Ah,
Sorry,
everyone else was
Sorry.
trying to see on the page and I wasn't,
Mr.
so.
Fringley's.
Gotcha, page 22, and there's a.
yeah,
Right,
and
but-
then
Specifically, Mr. Fringley saying that in his opinion, the requested change to those activities, or the status of those activities would be too expensive. And he's saying that the plan in his view has got it right, that provision for the three activities that you just outlined, as permitted activities is or enabling those activities is appropriate, but a consent process for the remainder of the activities included in the definition is appropriate in his view.
yeah, so I'm not sure of the rationale for separating out those activities from other multi-purpose activities in the natural open space zone. And particularly when multi-purpose activities are permitted in the open space zone, the general open space zone. And reading the chapter overview for the natural open space zone, and then the overview for the open space zone, it almost seems like specific reference is given to heritage values, natural features in the natural and open space zones, but not specific emphasis given in the open space zones. So it might be, you know, that if in the natural open space zones, there might be, you know, multi-purpose activities that are appropriate to locate there, and given the more stringent bulk and location standards for buildings in the natural open space zone, I think a permitted activity status is suitable as it is in the general open space zone.
You believe the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, the dozen so specific activities that are listed in the married purpose zone are all capable of being managed through performance standards, effect standards in the natural open space zone. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, as I understand it, the effects standards in the open space zone generally I guess there are a larger amount of standards, but they generally cover similar things in relation to bulk and location of buildings in the zone.
Okay. I don't know that I can take it any further. They were the two matters in relation to the two zones that I wanted to explore. So
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so if I wasn't exactly directly answering those ones, that wasn't, yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Little John.
Look, I don't have any questions for Ms. Bellamy. David's covered some of the issues I was interested in, and I think I understand it a bit better now, but thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Casey, I have one question about your, just the first point in your speaking notes about the fact that zone chapter overviews form, in your view, part of the plan provisions in a way that can be tested the same way that objectives, policies or rules can?
Yeah, that is my understanding. I don't think they don't have the same kind of standing as objectives, policies and rules, in my view.
So you might have seen some plans using explanatory notes to explain what objectives, policies or rules might mean. So we don't have those types of things in this plan, do we? Explanatory notes are often used in other plans.
I think there might be some advice notes and things, but again, I'd have to go and check. But
yes, I think there are some notes in an advice note format. Some plans, and Commissioner McMahon will know one very well, Kapiti District Plan, which has a whole lot of explanation trying to explain what policies and objectives mean. So we don't have that here, which is a blessing.
Well, an example, I think the hearing panel tried to divest as much of that explanation out of the plan as possible.
Yes, try to purge it.
Yeah.
Yes, but an overview, would you accept that an overview to a chapter does set up the planned outcomes and planned character? Is that an intention of what you think, if you were writing the plan, a chapter overview would do?
I would accept that it does. It gives the flavour of what the outcomes for the zone are wanting to achieve. Yeah,
But
it should. Yeah.
But perhaps your evidence is that it doesn't necessarily in each case, as it's written, expound the types of planned outcomes and planned character that are important to tangata whenua. Is that more your position rather than it not being useful?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So I think your evidence is saying you don't necessarily. There's two issues. One is that they don't have the same status as an objective policy or rule. That's your first proposition. Yes. Is your second proposition that even the fact that they're there, they aren't inclusive enough of tangata whenua values as they currently stand?
Yes, in a lot of instances, the chapter overview is silent on tangata whenua values, sites and areas of significance to Māori, historic heritage, natural features. They're often absent from the chapter overviews.
And you have sought some changes in submissions to those chapter headings or not, in terms of the general submissions made?
I think in terms of our wider, like in the scope of our wider submissions, I think it's those kind of outcomes through the subdivision chapter, and then also through the submissions on the residential and the other design guides that have been produced by the council, as I think those will guide development outcomes and in the wider district, and it would be useful for tangata whenua values and matters to be reflected in those.
And we certainly had evidence from some of the cultural experts that around a lot of these industrial zones, for example, and the open space zones, these are locations of many areas of interest, value for tangata whenua. The fact that industrial zones here doesn't mean that it's devoid of those sorts of values. So that's the evidence you're giving us as well, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And we've heard that. That's why that linkage back in your verbal statement is quite important, to provide the connectivity between the cultural experts and how you've used your your planning evidence to support that. But look, that's not a question, that was just a comment. I will go to a specific question. I'm looking at your appendix 1, which is your marked up version. So you've put quite a lot of work into this, Casey, in terms of providing specific wording, which is always good. And when we heard from Ms. Gibson this morning, I'm looking at page 3 in particular about moving your suggestion that we move commercial service activities from discretionary status to restricted discretionary. And you've gone to the trouble of outlining some matters of discretion here. But you start with this policy GIS P2. And when I look at policy GIS P2, it's one of these policies that has these lists of things to achieve or manage activities. Can you look at GIS P2 as we're talking?
Yes.
Okay. So that reads, manage activities that are potentially compatible with the role, function and planned character. So this is this term, planned character. And ensure it is appropriate to establish such activities in the general industrial zone in regard to whether, and then there's a range of 5 matters there, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah,
And-
5 matters. Yeah.
Yes. And do you think all of those matters are appropriate matters of discretion, or are they written in that type of way?
Yes, in my view, though, the 5 matters are appropriate matters of discretion.
Yes, and it's a technique that the plan uses elsewhere, isn't it? To refer back to policies like this to frame matters of discretion.
Yeah, you seem to have seen it throughout. Yeah, it's come up a number of times throughout these hearings so far.
Yes, so I was interested in just your planning view that those matters you would be comfortable with as matters of discretion, which could be looked at on a restricted basis.
Yes, yeah, those 5 matters would be the matters of discretion that I'd
And then you suggest 5 other matters of discretion,
yes.
which pretty well go to everything you might think about for development, don't they?
Yeah, and that was I understand the wording was amended to try to limit because I think I've just for that the rest of the matters of discretion, so apart from the GIZ-P2 matters, the other matters have just been adopted from, I believe it is rule yes. Yeah, so I think I've just linked it back to Rule 17 and included those matters of discretion in addition to the matters in policy 2.
Would you accept that with the 5 items in GIS P2 and the 5 additional matters? Are there many? Is there anything left that you wouldn't be looking at for an activity in an industrial zone?
Would there be anything left in terms of
Question, would there be much left over? Or is that pretty an inclusive list of everything a planner might look at?
well, I mean, it's a fairly it's a fairly inclusive list, but it doesn't directly address. And I guess that would pop up if those overlay rules were triggered, but there's no, what comes to my head immediately is there's no reference to tangata whenua matters or natural features or.
Yes, but those will be caught by overlay rules, wouldn't they, if they were around and about? Yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm driving at, Casey, is this broad discretion versus restricted discretion, and just whether ultimately we think that having a restricted discretionary statement for just activity status for commercial service activities, there's much difference between just a full discretionary and the list of matters that you've identified. Just trying to get the gauge of what the real differences might be if you had to put a resource consent application in.
I think that I think the amendments that Ms. Gibson did make to the wording of I think it is R17 there in the is not, it wasn't R17, it was R1. R1, yes, but I think they're the amendments that Ms. Gibson has made to particularly 2B and C. Limit, bring in that broadness. Some said to limit so that it's more so like a restricted discretionary rule rather than a fully discretionary.
Yes, the R1's a permitted activity standard, rule, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. I'm quite mindful that in other areas around New Zealand, what we call big box or large format retail, or large format, yeah, let's call them retail, uses do quite often look towards industrial zones with large areas to locate in, and they've been quite successful around the country with discretionary status getting in by just addressing all of the different matters of discretion and saying, look, we can deal with this in a planned way. So the council is quite strong in its, currently anyway, in its strategic objectives to try and maintain the vitality and viability of the city centre and not allow those sorts of activities, those commercial service activities that might come in under this category into industrial zones. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So even a discretionary status would give them an opportunity to argue their case, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There will still be the ability to
to argue the position. All right, well, that is everything I have. Any other further follow-up questions? No? Thank you very much, Ms. Bellamy.
thank you.
And thank you for coming on when you're not feeling so well. Look after yourself. Hot lemon drink and back to bed, maybe. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, well, we'll have a cup of tea. Do you need a bit of time just to organise yourself for the verbal right of reply?
No, we'll be ready to go after a cup of tea.
Okay. 10 to 4, we'll just grab a quick cup of tea and come back then.
Not sure Kit's with us.
Okay.
It's static, Kit. Static.
This is photograph from 10 years ago.
Or 3 months.
What did he say? His phone wasn't recognising it?
Right, I think we're underway again, or we are underway again for the right of reply. We start again, Alex?
Yes, I'll start.
Thank you.
That's good. And I'm not going to repeat the matters that
No.
remain in contention because you have those from the outset. Just to say that there are 6 and I'm going to track through them in order of the submitters appeared today. And I'll pause after each reply and for any discussion that you may want to have. So,
Just,
right.
I'll actually get your 2 weeks. Way of doing it for me. So, right, go ahead.
Okay, first matter is the gross floor area for permitted activity community correction facilities. This is the submission from Ara Rutama. And the plan reference here is rule 4. I'm not going to say GIZ or JIZ or GIZ. So Ara Rutama sought that the permitted activity rule for community correction activities be amended by deleting the activity standard that requires a maximum GFA of 200 square metres. We've got that. So I recommended rejecting that submission point, but I did make the comment that if at the hearing the submitter could provide an alternative GFA that would meet the operational need, that I would consider that. In his brief, Mr. Hall and they also indicated that their position is still that they want no maximum gross floor area applied. And as you know, the general industrial zone includes GFA thresholds for all non-industrial activities. And in my view, it's an effective method to protect the integrity of the zone by prioritising industrial activities over all other activities. And I think with the absence of a threshold, there is a risk, albeit of low probability, that a significantly sized community corrections facility or facilities could establish in the zone without resource consent. And I think that a threshold for GFA would avoid that risk. And I do perhaps want to turn your attention to the definition of community correction facilities. It is broad. It's basically all non-custodial facility or work or activities that community corrections has. And the council has no knowledge or control over what programs may be developed by the department in the future. And I note during the discussion with Mr. Hall that Commissioner Littlejohn used words like presume and I hope not when questioning Mr. Hall about future needs and forward planning for such facilities for the department. It is a small risk, but it is nevertheless one that I think we shouldn't dismiss. But so in my view, the most appropriate approach is to try and match as close as we can the operational need of Ara Rutama with a GFA, which would manage the risk to the council, while also recognising that the industrial zone is the best location for these types of facilities. And also that, you know, the significance of social infrastructure has been talked about throughout the hearings. So I respect that. And Mr. Hall provided 3 examples of existing community corrections facilities around the country, 460 square metres, 506 square metres and 744. And really based on that information, I consider that the rule should be amended so that the maximum GFA for permitted community correction activities is set at 750 square metres. Which is a big building, isn't it? And that doesn't include the yard. I just looked that out. So
You covered that in your 42.
yes. Yes. So did you have any questions or?
Only to say great minds think alike, but
I do, and I'm just interested, you've focused on the word risk. The risk of that occurring, but you did say that the risk is low, but I'm more interested in the effects. What are the resource management effects of more than one or some large scale community correction facilities establishing? I mean, I'm less worried about the risk unless you think there's a risk that the industrial zone is going to be eroded by that activity. I'm more interested in what the effects of that occurring are.
Right. By effects, do you mean reverse sensitivity type effects, or just
Anything? I mean, well, the two effects that you've talked about in terms of prioritising industrial activities for the zone are erosion of the zone.
Yes, yes.
And leakage effects from other zones.
Yes.
And I guess reverse sensitivity effects are part of that, but I'm assuming that the other zone standards, the other effect standards will cover those reverse sensitivity effects.
Yes, I don't think there's any reverse sensitivity issues. My feeling is that it's about erosion of the zone, that this is about allowing a non-industrial activity in the industrial zone without any activity standards. And
so in that case, effect and risk are intertwined.
Sorry?
In that case, effect and risk are intertwined.
Yes.
But do you not accept Mr. Hall's position that these are specialist facilities? There's only one provider of community correction facilities in the country. They already have one in the district ready. Industrial zones are probably the most appropriate zones for these.
Yes, I accept all of that, but I also recognise that the council has no control over what may happen regarding community corrections programs, what they might look like, how expensive they may be. We may end up being the only council in New Zealand who has this lack of restriction and have a lot of them here. It is potentially fanciful, but I think there is a risk, and I would like to see that given some sort of management without restricting them unnecessarily. And just a reminder that if the GFA couldn't be met, then we're defaulting to discretionary activity. It's not going to be a prohibited scenario.
Would be fully discretionary.
Would be fully discretionary, yes.
Do you think the 750 solution that you've modified is more effective and efficient than getting rid of the 200 in total? I do, simply because I think that there is a need to manage that risk. I think there is a resource management issue, and that's what I think it is. The 750, it is, you could say it's arbitrary, but it does draw on the operational need. It also, just for your interest, I suppose, the property economics report talks about the size of industrial buildings and how they're getting a lot larger, and I think there's an average of 946 square metres for new industrial builds. So I also looked at that in terms of that consistency in the structure in the zone. 750 square metres is approximately 3 tennis courts. If you want to. Well, it's a small proportion, even if the 7 rezonings come to fruition.
Yes,
a small proportion of the 10
it
hectares.
is. Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
Okay, that's what I need to test these matters.
Councillor John, any questions on that topic? No, thank you. Number 2.
Right. Moving on then to our second matter, which is the bond payments and matters of discretion for relocated buildings. So house movers have sought that the activity status for relocated buildings in the general industrial zone be amended from controlled to permitted. And this is part of a wider submission seeking permitted activity status for relocated buildings across all zones. And you heard that quite clearly from the submitters this afternoon. And in my section 42A report, I recommended accepting in part the submission insofar as it relates to the general industrial zone only, and agree that the activity should be permitted subject to standards. And as one of the activity standards, I recommended the requirement for a relocate bond payment. And in their briefs, Ms. Martin and Mr. Barner-Thompson both reconfirmed House Movers' position in that they oppose a bond in any form. And Ms. Martin made some recommendations to amend the rule, specifically the matters of discretion. So if we look first at the principal issue of contention, which is the requirement for a bond, my interpretation of the case law, both in Central Otago and in South Taranaki, is that bonds are neither fundamentally appropriate nor inappropriate, but it depends on the resource management issues that you've got in your district or within certain zones of your district. What is clear, very clear in both cases, is that in order to require a bond, it must be demonstrated that there is a resource management issue with relocated buildings. And I accept that this has not been strongly demonstrated in either the section 42 or 42A reports. To give a bit of background, the proposed district plan approach involved a district-wide consideration of the activity of relocating buildings and determining activity status for each zone based on a spectrum along which character and amenity values were considered. So I met recently with the consents team, and it's my understanding that adverse effects of relocated buildings have not been experienced in the general industrial zone. That effects on visual amenity have arisen as an issue in other zones where relocated dwellings are prevalent, but this is not the case for the general industrial zone. And I therefore agree with the House Mover witnesses that the requirement for a bond is not supported by any evidence and should not form any part of a rule for relocated buildings in the general industrial zone. So that's it. Turning our attention then to the reinstatement works report, which is another of the activity standards. And in my view, a reinstatement works report for relocated buildings is also unnecessary in the general industrial zone, largely for the same reasons that a bond is unnecessary. It would be addressing an issue that just doesn't exist in the zone. Excuse me. And because there are no resource management issues with relocated buildings in the general industrial zone, I recommend that the rule for relocated buildings should be no more onerous than that for building activities. I do, however, think that there's benefit including a rule that is specific for relocated buildings so that it is clear and unambiguous for planned users and they don't have to go hunting for a relocated buildings rule or make an assumption that the building activities rule is what they're after. Now, I realise that my recommendations go further than what the submitters were seeking today, even though they did touch on the fact that some councils do this. In my view, that the recommendations fall within scope of their original submission. And I also note that there were no other submissions on the substance of this relocated building rule, and therefore no submissions that would be offended by a more permissive approach. Thank you. Any discussion on that?
Just two things. I appreciate your candidacy on that. So the rule would simply say that relocated buildings are a permitted activity. and that they have to comply with the effect standards for other activities in the plan. Yes. Sorry, that was the only question. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Littlejohn. And I have no questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Topic 3.
Topic 3, moving on to the submissions from Johnson Resource Management Limited. First of all, the maximum height for structures at Orokuriri. And the plan reference here is effect standard S3. So Johnson Resource Management Limited sought review of the effect standard relating to the height of structures in part of the general industrial zone, which is this area at Orokuriri. And the area was established through plan change history, and the provisions use a datum level to just determine the height of structures. And in my Section 42A report, I recommended accepting in part the submission point and described why the datum level differs from that plan. And in her brief of evidence and speaking today, Ms. Johnson requests reconsideration of that permitted height so that it aligns with the currently allowed height in the operative plan, being RL 38 datum level rather than RL 37. So I agree with Ms. Johnson. I found her evidence clear and compelling. I agree for the reasons set out in her evidence that standard should be changed and that RL datum level be increased to 38. And this is something that I've also discussed with the consents team, and they have also considered that Ms. Johnson's evidence, and concur with her. Questions on
No
that?
questions from me.
Right. Okay, and moving on to the height in relation to boundary controls. And the plan reference here is effect standard S4. And Johnson Resource Management Limited sought clarity as to whether the height in relation to boundary effect standards across the zones are intended to apply to buildings or structures, as the terms are used interchangeably and differ between the zones. In my Section 42A report, I recommended amending the effect standard in response to her submission point so that the standard relates to structures where it had previously related only to buildings. And Ms. Johnson has provided a great deal of useful information to elaborate on her evidence in chief today, and I would like some time to contemplate that and to discuss the matter further with her and to come back with a clear position in my written right of reply. It's no surprise to you. It does have quite broad-reaching effect across all zones, so I would respectfully request an extension to the written right of reply deadline, particularly acknowledging that Ms. Johnson has a heavy workload at the moment.
Certainly, and you can
Just another.
at the end of today, I'll ask you what attention you'd like, so we can deal with that.
Right.
Any questions on that, Kit? No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're up to matter number 5, which is the activity status of commercial service activities and possibly the cause of greatest debate today. And the plan reference here is Rule R5. So Te Kotahitanga Aotearoa Trust sought that the activity status for commercial service activities in the general industrial zone be amended from discretionary to restricted discretionary. In my 42A report, I recommended rejecting the submission point, emphasising that the role and function of the general industrial zone should not be compromised by non-industrial activities, and I'll repeat that point. In her brief of evidence, Ms. Bellamy for Te Kotahitanga states that there are overlaps between the definitions of commercial service activities and industrial activities, and that this provides a justification to permit commercial activities in the commercial service activities, sorry, in the general industrial zone. So just as a reminder, the definition for industrial activities is from the National Planning Standards, and the definition for commercial service activities is from the proposed district plan. And these definitions are included at paragraphs 22 and 24 of Ms. Bellamy's evidence, and I just want to talk about them a little.
I might just find those one.
Yes, I might do that too.
22 and 24.
22.
On these briefs.
Yeah, her evidence is key.
Yes, got that, thank you.
So the two definitions have very different drafting styles. The definition of industrial activity is high level and broad, reflecting the fact that it is a national definition. It's intended to be sufficiently broad to accommodate full range of activities carried out within an industrial zone. This is also the case with the National Planning Standards definition of commercial activities. These broad definitions create a frame against which individual councils may identify whether there are specific activities they wish to include or exclude through subcategories of the definition. The commercial service activities is a subcategory of the commercial activity definition and applies a level of granularity by listing specific activities. The examples that Ms. Bellamy describes in the overlapping of the definitions rely on an interpretation of the word distribute in the definition of industrial activity as being to supply goods to retailers, and that the activities that she has listed would be engaged in that. Oh no, the activities listed in the commercial service activity definition would be engaged in that distribution. And examples such as hire services supplying to retailers and service stations supplying to retailers are listed in paragraph 25 of Ms. Bellamy's evidence in chief. And while it's not fanciful that these activities could occur, I consider these scenarios would be rare and certainly not the core business of a commercial service activity. I disagree with Ms. Bellamy that there is a considerable overlap between the two definitions. In my view, the permitted activity status of industrial activities and the discretionary activity status of commercial service activities are key to the integrity and effective functioning of both the general industrial zone and the mixed use zone, which you'll remember is the home zone for commercial service activities. And as I noted at the outset of the hearing, two foundation objectives of the general industrial zone chapter are that the zone is for industrial use and its role and function should not be compromised by non-industrial activities, and that commercial activities are limited to ensure the vitality and vibrancy of the commercial and mixed use zones. Further, the property economics report concluded that the council should tighten the range of activities that can establish on industrial zone land and to reinforce the integrity of the zone and ensure the provision is not consumed by development of non-industrial activity. The supply of general industrial zone land and the forecast demand is an important factor to consider when considering allowing a greater range of activities in the zone. And I touched on this earlier. But in summary, the future growth of the industrial sector is well catered for through general industrial zoned land with a surface of some 80 hectares out to 2053. However, the report for property economics cautions that the analysis has been made on the basis of this existing provision being developable. And it's also important to note that we have submissions to rezone some 70 hectares, approximately 70 hectares.
Does that 70 hectares include the Blue Haven?
Yes, yes, it does.
I think you said it's probably the second largest.
Yes, I think so. Yes. 7.5 hectares or so. Isn't it? So given this context, in my view, restricted discretionary activity status is too enabling of activities that do not align with the role and function of the general industrial zone and do not accord with the strategic direction of the proposed plan with regard to zone hierarchy. So when considering my recommendation on the Te Tahitanga submission, I turned my attention to how the matters of discretion could be drafted, and I mentioned this earlier as well. And that in my view, the matters would need to be broader than simply reference to policy 2, which indeed is broad in itself, but it doesn't capture everything. For example, objectives relating to land supply and the integrity of the mixed-use zone, which is not included in policy 2. And in my view, the breadth of matters that would need to be considered are best represented by a discretionary activity status. Thank you.
Well, I have, there's probably no scope for this, but given the strength of the policy, was there any consideration of making those commercial service activities non-compliant?
I think it's fair to anticipate some of them. You know, the benefits of some of that co-location that the submitters have talked about, it probably gives enough resource management rationale, I think, to allow them a discretionary level. It's a tough one because we've got this very strong picture of permitted and then a few discretionary and a whole lot of non-complying, and yet in the background we've got discretionary and non-complying activities being treated largely the same through case law now. So it's an interesting question, really.
All right. Other commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, well, just an observation on that point. I think it probably is one of those accidents of timing, really, that the plan's been drafted and notified in a world that's sort of changed slightly in terms of how how activity status is being viewed. I mean, even if you look at Judge Kirkpatrick's decision in that Whakatane case that Commissioner McMahon has referred to a couple of times, very much his honour there quite clearly states that in reality, but for the gateway test, the discretionary and non-complying are virtually the same. And I guess what it all really means in practice is that the real gatekeepers, the real scrutiny, the real high barriers need to be created in the objective and policy realm. And so we're not relying on Section 104D to sort of be the differentiating factor. So, and I think the new Plymouth plan is, from what I've seen of it so far, is really pretty good in that space. It is actually telling it like it is at the policy level, and so to some extent it doesn't need to let the non-complying status and the statutory test do all the heavy lifting. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting times. I mean, you imagine if you had to think right now, okay, non-complying is no longer going to be around at this time next year, and everything that's defined as non-complying is by default discretionary. you know, are you still confident your plan will achieve what you want it to? Sorry, that was just me speaking rhetorically. You don't need to answer that.
Thank you for that. I think that's we are in interesting times. Maybe the best of times and the worst of times, but
That tells difference.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ali. We can have a question there.
Just at the end, you touched on something I've been thinking about, and you talked about the integrity of the mixed use zone. And the mixed use zone is the home zone, you said. Have you got a feel for the capability of the mixed use zone to actually provide for the activities that it's allowing as opposed to enabling?
Yes.
Because it's almost a trifecta zone, isn't it? It's a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of something else.
It is, and it has strong submissions to add even more activities to it.
So it's one thing to say it's the home zone. Has it got the capacity to actually provide for commercial service activities? And deliver all the other things?
The property economics report suggests that there is no capacity in the mixed use zone as it is at the moment, which is a shame, right? So commercial service activities have a home zone, but where should they go if there is no vacant space? And in my view, the industrial zone is not an expansion zone for the mixed use zone or for commercial activities. It shouldn't be where the spillover goes. I think that issue should be resolved within the commercial and mixed use zone environments.
Through rezoning more land mixed use?
Well, I haven't turned my mind to a solution.
Yes, there's 5 of the 7 requests relate to the mixed use zone, including 33 hectares at on the first one, I think.
No, that's rural production.
Oh, it's rural production.
Yes. But yes, there are, there is some scope through those rezoning submissions.
Was it the first one, rural production, was it?
Yes, 33 hectare one is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's such a big zone too. That's surprising to hear that there's no capacity per se, or there's no capacity for these largest offerings.
I understand from my reading of the report, and I haven't talked to Mr. Heath directly, that it is there is no capacity.
Okay, interesting. No further questions so on that.
Just for future reference, Ahuriri, near the Napier's fishing port, has been a very long standing, very successful. There's a whole lot of new residential, more medium density type going, springing up around there. So, there's a reference point, thinking ahead. I've been in Napier for 25 years and it's always been like that. And the change there is happening is that the old cottages are being replaced by residential in and around. Fascinating mix of activities. So I think it's going to be interesting hearing that one next piece. Thank you. Moving on to the next topic.
Okay. Which I believe is the last one, and it's the parameters for food and beverage retail stores. And the plan reference here is rule R2. And Te Kotahitanga sought that the parameters for permitted activity food and beverage retail stores be amended so that 4 stores could cluster adjacent to one another and no closer than 200 metres from another, potentially 4 that could be in a cluster. In my section 42A report, I recommended rejecting the submission point and retaining the rule as notified, which permits a single food and beverage retail store no closer than 200 metres from another one. And in her brief of evidence, Ms. Bellamy considers that the potential adverse effects of clustering can be addressed through permitted activity conditions. We didn't hear from her on that matter today. Food and beverage retail stores are nested under the definition of general retail activities, and they are described by examples, which are dairies, superettes, bakeries, and takeaway food bars. So the intent of the rule is to provide takeaway food options for the industrial workforce, without a hub of food and beverage stores becoming a destination to the wider community and giving rise to adverse effects on industrial activities. And I'm thinking here mainly reverse sensitivity, potentially traffic safety, on-street parking pressures. And the rule limiting one store every 200 metres would avoid the hub concept and its potential effects. I am of the view that the clustering of 4 stores could lead to the adverse effects that I've mentioned, but I've been contemplating this one, and I really, as I think I mentioned earlier, I think the rule is too prescriptive, and that there is a bit more wiggle room, a bit more room for the market to have a say. I'm comfortable at this stage to recommend an arbitrary number of stores, and I'd just like a little bit more time to consider the best approach. One that I'm looking at is one that's commonly used for liquor outlets, where a sort of a radius style of provision could be implemented, where you would have a food and beverage store, and then within a 200-metre radius you could have another 2, say, and then the market could decide whether they clustered like a bakery and a takeaway, or whether they were independent, like in the style of like a corner dairy type. But I don't have I haven't yet landed on a clear recommendation for you on that, other than to say that I think we've been too prescriptive, and I think the submitter, what the submitter requests could lead to adverse effects.
Adverse effects in terms of reducing the amount of land for industrial activities?
No, in terms of reverse sensitivity effects, and in terms of effects on the centres zones also, which is where food and beverage outlets should ideally be, or at least the ones that are attracting the wider community.
Just a bit of experience from the Napier Hastings service towns, very similar to Plymouth and more towns, I think. They have, I think they have a Kawa, which is a service industrial zone, where in Mahu Road, which is in Hastings, similar, where they tend to, these imagine a little dog at a pie shop, which is the classic one. These workers, they need something hearty and wholesome, you know, for lunch. There's also a big trend of coffee shops that service people keeping on the go, but there is, in terms of land use there, quite often a couple of shops, the coffee shop and the bakery, quite close together, and they sometimes share a little parking thing where you can pull off and have a couple of choices. But I think there is something in the submission, and certainly landing on that sweet spot. Certainly, Casey's evidence and Kahakitanga's submission gives you scope to think about things. So that's good. So certainly encourage you to have some more thought on that from me. Those places fulfill a hugely important service.
They do.
Yes.
That's right. And just looking throughout the country, it seems to be quite unique to control the number of these premises. They're certainly controlled by floor area and other plans, but not necessarily by numbers or numbers within a cluster.
Okay, then
Just looking at the policy framework, and it's very very permissive. I mean, it's the operative words are allow
Yes.
activities that are compatible when it includes food and beverage, and the incompatible with it. Obviously, retailer is incompatible, but the exception is food and beverage retail stores. And I guess I was expecting a more permissive regime with that policy language.
Fair comment.
Have any comment on this one? What? Thank you.
Right, thank you. It's all six.
Thank you very much. On to you now. Space.
Alrighty. I won't worry about listing off the matters that remain in contention either. I would like to start with addressing the evidence supplied by Ms. Johnson for Johnson Resource Management Limited. Is the first issue there is not an issue really, but as in relation to Papakainga housing. Ms. Johnson in paragraph 16 of her evidence suggests that the panel may wish to consider whether consequential amendments to the definition of Papakainga and Papakainga housing are needed. So that was just in relation to, I believe that there is still a definition for Papakainga housing. And I agree with this, and that addressing these definitions would be useful for plan clarity, and it could be considered as part of the sweep up hearing at the end of the hearings process.
Ms. Johnson was using it more as an example of what constitutes consequential change, as opposed to what is a more substantive change. Which is an example to illustrate that point.
I think she was. I think I was using it in a slightly different way in terms of the evidence.
I did mention that in my evidence that there would need to be that change if if his recommendations were accepted.
Sorry.
Right, and nothing else on that matter.
Thank you. No, well, people will pop up if there is, I think, there's a way we'll handle this.
In regards to effect standard natural open space zone standard 4, in Ms. Johnson's evidence, she supports my recommendation to provide text to effect standard natural open space standard 4, height in relation to boundary. However, she raises the point that the suggested text contradicts itself, as the standard specifies that it applies to the residential, special purpose, rural production, rural lifestyle, or any other open space and recreation zone. And then clause 4 states that the standard does not apply to boundaries adjoining non-residential zones. So this is in Appendix 1. Appendix 1, page 14. So it's just a bit of a contradiction there. And it's also an issue for open space zone standard 4 and sports and active recreation zone standard 4 as well, with the same, they all use very similar wording. See the issue there being that at the top of the, well, where the standard starts, it specifies those zones, and then clause 4, I believe it is, boundaries adjoin, and the standard does not apply to boundaries adjoining non-residential zones.
Yes.
And I agree with the point Ms. Johnson is making, and that the exclusion under clause 4 of the effect standard could be removed in order for the standard to apply to all of the zones specified by the standard. However, I would like to take some time just before confirming that, just to understand the implications in case it might be best to actually look at it from removing the specific zones listed at the start of the standard instead. So I'll just toy around with it and you get a clear answer.
Thank you.
And then the submission points 48425 and 48426. Ms. Johnson also raised the matter of those submission points, which were heard at the general miscellaneous hearing, and I did not address my section 42A report. These submission points relate to consistency of wording for the application of height limit standards and height in relation to boundary standards. I did recommend that submission points 582.51, 0.52 and 0.53 that sought that the term building in natural open space zone standard 1, open space zone standard 1, and sport and active recreation zone standard 1 be replaced with structure in order to be aligned with the national planning standards and provide plan clarity. Ms. Johnson also brought up how I recommended that submission points 459.361, 520.139, 520.147, and further submission to 200.482 that sought to retain the effect standard as notified be accepted in part. The reason for accepting this in part was due to the fact that buildings will still be restricted by the effect standard, so the height limit for buildings is not going to change. It's just for a more inclusive one. More so, it is worth noting that the effect standard as notified for the which one was it there? Yeah, for the natural open space zone and open space zone, specify that the standard does not apply to Pouhaki, antennas, aerials, satellite dishes, chimneys, flues, open balustrades, and architectural features, provided these do not exceed the height limit by more than 3 meters. And most of these features do not meet the definition of building under the PDP, and that's why so my reading of that standard is that it should apply to structures as these are not necessarily, especially if you think about Pouhaki, which is the po that sort of mark a boundary or something like that. It's definitely not a building, it's a structure. And so if that's included, that's how I've sort of read it. In regards to the use of building versus structure for the effect standards that deal with height in relation to boundary of the 3 chapters, I also think that structure would be a more appropriate term to use, as it would act to avoid any amenity from effects from structures that do not fit under the definition of buildings being built close to the boundary. And as Ms. Johnson has pointed out, there's currently no height limit for structures in the zones, which is a bit of an issue and needs to be addressed. I would also like, though, to, before confirming that that will be the route I'll take, just to really consider sort of the implications of this. Perhaps perhaps more things need to be added to the exclusions, things such as flag poles, rugby posts. There was an example you gave as well, just to see whether or not they should fit into those exclusions. Yeah, so that's my matters from Ms. Johnson.
Just as a matter of interest, does the plan allow flag poles in residential zones with the Patriots flying flags everywhere?
Silent.
Silent.
Right. But it could be an issue if someone complained about it.
I've got one flying next to a house I own in Wellington, which anyway. Thank you. Anything else there, Dermot?
That's for Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson.
Evidence.
Yes.
So if there's no questions, I'd like to move on to the amendments to the objective 4 of all 3 of the chapters.
Carry on. I don't think there's any questions. So
Te Kotahitanga Otiatiawa Trust in submission points 459.358, 336 and 362, or points 362, sought deletion of objectives, natural open space zone objective 4, open space zone objective 4, and sport and active recreation zone objective 4, and replace with their suggested wording. I accepted in part the submission points in my 42A report, emphasising that clause 1 of Te Kotahitanga's Otiatiawa suggested wording relating to taonga species is provided for through the ecosystems chapter and relevant strategic objectives, and that clause 2 relating to providing natural resources for customary use of the suggested wording is already provided for through the currently notified wording. And I'm still of the opinion that clause 2 is provided for already through the notified wording, which states that provide opportunities for tangata whenua to use open spaces for customary and multicultural activities. So I consider that harvesting natural resources would come under customary activities. In regards to Indigenous biodiversity and taonga species, in her evidence, Ms. Bellamy considered that the PDP is reliant on other chapters to achieve the outcomes sought by the ecosystems chapter, which I do not necessarily agree with. I consider that Objective Eco 02 and Policy Eco P7 would be of relevance for open space and recreation zones, particularly for a discretionary or a non-complying activity. That's how I'm approaching that. And furthermore though, as set out in minute 9, the strategic objectives are not needed to be repeated in other chapters in the district plan, but are given effect to by the policies within those relevant chapters. And I have done a bit of a look into it, and I consider policies, natural open space zone, P2, P3, P4, open space zone, P2, clause 4, open space zone, P3, clause 2, A and B, and sport and active recreation zone, P4 and P6, help to provide for strategic objective NE5 for the 3 zones. A point that Ms. Bellamy raised was in her spoken evidence was in relation to the examples given of the partnership projects that are going on in the open space areas. I am speaking a bit anecdotally here because I don't know the full ins and outs of them, but I feel like for the redevelopment of Kawerau Park, that could be done potentially as a permitted activity because it would be under sport and recreation and or leisure activities, which is permitted in the sport and active recreation zone. So I'm not sure what I'm really getting at there. It was just sort of something that came to mind, that it potentially might not even need a resource consent when it gets to that stage in terms of these rejuvenations of open space areas.
You'll look at that in more detail in my reply.
Yeah, just to look at it broadly, but in more detail, I guess, just in terms of the actual improvement of open space areas and restoring open space areas. I am of the opinion that that can be done, that would be done as a permitted activity, and would be provided for by the objectives, policies and rules as they are currently set out. But I'd like to look into that a bit more. But that's all. Are there any questions about that?
No, I think we know where you're heading with that.
All right. And all right, so this is in regards to multi-purpose activities not being permitted activities in the natural open space zone. Te Kautahitanga have sought to replace natural open space zone rules 4 to rule 6 with a single rule providing for multi-purpose activities to be treated as permitted in the natural open space zone. I recommended that this submission be rejected on the basis that the relief sought would be too expansive, as the definition of multi-purpose activities includes forms of development such as home occupations and childcare services, which would not be appropriate for the natural open space zone, especially given its emphasis on undeveloped expanses of land with minimal buildings and more stringent effect standards for the natural open space zone. Are sort of a reflection of that. There is really a strong direction there, I believe, that says we don't want this to be a built-up area. It's not appropriate. And I think that needs to be, and also it's moving. It would also be. Well, I'm not sure. I don't. What I think actually hasn't been discussed at length either in my section 48(2)A report or today is the fact that it would also be moving. I believe it's. I'll just get it up here. Pa and Marae, Papakainga, Kahangareo Cultural Education Research Facility. So rules 4 to 6 from restricted discretionary to permitted. It's not just making multi-purpose activities permitted, not just making that restricted discretionary, sorry. So it's sort of currently is not set out to sort of accommodate. I guess with the thing about all those three there that are currently in the natural open space zone chapter is that part of the reason that I see that they are restricted discretionary is because all of them have some connection to a level of built development in which that the council would want to have some kind of way to control and not necessarily control, but some way to actually manage the effects of it appropriate for the zone, which isn't present, whereas those sort of levels of consideration aren't needed to be present in the sport and active recreation zone and the open space zone. So I think it really is more so, it's a question about built development for those ones there, and I will elaborate further in my written right of reply, but I do see that that should be, for example, I would consider that cultural activities could be appropriate to be a permitted activity, as there wouldn't be an expected level of built development. And if that's no questions, I'll move on to the.
Just one. So what you're saying is that you might see some more slicing and dicing of the Murray purposes activity into the natural open space zone, and particularly in relation to that last example you gave, the
cultural activities. Yeah, I'll have to check if I have scope to do so under the submission.
Well, the submission was asking for the entirety of the activity to be carried across as a permitted activity into the natural open space zone. So presumably you can cherry pick.
Yeah, because that might be. Yeah, that might. That might be where I'm heading with it in terms of just getting some kind of sort of making it clear as to what is appropriate and what isn't, and I think that is connected to that built development. In terms of this slicing and dicing aspect of it, I guess that might be an unfortunate consequence of planners planning. But just in terms of yeah, because I don't think that the multi-purpose activities would, just because it covers quite a huge range of different things, and I don't think it would be appropriate for that zone. Yeah,
and you differentiate that though with the open space zone and the sport and recreation zone, where I think
some level of built form is expected.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I see where you go.
Is that all?
I don't have any questions on that. Would you encourage the thinking process through, obviously in your written reply?
Yeah. All right. Well, I've got my last matter being the bond payments and matters of discretion for relocated buildings. So I guess I will kind of leave this quite brief just because of Ms. Gibson's already taken the best lines from it. But so I recommended that the activity status for relocated buildings in the open space and sport and active recreation zone to be changed from controlled to permitted, subject to activity standards, including the requirement of a bond. As we heard today, the use of a bond is opposed by Ms. Martin and Mr. Barnard-Thompson. As with Ms. Gibson, my interpretation of the case law is that bonds are neither fundamentally appropriate nor inappropriate, and it depends on the local context and planning issues that are key to determining whether or not they should be employed. And from recent discussions with the consents team, it is evident that adverse effects of relocated buildings have not been experienced in open space and recreation zones. Effects on visual amenity have arisen as an issue in other zones where relocated dwellings are more common, but this has not been an issue in the open space and recreation zones. Furthermore, I agree with Mr. Barnard-Thompson in his evidence that the number of buildings relocated into the open space and sport and active recreation zones to be small. And the natural open space zone. And also keeping in mind that the majority of open space and recreation zone land is administered by the council, most effects related to reduced amenity can be dealt with through other non-RMA functions, such as lease agreements between open space and recreation leaseholders and the council. It would also be fair to assume that in these zones, relocated buildings would be in line with the objectives and policies, and which, as we have discussed, we'd say are based around being available for public use. And so it is fair enough to expect that it would likely be something like a club rooms for more sort of, as living activities are non-compliant in the zones. As such, I agree that the requirement for a bond is not supported by evidence for the open space and recreation zones and is unnecessary. And the requirements for a relocated building in the open space and recreation zones should not be more onerous than what there would be for building activities. And as the same as for the general industrial zone, including a specific rule that addresses relocated buildings would benefit plan users by making it clear to them the activity status. It is worth mentioning that for natural open space zone rule 19, which is the relocation of building in the natural open space zone, I support this staying as restricted discretionary, as building activities in the natural open space zone are also restricted discretionary. But I would like to recommend the removal of a provision of a bond and reinstatement works support from the matters of discretion for natural open space zone, rule 19. And I also, I do, and this is, and basically, what Ms. Gibson said in regards to the reinstatement of works report, I also, I share that sentiment. It would be potentially convoluted process to sort of make happen, and there's no real need for it.
So no resource management purpose or reason for having it. Is that another way of saying it?
Yes, yes, yeah. In the open space and recreation zones specifically, I've only looked, of course. And I do consider that the removal of a bond from natural open space R19 and the reinstatement works from natural open space R19, as well as the other rules, is within the scope of the submission from the Heavy Haulage Association. Yeah, and that's my, that's a wrap.
Any questions from you, Kit?
Yeah, just drop the mic. Hey, I was just thinking about that approach, which I mean, I must say, our signal makes sense to me. I mean, given that building activities is defined in the plan to include relocation of a structure - relocation of a building or structure onto a new site, and or repositioning or relocating a building or structure to a different area within the same site, given that that's included within the definition of building activities, do you need to have a rule that sort of treats relocation separately at all? I mean, if we're going to, if you're suggesting, and I appreciate you've got a bit more thinking to do, that relocation should be on the same footing as building activities generally in the zone, then you could just get rid of the bit in brackets in R18, drop R19, and you've effectively achieved the same outcome.
We did discuss that as sort of something. We did sort of come to the conclusion that it could be quite useful for people, especially because relocated buildings are rules throughout plans throughout the country. If someone's looking through the plan, they might be looking specifically for that rule, and they might not click on the definition. They might not think that it's in there. So that's sort of where we're at, as well as that. For the matters of discretion are slightly different even outside of the, I think they are, for relocated buildings than they are for building activities.
Oh yeah, okay, no, I see that now. Yeah, you are right. there's slightly different matters of discretion given the nature of the different building projects. Yeah, okay. All right, okay, it's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have no further questions either. So we're now just at this stage where we're thinking ahead to the written right of reply. And Ali mentioned you might need a bit more time, so you suggest a date and.
Oh, yes, just another 5 working days, another week would be great.
Okay.
For my latest chance.
That would take us to it's Monday today.
Today.
Monday the 29th.
Thank you. Dermot, you're okay with the 2 weeks? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I should be. Yeah.
I'd just like to thank everyone that's staying. Katie may have gone by now. But yeah, just a couple of comments. I think the staff is certainly, the reports are just getting better and better in terms of just anticipating our needs, which we've signalled, just in terms of the clarity of them. The presentation at the start was just ideal to setting the scene, and I would have thought we might have skipped through this hearing a bit quicker, but I think that time we're taking at the start with the 42A report is just asking the questions as they come to mind is really helpful. So thank you both very much for your efforts in this, and we'll look forward to your right of reply. Thank you. And I think the next hearing's in November, so thank you very much. Stop the recording.
Thanks, guys. See you.